Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have a bunch of new polling to share with you guys about Trump, about ICE. There's a lot to get to, so I'm going to dive right in. So first up is polling from Pew Research. This is brand new. Donald Trump's approval rating came in at an abysmal 37%. Read them and weep. As you can see here, 61% disapprove of how Trump is doing his job. Also, 50% of respondents now say that the Trump administration has been worse than they expected. Only 21% of the racist sociopaths in our country say, no, it's been better. It's been even better than I thought it would be. And then check this out. So 52% of the people that they surveyed said they support either few or none of Donald Trump's policies, a majority. Only 27% said, yeah, I support most or all. Again, the sociopaths. So this was a damning poll for Trump for a couple of reasons. So for one, this was a larger sample size than what we usually see. They polled over 8,500 adults. Also, Pew found that Trump's plummeting numbers they're not coming from the Democrats. They're coming from his own side. So take a look at this chart. In February of last year, so just 1 year ago, 67% of Republicans and Republican-leaning independents supported all or most of Trump's policies. That, if you look at this, is now down to 56%. So that's the center section that you see there. So, I mean, he's just losing support across the board. The latest Economist YouGov poll was just as bad for Trump. So this one was conducted between January 23rd and January 26th. So, you know, over that weekend where Alex Preddy was murdered, so not everybody that took this poll was part of that group who saw it or may have not seen it at that point. And among all of the parties that they surveyed, Trump has only a 39% approval rating and 57% disapproval. So again, this is the Economist YouGov poll. Not much better than the last one that I showed you. And Trump hit a record low approval rating with independent voters in this poll. So check this out. Only 27% of independents now approve of the job that Trump is doing. 67% disapprove. This is the kiss of death, politically speaking. You have to win a majority of independents in any election nowadays because they are the largest part of the electorate. They are larger than the Republicans. They are larger than registered Democrats. They are the largest voting bloc now in this country. And Trump hit another new low in a recent American Research Group poll. So this was shared by Newsweek. Their survey shows that Trump has a very sad, #sad in all caps, 35% approval rating, 63% disapproval. So that is a huge shift because at the beginning of his term, of this second term, in February of 2025, 1 year ago, Trump's ARG approval rating was 43%. And here's the real crucial part. His disapproval with this poll was at 51%. So we're seeing a differing amount. How should I put this? When you see percentages increasing and decreasing, but they're not by the same percentage or they're not by the same points, there's differing amounts. In this case, approval dropped by 8 points, but disapproval increased by 12 points. That 4% difference, what that means is that some people who were previously taking a wait and see approach, they have now come off the sidelines. They are now voicing their displeasure with what they're seeing. They were willing to give Donald Trump a chance. They were like, I don't know yet. Now they're like, no, don't like it. I also have news from a Reuters Ipsos poll. So this one was conducted between the 23rd and 26th. So again, similar to the last one, not every, the Alex Preddy shooting had not taken place yet during parts of this poll. So some people that were polled had seen it and knew about it. Some people did not. But, very, very similar results here for Trump and his Gestapo terrorists. So take a look at this. So Trump's Ipsos approval rating here is only 38%. So this is identical to where Biden was when he left office. I mean, MAGA wants to say, oh, Biden was horrible, the worst president ever, had horrible approval ratings. Okay, well, at the end of his term, he had the same approval rating that Donald Trump does now in the same poll. And Trump's immigration policy came in very similar. So only 39% in this poll approve of his immigration handling, 53% disapprove. That is stunning considering, again, I know I keep saying this, but this was his top issue. Like this in the economy was his top issue. And a very clear majority believes that ICE is out of control. So take a look at this. 58% say that Trump's Gestapo is going too far. I mean, doesn't get more clear than that, right? So next I have polling from Politico. Theirs was conducted a little bit earlier. So this was January 16th through the 19th. So well before Alex Preddy was murdered, but this was after Renee Good. And even then, a plurality, 49%, said Donald Trump's regime is being too aggressive about deporting people. So take a look at this. Now, what really stood out was that this figure includes 21% of respondents who voted for Donald Trump in 2024. It also includes 46% of the people who did not vote at all in 2024. The other thing that makes this significant is the responses to their questions about the 2026 midterm elections. So Politico pollsters asked in November, you'll be voting for a U.S. House member to represent you in Congress. Which of the following stances would you prefer a representative to take? Okay, here's the results. A plurality, 38%, said that they would prefer a candidate who will curtail what Donald Trump is doing. So again, not good for him because people are specifically looking for people who will put the brakes on him. And that 38% includes 14% of Trump 2024 voters. So guess how those people will be voting in November. And then check this out. So there's this screen. A combined 43% said they either strongly or somewhat support abolishing ICE. Only 33% strongly or somewhat oppose that idea. And 23% said, I don't really have an opinion either way. I don't oppose or support it. Again, this was before Alex Preddy. So I would venture a guess a lot of that 23% have moved into the support category, right? And then the crosstabs on this are absolutely wild. So take a look. A total of 28% of Trump 2024 voters now say that they strongly or somewhat support abolishing ICE as well. Unbelievable. 28% of Trump voters. And then a combined 35% of non-voters also say that they support abolishing ICE. And the recent New York Times Siena polling shows almost the same thing. So when they asked people how they feel about Trump's immigration policies, a majority disapprove. 57% either somewhat or strongly disapprove of how Trump is handling immigration, and 48% strongly disapprove. A plurality strongly disapprove. Once again, a combined 13% of Donald Trump voters strongly disapprove. Strongly, or I should say strongly or somewhat disapprove of how he's handling immigration. And then the pollster also asked specifically about ICE. It was even worse. Take a look at this. 63%, a combined 63%, disapprove of how ICE is doing their job. And again, this includes 19% of Trump 2024 voters. And on the whole, respondents think that Trump's presidency has been a failure. Look at this. Trump is underwater by double digits on every issue with the exception of securing the border. And even with that, as you can see here, he is still only 3 points positive. And then check these out. So 84% of Democrats and a plurality, 43% of independents say that Trump is on track to be the worst or one of the worst presidents in history. Absolutely crazy. And 49% of respondents say the country is now worse off than it was 1 year ago. So remember that whole, slogan that a past president had, ask yourself this: are you better off today than you were a year ago or 4 years ago, whatever it was? Not good. Not good for Trump. And only 32% of Fear News Network Kool-Aid drinkers think that we're better off. So, I mean, this should be freaking Republicans out. This should be freaking out the Republicans in Congress. So no surprise, Trump scored an abysmal number on the economy and the direction of the country. Take a look at this. 70% rank the economy, a combined 70% rank the economy as either fair or poor. Only 29% say, oh yeah, it's great. It's good or excellent. And 56% of respondents said the country is on the wrong track. That's the whole ball game. And keep in mind, as with the Politico poll, this New York Times poll was conducted prior to the horrific murder of Alex Preddy. I mean, this is just so blatant, you guys. YouGov also released their findings in a poll that they conducted. This was conducted, though, on the day that Alex Preddy was murdered. So YouGov also released their findings in a poll that they conducted the same day that Alex Preddy was executed. So take a look at this. So here's what they found. And again, some people may not have seen the videos. They may have been at work. They may have been asleep. Who knows what was all going down. But a combined 46% support abolishing ICE. And that includes 47% of independent voters. Again, a very crucial voting bloc. And as you can see here, 19% of Republicans also agree with this. I mean, they're in trouble. They're definitely in trouble. YouGov is also, or I should say, YouGov also asked about ICE specifically, and here is what they found. So 57% disapprove of how ICE is doing their job. And that includes 63% of independents and even 18% of Republicans. And consider this. Videos taken from different angles of Alex Preddy's murder were still coming out, like later that day, the next day, the following week. So after this poll was conducted. And as you all know, the videos coming out throughout the next day and, over the following week were even worse for Donald Trump and his regime. So future polling on this in focus groups, they're going to be very interesting. I have some to share with you guys this week, but I also have good news for the midterms. So take a look at this.
Back to October of 2024, just before Donald Trump was reelected. Hello, Republicans led on this measure. 67% of Republicans, or those who lean Republican, said they were extremely motivated to vote in 2024, compared to just 62% of Democrats. You come over to this side of the screen, Republican enthusiasm down. Now they feel like they're going to the dentist. Just 50% of Republicans say they're extremely motivated to vote in 2026, compared to 66% of Democrats. And you want your folks to be motivated to go out there and vote. And this gives the game away right here. Choice for Congress, the margin. Among voters overall in our CNN SSRS poll, Democrats led by 5 points. But among those extremely motivated, hello, it's a 16-point advantage. So Democrats have a turnout advantage. You've been seeing that in those off-year elections, right? New Jersey, Virginia governor, those special elections for the House that Democrats have been coming out in droves and very much outperforming the baseline from 2024, how well Kamala Harris did in those districts.
So yeah, the Democrats clearly hold an enthusiasm advantage right now, which is absolutely essential. We saw it just this last week, or over the weekend, with Democrats winning a red district by double digits in an area that they haven't won in decades. And this wasn't the only poll that shows Democrats with the advantage. So in the New York Times Siena poll, Democrats held a 5-point lead on the generic ballot. And even the Fox News poll shows Democrats in the lead, which just has to be freaking their audience out. So as you can see here, Democrats are ahead by 6 points on their generic ballot question. And take a look at how voters under 30 plan to vote. 64% for Democrats, only 36% for Republicans. So that's if you go down this list, it's the third from the top. You can see those numbers. This should be such a wake-up call for Republicans if they hope to win in the future. And Democrats hold an enthusiasm advantage in the Fox poll, as I mentioned, as well. And not only do they hold an advantage on the generic ballot in this Fox News poll, but they hold an enthusiasm advantage in this Fox poll as well. So check out this one. So 82% of Democratic voters are extremely motivated to vote, compared to only 76% of Republicans. This is why they just won in Texas. So anyway, guys, I will have more for you. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So there's something I want to talk about today that came up in the Epstein video that I published on Monday. And this is definitely going to get demonetized. The video is it will get buried by YouTube because they're not going to make any ad revenue off of this. So please, as I've asked before, share this with everyone you know. You can even share it via text. So if you are, on your phone watching this, you can click the share button and there's the little link there. You can share it via email. You can share it via text with other people. But more people need to see this and hear about this, because in the latest tranche of Epstein documents that were released, the DOJ shared part of a signed sworn statement from a woman who used the pseudonym Tiffany Doe. I was thinking about it and I was wondering, why didn't they provide the entire document? It's a 2-page document. So I wanted to read this to you guys because I think a lot of people, and I even saw on other shows, people weren't aware that this document, this Tiffany Doe statement, which was a sworn statement under penalty of perjury, this was a very crucial part of the Katie Johnson accusations against Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. And for anyone who didn't catch my previous video or who isn't familiar with this document, this sworn statement was included in the Katie Johnson lawsuit against both of them. So Katie Johnson is the woman who accused Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein in 2016 of assaulting her and beating her when she was 13 years old. And her witness, Tiffany Doe, is the woman who allegedly recruited Katie. So here is part one, or part of page one, I should say, because the type is, or the font is so small. So I wanted you guys to be able to see it. So I'll be sharing, 4 different parts of this so you can see it. So this part just attests to the fact that she's over 18. She is competent to testify if she was called upon to do so. It says that she met Jeffrey Epstein in New York in 1990 when she was 22 years old. So this woman was an adult when she met not Donald Trump, when she met Jeffrey Epstein. And then she claims that she attended Epstein's parties. She was then paid to, quote unquote, entertain guests. She doesn't say what that means, but we can all assume based on what we know. And then she says in 1991, she was promoted to the occupation of party planner. She said, in which my duties were to get attractive adolescent women to attend these parties. Now, I take issue with the term adolescent women because that's like just what's the phrase? It doesn't make sense. You can't be an adolescent and a woman. But anyway, she then provides Epstein's address, and she says, this is where the parties were held. And then here's what the bottom half of this first page says. So this is, kind of the meat of everything. So the recruiter says that she met Katie Johnson in 1994. She was acting as a recruiter at that time. She says she met her at the New York Port Authority, and that Katie Johnson, which again is an alias, but she said she was looking to break into the modeling industry. So this recruiter, this Tiffany Doe, again an alias, convinces her to come to parties at Epstein's home in the summer of 1994. So, these again are held in New York at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. There's so many people out there, mostly on the MAGA right, who still think, oh, if you didn't go to the island, then you didn't do anything wrong. No, wrong, false. He was doing this shit all over the world, at his properties in Florida, in New York, in New Mexico, in the UK. I mean, this was happening everywhere. So anyway, Tiffany Doe tells Katie Johnson, hey, there's going to be people at these parties that can help you with your career, help you get into modeling, so you need to come. And then in paragraph 7 here, it says, quote, it was at these series of parties that I personally witnessed the plaintiff being forced to perform various sexual acts with Donald J. Trump and Mr. Epstein. Both Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein were advised that she was 13 years old. Okay. And then she goes on in paragraph 8 to say, I personally witnessed 4 sexual encounters that the plaintiff was forced to have with Mr. Trump during this period, including the 4th of these encounters where Mr. Trump forcibly raped her despite her pleas to stop. Now, these are just accusations, but again, this Tiffany Doe, whoever she is, was an adult when she signed this. In 2016, she was already an adult in 1994. She was 22 years old. Okay. So she is now a middle-aged woman in 2016 when she signed this under penalty of perjury, meaning you can go to prison, meaning you can spend up to 5 years in prison, I believe it is. Sorry, guys, I have a hair on me somewhere that I can't get. But she would go to prison if she is lying about this. Okay, and then here's the second page. So this is the top of the second page that talks about how a 12-year-old disappeared after being abused by Donald Trump. Again, allegations, but it says, I personally witnessed the one occasion where Mr. Trump forced the plaintiff, meaning Katie Johnson, and a 12-year-old female named Maria perform oral sex on Mr. Trump and witness his physical abuse of both minors when they finished the act. And then she goes on to say that, Epstein also abused Katie Johnson. And then in section 12, she says, I personally witnessed Mr. Trump physically threaten the life and well-being of the plaintiff if she ever revealed any details of the physical and sexual abuse suffered by her at the hands of Mr. Trump. Okay, now we're going to move on to the final section of the second page. So this is the part, or at least a portion of this, was shared by the DOJ. So here it is again for anyone who didn't see it. The recruiter, this Tiffany Doe, confirms that she witnessed both Mr. Trump and Epstein threaten Katie Johnson, that she was and then that Tiffany Doe, whoever this woman is, was also personally threatened by Epstein. Okay, she didn't say that Donald Trump threatened her. She said that Epstein threatened her, meaning Tiffany Doe. And she said that she heard Trump tell Katie that she shouldn't ever say anything if she didn't want to disappear like the 12-year-old female Maria, and that he was capable of having her whole family killed. So here's the obvious questions. First of all, why was only a portion of this document shared? Why was only a portion of page 2 shared by Donald Trump's DOJ? And then if these allegations are fake, why hasn't Donald Trump sued these women? They could be found, right? We know who her attorney was. The attorney for Katie Johnson, her second and final attorney, was Lisa Bloom. And here's the other thing you guys need to understand and know so you can combat the lies about this. They keep saying, oh, this was debunked, and the judge threw these charges out. No, none of that is true. First of all, she filed this case 3 times. The first time Katie Johnson filed this, she filed it under a different name. She filed it under Jane Doe, I believe. She filed it herself. She did not have an attorney. She filed it here in California. Okay. That was not the proper venue because the alleged crimes occurred in New York. So the judge in California said, you can't file this here. Okay. She then filed a second time with an attorney who was a friend of hers. The attorney was a patent attorney. He was not a criminal attorney. He was not a civil litigation attorney. So he didn't know what he was doing. So when he filed the second lawsuit, he asked for Trump and Epstein to go to prison. He asked for them to face some sort of criminal prosecution. The judge threw that out because the judge said, you can't ask for that. It's way beyond the, the period of time where you could have asked for criminal charges and for either of these men to go to prison over this. The statute of limitations has run out long ago, okay? She then went and got an attorney who actually deals with cases like this, being Lisa Bloom, and Lisa Bloom filed the third lawsuit. Okay, she was her final attorney. They were going to hold a press conference in November of 2016 about this, and then she got scared because she and her family were getting death threats. I was told this personally by Lisa Bloom, that her client, meaning Katie Johnson, was too afraid to come forward. I was told this in person at an event. If you guys want to look it up, you can confirm this. It was a vegan event. It was hosted by the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. Okay, it was held in the Hollywood Hills at someone's home. Moby was there. A ton of people, all the who's who, you know, Jane Velez Mitchell, all these people who are well known in the vegan industry, which is why Lisa Bloom was there. I went as a guest or not as a guest, but I went because I donate to their organization. Anyway, that is where I approached her. We had never met before. I introduced myself and I asked her specifically about this case. So this case was never adjudicated. It was never brought before a court. In fact, if you want to get technical, the judge looked at the original filing, which Donald Trump tried to have thrown out, and the judge said, no, I'm going to allow it to move forward. Because she had a witness who signed, again, this sworn testimony, this sworn statement under penalty of perjury. So a judge allowed it to move forward. She is the one who ended up dropping it out of fear. So again, why is Donald Trump not suing her? Why is he not suing this Tiffany Doe? He sues everyone, right? We know that. He sues newspapers. I mean, for Christ's sakes, just in the last year, how many people has he sued? He has sued pollsters. He has sued universities. He's now threatening to sue freaking Trevor Noah for making a joke about him. I mean, the guy is sue happy. He's suing the IRS. But yet he hasn't sued a single woman who has accused him of sexual assault. That's called a clue, MAGA. That's called another clue. So anyway, guys, there you go. I will let you know if I hear any more. But again, share this information, please, because it will get buried because of the subject matter. So thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have an update to share with you guys on a story that I shared on Monday, I think it was, about Peter Attia. So for those who didn't catch the segment, Attia is a doctor. He is one of these medical gurus. He's like the manosphere, you know, health guru kind of guys. And so he recently landed a CBS News gig as a contributor. It was just revealed, though, that his name showed up almost 2,000 times in the Epstein files. Now, he is not accused of doing anything wrong. He's not accused of, you know, anything disgusting. But he and Epstein exchanged more than 1,000 emails over the years. And it included one that was particularly gross. And instead of flying back home to California to be with his family when his infant son had a heart attack, he stayed in New York for 10 more days after his wife called him and said, hey, I'm in the ICU, or I'm on the way to the hospital with our son who just stopped breathing, our baby. And it was revealed that he met up with Epstein the day after his baby was admitted to the ICU, the day after his son almost died. Instead of going home to be with his wife and child, he was hanging out with Epstein. Again, no indication that he did anything wrong, but just, you know, on its face, I mean, that just is beyond like sociopathic, in my opinion. Right? Like what is wrong with you? So Attia, he has now issued this lengthy apology. I have some of it to share with you. It was really long, so I'm not going to read the whole thing. But evidently, there's this big battle going on at CBS about whether or not to fire him. So CBS editor-in-chief Bari Weiss, she is 100% on his side. She wants to keep Attia. Everybody else is saying, no, guy's got to go. So, and for anybody who isn't familiar with Barry Weiss, she's scum of the earth herself. So here's why I can't stand her. I mean, besides the fact that she appears to be just a total blatant shill for Israel who doesn't care about Palestinian children being gunned down and blown up and starved to death. She claims that she is this free speech, cancel culture warrior. It is so far from the truth. She is such a fraud. When Weiss was in college, she targeted and tried to end the careers of Muslim professors and Arab professors, anybody who dared to criticize Israel. So this was an article that was written in 2018 by Glenn Greenwald. You can see it here. And this was just one of several that he wrote over the years, detailing her behavior and you know how egregious it was and how she went after these people. So Weiss is someone who believes in free speech as long as the person speaking agrees with her. But if you criticize Israel, even if it's just the government, you know, the country that she actually pledges allegiance to, then she's going to try to get you fired. So, you know, I guess she's totally cool, you know, if you ditch your gravely ill baby to go hang out with the most notorious pedophile in the world, right? Because that pedophile also pledged his allegiance to Israel. So that's who Barry Weiss is. That's who's running CBS, who was put in place by the Ellisons, who are one of Donald Trump's biggest donors. So I just want to give you guys that backstory so you guys are going to understand what a massive hypocrite this woman is when we're talking about this Attia story, because it's being reported that Weiss is just really going to the mat for him. And she is refusing to fire Attia because she says she doesn't want to give in to the quote unquote mob. So this article was just published. So, you know, we'll see what happens with this power struggle. As for Attia and his so-called apology letter, the guy is just full of shit. I'm sorry, but he just is. I mean, we have a lot in common with our beliefs on alternative medicine and longevity and stuff, but yeah, sorry, no. So his letter, an apology, started out okay, I guess. Like, he pretty much just apologized for getting caught. Like, oh, sorry, I put myself in a position where my emails would, you know, would be outed. It's like, okay. But he made one statement, which was, it was just like the final straw for me. Total lie. So I'll explain that in a moment. But here's what Attia shared on Twitter. So again, this is just a fraction of it because it was pages and pages. So this was an email that he sent to his team. He sent it to his patients. And he apologized, kind of, sort of explained that basically, you know, I was a pick-me boy at that point. Like, he was just enamored with Epstein, you know, with all the money that he had, the people that he associated with, and he assumed that Epstein must be legitimate because of the people that he was affiliated and associated with. Here's where Attia just completely is busted and lost me. Okay, so he wrote that I'm not going to read the whole thing, but he said, shortly after we met, I asked him, meaning Epstein, directly about his 2008 conviction. He characterized it as prostitution-related charges. In 2018, I came to learn this was grossly minimized. And then you skip down further to toward the bottom, and it says, in November 2018, I read the Miami Herald investigative article. I was repulsed by what I learned, nauseated. It marked a clear and irreversible line between what I knew before and what I understood afterward. At that point, I told him directly he needed to accept responsibility for what he did. Really? Really? Did you? Did you tell him directly, you need to take responsibility, you filthy scumbag pedophile? Is that what you said, Attia? Really? Because I'd like to see that email, because these are the emails that we do have. So this is what Attia sent to Epstein on December 4th of 2018. So he's saying November 2018, I realized what a complete and disgusting, vile pedo this guy was, and I put him in his place. December, not even a month later, maybe a month later, after he claims to be repulsed and nauseated by what he learned, here's what he emailed. Okay. So he writes, or I guess I should back up. Jeffrey Epstein says to him, how's things going? And Attia says, home is very good. Work stressful, making some changes. What is fallout from recent story? Really? That's it? That's your repulsed, I'm appalled, I'm shocked, I'm beside myself. Really? What's the fallout from your recent story? Oh, okay. And then, so that was, 9:16 in the morning. Jeffrey Epstein had replied and said, same as usual, just tougher. Attia responds with this: legally, any change? Where are the emails, Attia? Where are the emails showing you admonishing him, telling him to take responsibility? No, the only emails that are in this batch that they just released are these friendly exchanges asking about, hey, any fallout? So you read a story filled with the most grotesque details, the most disgusting, heinous acts against children imaginable, being abused, being threatened, being trafficked to other men. And your only response, your concern is, hey, did you get in any trouble? Yeah, sounds like you were really repulsed, Peter. And so, of course, this makes you question everything else that Attia said in his so-called apology, right? I mean, there was a part in the emails, there was one email in particular that everybody keeps asking about, where he sent an email to Epstein and the subject line was, got a new shipment. And then Epstein responded, so did I. And he sent him a picture of a woman. Okay, a woman or a girl, I don't know, because the DOJ redacted the photo. But Attia claims he was talking about a shipment of the prescription drug metformin. He said, oh, I just got a shipment of it, and, for my own use, I was just letting him know. So we have to wonder now, is that legitimate? Are you being honest about that? So there has been fallout. There's at least one company that has now cut ties with him. So this article just came up yesterday. He has now stepped down. He had a position with this company as the chief science officer. It's a protein company. They make protein bars. It's called David Protein. Here's the thing. Like, I am not about taking away someone's livelihood, destroying their life over an honest mistake, right? Past comments. You can change. People, regardless of what people may say, people can change. I believe that 100%, especially like very few people, with the exception of, like the frat boys that Donald Trump has working for him, very few people are the same person that in their 20s that they are when they're 40 and 50 and older, right? You can make comments that are less than flattering and they don't reflect on who you may be today. The issue I have with this guy is that he wasn't some young, dumb kid when all of this went down. Okay, he is 52 right now. So when he did this to his wife and his baby, he was like 43. When he was hanging out with Epstein and making these comments and sending him these messages and ignoring his pedophilia, he was in his 40s. Okay, not a young kid that made a mistake. So I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, but you know, anyone who would just like blow off his baby who gets admitted to ICU after not breathing and having a heart attack, I mean, at the very least, you're a narcissist and you lack any and all empathy. So not exactly someone that I would take advice from. So I will let you know if I hear any more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So Donald Trump and his supporters are doing more to undermine the MAGA movement and truly destroy it than Democrats ever have. And I have proof of this. I mean, we've seen it all in the FAFO videos that I do every week. And I have one of those to share with you today in this video. There's a man who has been putting out very heartfelt apology videos for voting for Donald Trump, for believing him. So I'm going to share a short portion of one of those with you. But the manosphere is just turning on Trump, and most of it has to do with his immigration push, with the cruelty that they're seeing of, you know, the killing of Renee Good, the, you know, execution in the street of Alex Preddy, and just so many other incidences where people are just being dehumanized and just brutalized in the streets of America. And it really is not playing well with the masses. And I want you guys to see this and understand it, because as I've said before, there are a lot of people who voted for Trump, and this is what Democrats don't get and the MAGA base doesn't get. Some Democrats get it. I won't say all, but a lot of Democrats, and I see this in my comment section, there are a lot of people who voted for Donald Trump because they were desperate, because they couldn't make ends meet, because the COVID pandemic made inflation shoot through the roof like we have never seen before, and they were looking for anything. They didn't care who was throwing them a lifeline. They didn't care who was throwing them that floaty. They were drowning in the middle of the ocean, and they were going to grab onto it no matter who threw it to them. And so, unfortunately, it was Donald Trump, because he lied to them and said, I'm going to bring prices down on day one. Yes, we can all look at this and go, how stupid were you to believe this? How little did you pay attention during his first term to not realize that the guy is a, you know, prolific liar, just a total sociopathic, you know, consummate liar who has never told the truth in his life, who will never do anything for you and will do everything for his wealthy buddies. Yes, that is true. They should have known, but again, they were desperate. So I want to share with you, first of all, someone in the manosphere, one of the bro podcasters who has now completely turned on all of this and is thoroughly disgusted, is now apologizing and saying that he wishes he hadn't voted for Trump. This is not at all what he expected. So take a look. This is Andrew Schulz, for anyone who doesn't know.
murdered an American citizen in cold blood, and then the Trump administration called him a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like plain and simple.
Yeah.
I see the administration trying to spin it, and it's fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
It's like they didn't even have a moment where they're like, hey, we're reviewing the footage. We're going to try to see what's really happening. All of them, Trump and all the cronies, put out collective statements that immediately blamed an American citizen that was exercising his First and Second Amendment rights, right? He has the right to protest. He has the right to carry a firearm. He's a legal gun owner, right? There's no question about this whatsoever. And the administration immediately comes out and they try to gaslight the public, which you cannot do when we have 15 different videos of what happened.
Yes.
And
that is what they do, though.
But that is what they do.
Yeah.
And I think that governments have probably been doing this for centuries, millennia. And now you have a public that is armed with phones and we can see what actually fucking happened. And you're not going to just lie to us, plain and simple, like that.
So for anybody who says, oh, who cares what these guys have to say, you know, him and Rogan and Tim Dillon and blah, 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 you know, they all got him elected. Yeah, they did. They did. And that tells you how much power they wield with the people who ended up voting for Donald Trump. This is why this matters, because these people speaking out, whether it be Rogan or Dillon or Schultz, they are going to create a permission structure to get rid of Donald Trump. And this is what MAGA doesn't understand. And I should say Twitter MAGA, because they are all convinced that everyone is on board with the cruelty that we're seeing right now with ICE. They are cheering when they see ICE slamming people to the ground, whether it be minorities, you know, U.S. citizens, protesters, immigrants, whomever. They're over there on Twitter cheering. I see it every day. They are so proud to say, this is exactly what I voted for. I'm grateful that he's doing this. I would vote for him again. They don't get that they are the reason that he and his movement are going to be destroyed. MAGA has no clue that they are blowing up their own movement. They are shooting themselves in the foot right now, and they don't even get it. Because the more they push Donald Trump to do this, the more they push Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller and all Bovino and all of these other psychos to be even more cruel and more vile and just harming people left and right. The more they push that, the more Donald Trump and his cronies are doing it, and the more it's driving down his approval rating, and it's making people like this turn on him. People who previously voted for Democrats, people who are not hardcore partisans, people who just want to see change, who are tired of the oligarchy, who are tired of seeing all of these Epstein people getting away with the most atrocious, absolutely unconscionable actions that we have ever seen in our lives. That's what people want an end to. They want an end to the disparity between the haves and the have-nots. And they thought Donald Trump was that vehicle. And now they're coming to realize, no, he is just more of the same. But it is very vital that people like Andrew Schultz speak out. So I thank him for that. And then he was on Charlemagne the God's show. And he, again, reiterated how disgusted he is with all of this and how much he regrets it. But I want to share this with you because this is just a normie, conservative voter who is he has made now several videos that I saw on his channel, and he is speaking from the heart about why he is so disgusted by what he has seen and why he is not going to vote for the Republicans. So check this out.
Voted for Donald Trump. He promised America first, was going to look after the concerns and prosperity and security of our country. Fast forward to the last 2026, really, the last week and a half in Minneapolis. I've seen things I wish I had never seen. It started with execution of Renee Good. Later on in the week, I see a 17-year-old kid working at Target in the middle of the day. Up rolls a bunch of SUVs, and he's scared, right? So he starts retreating to the store, and big, tall, goony dude, another nameless, faceless thug, chases him down, tackles him in the doorway to the store, and with 6 other officers piling on top of him. Just because they don't like the way he looked? That's stupid. That's illegal. That should be illegal. Another lady sitting in the car in a traffic jam in one of the doctor's office. They drag her out. Protesters protesting, just saying mean words. They get brushed and tackled and knocked down and arrested for saying things, making noise. Fourth Amendment protects you from illegal search and seizures. This is nothing at all what I voted for. I voted for freedom. I voted for those people's right to protest. I voted for their right to be safe and secure out in their own streets. I voted for the right to people to be safe and secure in their own homes. The guy in charge of this, the guy that's sending his troops there, that's not what I voted for. He needs to go. I'm sorry I voted for him. I regret it. Donald Trump is a menace to our society. He's got to go. I'm sorry I voted for him. He needs to go. But I admit I was wrong. I knew better than to believe him, and I did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to America I voted for him. The Democratic Party, put a better candidate out next time, and I'll vote for him or her. Whoever it is, I don't even care. Give me a pro-Second Amendment candidate that thinks I should be able to pray in the street. You give me a candidate that'll say my daughter should be able to use the restroom without a man coming in there legally. I'm down with this. This has got to stop. Donald Trump's got to go.
So, I mean, at the end there, you see he still has some very, I guess, skewed ideas of what the Democrats are all about. I want to be able to pray in the street. Nobody's stopping you, dude. No, there's never been a Democrat who's going to stop you from praying in the street. I thanked him on his channel, and that video was like 10 minutes long, so I cut it down tremendously, but I gave you the highlights. But he went over many other things that he has been seeing in videos, and this is why I share them. It's why it's important that other channels share them, to show people what is actually happening, how Donald Trump's government is actually behaving, how they are terrorizing people. And people like this, the man has a conscience. The man has principles and ethics and morals, and he feels horrible about voting for Donald Trump. And so I applaud him. It takes a lot of courage to stand up and say, I was wrong. I made a mistake. I fucked up. I'm sorry. It takes a big person to say that. It is the coward's way out to, like all these people on Twitter. No, I'm happy I voted for him. I'd vote for him again. He's making the liberals cry. Yeah, okay, well, you may see some liberals crying, MAGA, but you're also seeing this. You're also seeing that you may be winning the battle, but you are going to lose the war. So keep it up, MAGA. Keep it up. Keep applauding this stuff. Keep pushing them to do even more. And you're going to end up losing. And then you're going to be crying. You will be the ones crying. So anyway, again, I appreciate this man speaking out. I appreciate Andrew Schulz speaking out. This man made a lot of good points. He went through point by point with what they did to Renee Good. And obviously this video was from before the really clear-cut execution of Alex Preddy. So I would love to hear his thoughts now. I actually invited him to come on the show. Hopefully he'll reach out. I hope that he will. I would love to speak with him and talk about finding common ground, making the country a better place, and, maybe sharing with him some things that he doesn't fully understand about the Democratic Party, that he has, misunderstood because of his news diet, if you will. He did admit in another video that he watches too much Fox News. And so, yeah, I mean, you're just not getting the full scope. You're not fully understanding who and what the Democrats are. So, and again, I'm not some, lover of all Democrats and everything that they do. They've got their shit, and they absolutely need to get it together and change on many levels. But compared to the MAGA Republicans, like good versus evil. I mean, it's just that simple. So anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Again, share this video with everyone you know so they understand what's going on and how this is harming Donald Trump and his own base. But thank you. Please like, share, subscribe, donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have more updates to share with you guys about the Epstein files. And as we all expected, you know, there are more connections coming out between Epstein and the Trump family. So that's where I'm going to start today. Because there was this email exchange that was found in the trove of documents that they released last Friday. And it's between this fashion designer from Serbia. I think his name is pronounced Boris Nikolic, or it's Nikolic. I'm not sure. But anyway, he's emailing with Epstein. And Epstein tells him he's going to be hanging out with the Trump boys, quote unquote. And this is right before Donald Trump was sworn in for the first time in 2017. So this was at the end of 2016 that they're having this communication. So here's the email, and I'm going to explain to you how some people are reading it in two different ways, but it doesn't really matter. So this Boris guy emails Epstein on December 25th, Christmas Day, 2016, and says, "When are you back in New York City?" Epstein responds to him the following day and says, "4th, I'm in Palm with all the Trump boys, equals AO fun." Not sure what AO fun means, but here's the thing. So some people are reading this as in on January 4th, I'm going to be in Palm Beach with the Trump boys. I read it as he is returning to New York City on the 4th, and that he was saying on Christmas, he was with the Trump boys. So, you know, what else could that be? Right now, could he have figuratively meant like, oh, I'm with the guys who are working with Trump? Like, did he mean Steve Bannon and people like that? Could be, but does it matter? Like, he's hanging out with people who are in Trump world. He is with people who associate with Trump during his first election, right after he won and shortly before he was sworn in and took office. That is, you know, that's the most gracious reading of it that we can give. But it certainly sounds like he was with Trump's kids, right? Or it could mean all of the Trump men. Could mean Trump and his kids and Don Jr. and Eric. But anyway, I mean, it just shows you Donald Trump did not cut off ties with him, or his world didn't cut off ties with Epstein when he said that he did. And here's the thing. I have had this suspicion, okay, that Epstein said too much to Bannon, and that's why he ended up dead. Because remember, Epstein did all those interviews and was hanging out, as we have seen in all these emails and stuff that have come out. Epstein was hanging out with Bannon, and he told Bannon that he could end Trump and Hillary's presidential campaigns. Or actually, I take that back. I think he said that to his brother. But what he did say to Bannon was, I'm the person who keeps Trump up at night because of what I know. So my theory is, and my concern is, that that information, those comments made their way back to Donald Trump. And then he said, go arrest him. That he told Bill Barr, his then, attorney general, go arrest him. I want charges brought against him. And who knows, maybe it was to silence, like scare him into silence. Maybe it was to put an end to his life. Speaking of which, My theory kind of is borne out with this next bit of news that just came up today. So Epstein, as you guys might remember, he initially had a cellmate. His name was Nicholas Tartaglione. The guy is a former cop. He murdered 4 people. It had something to do with drugs, if I'm remembering correctly. So they put this quadruple murderer in with Epstein. That's his cellmate. And if you might recall, there was this other incident before Epstein was found dead where there was screaming and yelling, and the guards go in, and Epstein's found on the ground, and he's passed out, curled into the fetal position, and he claimed that someone tried to kill him. He claimed that someone knocked him over the head. He wakes up, he's got something around his throat that he had no idea what was going on. Tartaglione is like, oh no, he tried to off himself, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Very suspicious circumstances. Or I think he said, I found him this way or whatever. Okay. Now this Tartaglione guy is coming out and saying this. He is now telling the parole board, because he was trying to get a parole last year. He told the parole board that he thinks that Donald Trump wanted Epstein dead, and that, and that then his life was in jeopardy as well. He was saying, oh, it's, he told them it's no shock, or, it wasn't like a big mystery why they left Epstein alone, why they transferred me and then didn't give him another cellmate to keep an eye on him. And then apparently this Tartaglione was also put in with some rough people, and he had attempts on his life. So, yeah. And then, you have CBS News today coming out, and this is kind of old news. I don't know why people are making a big deal out of it, but CBS News came out today with a report about how there's that shadowy figure that with the orange that was seen, that at 1 a.m. or whatever time it was, around the time that Epstein was found dead, or the time of death, I guess. And they blew it off and said, oh, it was a guard and he was carrying linens or whatever, or, he was carrying, the orange jumpsuits and putting away linens or whatever. So now people are like, no, that wouldn't make sense. Wouldn't make sense for a guard to be out at that time of night putting away linens. And also, it looks more like an actual inmate in an orange jumpsuit who was right outside of the area where they were housing Epstein. So anyway, again, not new news, but now more people are hearing about it, I guess, and it's like coming out in podcasts. And then there's another thing that has come to light. This is vile, doesn't involve Donald Trump. But check out this other email that was just unearthed. So it says, for anybody who can't read it because it's kind of small font, but it says, new Brazilian just arrived. Sexy and cute equals 9 years old. 9YO. Okay? Just beyond heinous. The most vile thing you can imagine. Here's the thing. This email was sent to Epstein, and for some unknown reason, the Justice Department redacted the name of the sender. So that's why you see all those black bars there. We don't know why. I can't imagine that this came from an Epstein victim. So why the hell are you protecting this person? And remember, Epstein was given his sweetheart deal in 2008. This email is from 2013. So this is 5 years later. So God knows what happened to this 9-year-old when Alex Acosta could have protected her. Instead, he caved and did nothing. All of these people, all of them need to burn in hell for all eternity. We also now have proof that Ghislaine Maxwell has been lying about the photo that she took with Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre and now former Prince Andrew. So here's this. In the recent past, both Maxwell and Andrew had denied that this photo was real, the one you're seeing here on the screen. Okay, that is Virginia Giuffre in the middle. She was apparently 17 years old when this photo was taken. Ghislaine Maxwell is now, I mean, we've all known that she's a liar, but now it has been proven, okay? There was a document that was released last Friday, and it was included in the 3 million. It was a draft statement that was written by Maxwell and or her attorneys. And in this letter, in this draft statement, she is addressing Virginia Giuffre's allegations against Maxwell and then Prince Andrew. So this was part of the lawsuit that Giuffre had filed against Maxwell in 2015. And in this draft document that Maxwell put together, here's what it says. It's small font, it's hard to read, so I'll read you the important part. It says, in 2001, I was in London when Redacted, which would be Virginia, met a number of friends of mine, including Prince Andrew. A photograph was taken as I imagine she wanted to show it to friends and family. This is exactly the type of thing that Todd Blanche should have and could have asked Maxwell about. He met with her for 2 days, remember? If he had any intention of conducting a real investigation, he would have gone through these millions of documents and he would have brought this to her attention, and he could have said, hey, you know, you've said that this photo is fake. But in this statement that you drafted with your attorney, you said that the photo was real. So which is it? Anyway, we all know they have no intention of doing a real investigation. And then there was also a truly shocking revelation in this latest batch that Epstein may have a 15-year-old child somewhere. So the Telegraph was the first to report on the existence of a 2011 email. This was sent by the ex-wife of then Prince Andrew, Sarah Ferguson. And in this email, Ferguson wrote this: don't know if you are still on this BBM, not sure what that means, but heard from the Duke that you have had a baby boy. Even though you never kept in touch, I still am here with love, friendship, and congratulations on your baby boy, Sarah XX. So fucking gross. And she continued to mention this baby. So she mentioned the baby again in a later email where she was whining about how the pedophile didn't keep in touch with her. She told Epstein this. She said, you have disappeared. I did not even know you were having a baby. It was so crystal clear to me that you were only friends with me to get to Andrew. And that really hurt me deeply, more than you will know. What? What the fuck is wrong with these people? This was years after he went to jail for soliciting minors. And she's hurt because he didn't keep in touch. I don't get it. These people are sick. And Epstein's brother has denied the existence of a child, but, you know, it's very possible that Jeffrey Epstein never told him about it. So I don't know if these baby allegations are true, but, you know, it dovetails with other documents that were released last Friday. So there was a diary entry that was written by a teenager who was distraught over her baby being taken away shortly after she gave birth. So this was apparently or allegedly around 2002. She claims that she was a surrogate for Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein? Don't know. I mean, we do know that he was like this eugenicist, like he believed in, the white race and wanted all of these white, children. And, he has like this almost like an Elon Musk type of obsession with procreating and making sure that there's all these white people in the world. So this girl, though, in her diary, I guess it is, she talked about New Mexico, which we all know he had a property there, and a lot of the crimes took place there. And she wrote, quote, "Superior gene pool? Why me? It makes no sense. Why my hair color and eye color? That feels very Nazi-like." Again, it feels that way because it is that way. And then she went on to write, quote, "Ghislaine said to push all the pain away. I don't understand what is going on and no one will tell me. I can't go to school like this." And then she went on to say, quote, "She was born. I heard the tiny cries. I only got 10 to 15 minutes to hold and feed her before they took her." I mean, this is beyond disturbing, if true. Right? And this same woman, she sued Epstein's private equity buddy, Leon Black, and she accused him of rape. Now, Black denies the allegation. The case still, for some reason, hasn't gone to court, so we'll see. And then another release document corroborates the story that author Michael Wolff had told about Epstein and him introducing Donald Trump to Melania. So this seems to blow up her legal argument against him because, as you guys know, she's suing him over it. So the statement was part of the investigation into Epstein after he was arrested in 2019. The woman whose name was redacted was a model, the woman who made this allegation, made this statement. So she was a model. She was working for Epstein. She worked for him for a year from 2005 to 2006. She was given immunity to speak with investigators. And in a signed statement that she gave them, which was signed under penalty of perjury, it reads in part, quote, "Zempoli was trying to buy elite models with Epstein. Epstein introduced Melania Trump to Donald Trump." So for those who don't know, Zempoli was the head of the modeling agency that represented Melania. Another newly released document accuses Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas of violating a woman when she was a little girl. So, very disturbing. These accusations were sent via email. It was sent to 2 federal judges. So this wasn't one of those tips to the FBI. So this woman wrote to these 2 federal judges, and it says that there was a hitman and mobster who's a real guy. His name is Johnny Mortorano, I think is how you pronounce it. He allegedly raped this woman. And then she claims that he took a nude photo of her for Clarence Thomas. The woman wrote, quote, "John Martirano was the man who raped me and took a picture of me naked and said, 'Let's take a picture for Clarence Thomas.'" And then she went on to accuse Clarence Thomas of assaulting her as a child. She said, quote, "This is also in my CIA file because a few people have asked me if I remembered, but I couldn't remember much of my childhood because I was drugged so much." Now, the problem with all of these allegations is that we have no idea what's been investigated and cleared, what they've just swept under the rug and ignored. The other issue is, as we all know, we can't trust the Trump administration. News reports say there wasn't any evidence included with the allegations against Thomas, but do we know that it doesn't exist? Right? Like, could it be part of the 3 million pages that they're withholding? anyway, and then, there's all this stuff going on with the Clintons. They refused to testify. Now they're saying, fine, we will testify. We want it to be public. They're like daring Comer to bring them in and do it publicly. So we'll see. I absolutely think they should testify. And then I think Donald Trump should testify too. So anyway, guys, just one more reason why the Democrats need to win in the midterms this year so that they can subpoena Trump and they can haul him in to testify about Epstein. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. I will have more on this. Love you all. Please like, share, and subscribe. Take care. Talk with you soon. Everyone, welcome to the show. So Republican lawmakers are freaking out. They are freaking out about the midterms. I have some quotes to share with you that prove that they know that it's going to be bad for them. Like, they're running for cover. It's like the Kool and the Gang song, right? It's too hot, baby. Gotta run for cover, gotta run for shade. Yeah, they're sorry to get off on that tangent. They're running for cover so fast. They do not want to be a part of this anymore. And we have evidence of this fact because there are 5 new Republicans in just the last month and a half who announced that they're bowing out before the elections. One of them is even leaving the party. He no longer feels that the party aligns with his values. So I have that story to share with you. Before I get into all these details, though, please do me a big favor. Hit the subscribe button below this video. It is totally free for you. Helps the show tremendously. So really appreciate that. So here's what's going down. So at the end of last year, Virginia State Senator Brian Reeves announced on Twitter that he was going to drop out of the race. He was running to become a U.S. Senator, and he was running against the current Democratic seated Senator, Mark Warner. But he wrote in this post, and it's very long, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but he said, "Today, after prayerful reflection and conversations with my family, I am withdrawing from the U.S. Senate race." He mentions a serious family health matter, which is what they all try to say. My faith and my family come first. I remain fully committed to the citizens of Virginia, blah, blah, blah. I'm grateful to every supporter and volunteer, it goes on, honor God, love family, blah, 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 blah. So this guy, typical line, oh, gotta think of my family. I mean, could be real, but I seriously doubt it. Anyway, Salon journalist Amanda Marcotte, I think is how you pronounce her name, she mentioned this in an article, and she said that based on what she's hearing in DC, quote, Republicans are in a holding pattern, basically waiting for Trump to die or finally quit politics, with the latter feeling almost like a pipe dream at this point in time. Some of them increasingly seem to understand that they don't really have a political party, just a cult of personality. Their best hope is to bide their time and plan on rebuilding the GOP from the ashes once Trump is gone. They're just realizing this, you guys. After 10 years, they're like, maybe it's not about policies. Maybe it's just about a cult of personality. Oh, who could have known that? And because Trump's abysmal approval rating and failed policies are dragging them all down, another Republican announced their retirement. So Congressman Vern Buchanan announced that he won't seek re-election this year. So here's the article about that. There he is in the picture. Buchanan is a Florida man. He has been a member of the U.S. House of Representatives for 20 years. So this is a U.S. House rep. He said that in his announcement, it's time to pass the torch. And in the last week, we have had more announcements. So Indiana General Assembly member Ed Clear, he said that he will not seek re-election, and he's the one who's leaving the Republican Party. So this guy said that he, well, first of all, he's been in this position. He's been in the assembly for 18 years, but he cited Trump specifically when he said he was bowing out. And he said he's concerned about the Republican Party's ideological focus on certain issues. So he switched his affiliation to independent. He did not become a Democrat, but he is now an independent. And he is going to run for mayor in 2027. And Clear told a local news outlet that Trump pressuring them, because you guys might remember that big whole brouhaha with Indiana. He said that Trump's pressure for them to redraw their congressional districts was a, quote, very obvious and extreme example of how the toxic and divisive politics of Washington have made their way to Indiana. And he admitted a lot of his colleagues feel the same way. They're very disturbed by all of this, but they're too afraid to speak up. I mean, it is so pathetic. This is supposed to be the party of the alpha male, right? These aren't the soy boys on the left. These are the alphas. Peace through strength. All this bullshit that they spout out. And then it's filled with nothing but Trump cucks and betas. And speaking of which, Barry Loudermilk, he is one of the latest to take his marbles and go home. So here's the announcement on that. Loudermilk is now, well, I get he was the 29th to announce his exit. I now have a 30th today for you, but he is a member of the U.S. House of Representatives. And he also, as you guys might remember, he's the guy who gave a tour of the Capitol. I believe it was on January 5th. And then one of the people in the party that he gave the tour to attacked the Capitol the following day and was arrested. So, yeah. As of today, though, like I said, we have another one. We have another Republican Congress member, U.S. House of Representative member, who is now not stepping down, but he's not going to run for re-election. So this guy's very interesting because he is the one lone Republican Congress member in the state of Nevada. And his name is, I think it's pronounced Mark Amadei. It's Amodei. So he also announced this on Twitter. Here's his post. He said, quote, "Serving the people of Nevada has been the honor of my lifetime. Please see statement below." And then it goes on to say, you know, thank you for the honor. I came to Congress to solve problems. I look forward to finishing my term. He's been in there 15 years. He said, you know, it's time to pass the torch as well. So the Hill news outlet spoke with some Republican members of Congress, and they explained to them why they're getting out of Dodge, why they're sounding the alarm. So one senator told them that I guess it was last week at this point. Yeah. Last week's special election in Texas, they called it a quote unquote wake up call. And they said that concern over the midterms, quote, should be very, very high. And then this person went on to say, quote, "Senators are saying more and more loudly that they're very, very concerned about the environment, that it's continuing to deteriorate. They say it over and over again." And the Hill wrote this. They said, quote, "A second Republican senator who requested anonymity told The Hill that voters across the political spectrum aren't happy with Trump's handling of the economy and inflation, and a growing number of independents are turned off by his administration's aggressive deportation tactics in Minneapolis. Republicans are right to be worried about the midterms," the lawmaker said. "You can feel when the water temperature changes, and it feels like it's going to change in a second." No, it's changed. It's hot. It's getting hot in here. So Get the hell out of DC. And then another Republican senator was kind of coping. This person chalked it up to, oh, it's just typical politics. This is what happens. You know, the party out of power always has a good year in the midterms, blah, blah, blah. But he did admit, quote, clearly we're more on the defense. Yeah. So as of now, it's looking like November is going to be a good month for Democrats. It looks like 2027 will be the beginning of the end for Trump and his, regime, his horrific policies and what he's doing to people, and hopefully the beginning of some accountability for him and his minions. So anyway, guys, I'll keep an eye out for more departures. I'll let you know, but another one bites the dust. A lot of songs. A lot of songs in this episode. Another one bites the dust. It's getting hot in here. It's too hot. Anyway, all right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
Your support, folks, is what helps this channel stay on the air.
Tell a friend.
Send the videos to your friends and family so we can break through the algorithm.
Do me a solid, hit that subscribe button if you have not already. It helps out this channel. It helps out all small creators.
It helps the algorithm push this to the people who actually need to hear it.
Watch this space. Watch this space.
Work that we're doing here is not going to stop when it comes to these type of discussions. It's going to be for us and by us here on this platform when the media is telling us to look the other way. Your support is what helps us move forward. Join patreon.com/like it or not. Help us grow.
Like It or Not starts now.
Hi, good morning. Welcome to Like It or Not, where we're free to tell the truth
and not care who doesn't like it.
Hello, Benjamin P. Dixon. How are you this morning?
I'm doing wonderful, Rebecca. How are you this morning?
I'm doing good. Long little morning for me. I had to return the laptop to the folks who I was working with for a day or two.
They
was asking for their no, not that one. It was another. The girl was hustling to get $1.
I was gonna say, wait a minute, you just started this week.
No, I had to tell the other people couldn't do it. So you had to go return their laptop. They was asking like, ma'am. And I'm like, oh Lord. So yeah, I had to go return the laptop. And so was 2 wheels in the air, how my best friend would say, on the way back home to get here to do the show. So forgive me for being late on today. Tardy to the party. How are you?
I'm doing good. No DJ exclusive today. He had a thing he had to take care of. So shout out to him.
We said that, but when you blessed and you got things to do.
Amen.
That's good. That's enough. Now, Ben, we are a week into.
I'm here.
Look, you done put me on. You when you put me on full view. Now I have to present myself differently. It can catch me off guard. Now we are in officially a week into Black History Month. Okay. What was it formerly Negro? What was it? Colored Week?
Yes, Negro History Week or something to that
Yes,
effect.
something to
I
that
don't know
extent.
the.
So, but we've since gone from a week to a month, and I just want to start off with this story, even though I know you've seen it Thursday night into Friday morning into the whole day of Friday yesterday.
Yeah.
Donald Trump had posted, the black president, the only black president. We got qualms with him. We got all kinds of, but we would never sit here. Let's first start here. Donald Trump posted Barack Obama and his wife an AI video of them as apes. And I think the song behind it was "In the jungle, the mighty jungle," whatever. The lion sleeps tonight. And so Donald Trump posted 2 black people during Black History Month as apes. And no context. Just posted the video kikiing. We don't need any context. Nobody should be surprised. I'm just going to put this out here before we get into the story while Ben pulls up the imagery. Nobody should be surprised of the actions of Donald J. Trump. Nobody should be surprised that this is a racist doing racist things. Nobody should, I even feel like this should be blurred out. It feels like I'm looking at a slur. Now, but you guys should see it with your own eyes, because immediately what they do, this administration, what they went on to do is tell you not to believe your eyes. Mm-hmm. Before I get to that statement, I just want you guys to understand that if you were surprised, I don't mess with you. If you were surprised at the behavior from Donald Trump, I don't mess with you, because this has been him. He done showed us who he was year after year after year, has said so many things about black people from all over the country, but the black ones within this country, he also don't give a damn about. And he has no regard for, of course, who he makes his arch nemesis, Donald Trump. He has no regard. Not Donald Trump, for Barack Obama. He has no regard for the black president for every reason in the book, because he's black. That's every reason in the white man's racist book. Black. That's all you got to be. You were the president of the United States. Everybody mentions you. You have picked an invisible argument, battle, made this man your enemy while he's relaxing and cruising with his wife, raising his family. He already did his 2 terms. He's already seen the criticisms we've had. We loved him. We got songs about him. This is our black president. And you put our black president in AI with a monkey outfit with his wife, our former first lady, turned podcast host. And
you gotta throw that part in there.
I said to say they living their lives. They not work. Right. She's literally now doing a podcast how she feels like. She wears her hairs in braids all the time. Body is banging. It is tea. Melania don't want to hold your hand, Trump. Don't like you. So I said to say, immediately, and I'll read this statement because I have it in my phone. Immediately, I think it was Caroline Leavitt came out with the statement on behalf of, let me see where it is. Do I even have it for real? On behalf of the administration, basically saying that it was not to be taken as a racist statement. It was to be taken as something that was a light, funny, Donald Trump being the king of the jungle type video. And they're basically telling us immediately not to believe our eyes. So the statement from Caroline Leavitt said, this is from an internet meme video depicting President Trump. Mind you, depicting President Trump. Did y'all see? Yeah. So this is from an internet meme video. And mind you, I didn't go, before I finish the statement, I did not go watch the full video because I really felt like it's just, I was watching pornography.
There's no need to watch the full video.
For racist people.
Right.
And I did not feel comfortable. It was too much for me. Even the picture, like seeing that is pissing me off. It just makes me upset. It's not that I'm surprised that Donald Trump did it. It's the fact that immediately the administration came out with this statement. This is from an internet meme video depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Its Democrats was white. In The Lion King, where's there any type of chimpanzee, ape, monkeys? Did you see them in The Lion King? Other than what's his name?
Rafiki.
A baboon. Other than that, where was the other monkeys that was really featured in Lion King? So, Democrats as characters from The Lion King, please stop the fake outrage, said Caroline Levitt, and report on something today that actually matters to the American public. The president is racist. He's dangerous. That actually matters. This actually coincides with the president's behavior, moving throughout the United States, throughout the whole world, to be honest. But this dictatorship, this idea that black is less than, that brown is less than, that minority, anything is less than. And if this administration is not even recognizing Black History Month, which is, to me, something that matters to America, right? Black history in itself, and putting up the former president, Barack, and former First Lady, Michelle Obama, as the representation of Democrats, and Donald Trump being the king of the jungle, is not just racist in itself. By putting them as apes, I can't mess with you. A lot of people were online. It even made, what's that man name? What wasn't Clyburn? What's the man name that was running for, I want to say he was running for president. Was he running for president? I don't remember. But one of the Black Republicans got online and was like, if this is true.
Oh, Tim Scott.
Tim Scott. He was running for president. Tim Scott got online and said, this is true. This is one of the most racist things I've ever seen in my life.
Bro, it's true. Look, it's on the page. They just took it down.
Why is it the most racist thing you ever seen in your life, Tim? Because I saw how they did you up there on that stage. You didn't even get airtime. They said every time Tim went to speak, they were like, President Trump, because they still refer to him as that. What's your answer? This man answered Joe Biden. Tim Scott. Tim Scott would be like, and then they'd be like, and that's our time. Tim, they wasn't messing with you on that stage. They wasn't messing with you in real life. Baby, racism was all up and through your face. And you're telling me that this is the racist thing you ever seen in your life? Not dealing with Donald Trump. Not dealing with Donald Trump, baby. I know you experienced racism firsthand with them eyes. I know you did.
Why can MAGA never spell you are the racist? They always,
crazy.
Anyway, go ahead.
Well, it's insane. It's with the apostrophe RE. It's because when you're racist, they don't
brain cells die.
People don't understand the reason why a lot of racist people are uneducated too, because they don't know how to read or write. No education.
He loves the poorly educated.
They're very poorly educated. And I'm not saying I said racist. If you feel that's in your house, that's in your house. So, but with that being said, a lot of people took online. If you have the video of Jeffries.
Oh yeah, him. I thought you were trying. Okay.
Get the other video. Anyway. Get the other video that you want to get to. But I'm going to quickly go over a few people's conversations or outrage, if that, online. You had Cam, who was over there in Kentucky, who is the AG, I believe still the AG over there in Kentucky. Remember when he did not do anything for the Breonna Taylor case, and he is a Black Republican.
Well, I don't mean to cut you off. Not only did he not do anything, but he actually did do something. He actively worked to suppress and make sure that Breonna Taylor didn't get justice. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. You got that. He came out and made a statement. I'm going to read it verbatim because I want you guys to see how Daniel Cameron,
and also
is shucking and jiving for the people.
So many Shucking and jivers.
Now that was surprising to me. Now, not from coming from the Republicans only, but people who are the evangelicals. It's always the gospel ones that surprise me. It's not. They try to quote the Bible. They're trying to say a lot of different things that to kind of give Donald Trump some leeway. And I don't F with that. I don't mess with that. I don't. So here is from he was former Kentucky Attorney General and U.S. Senate candidate Daniel Cameron. This is what he said. I'm proud to support President Trump. He's endorsed me twice. I'm proud to support President Trump. He endorsed me twice. And not once Massa ever did that for me. He's always cared about the color of my skin. Massa said, the White House made clear that this was an accident. And I said, Massa, yes, sir. And then Massa said, you didn't want to hear anything from the media when left ran with these about me. And he was pointing out where they made him Uncle Tom in pictures, a Sambo type thing in pictures. Black folks did that to say, you're not one of us. And Daniel Cameron continued to say, he said, you didn't want to hear anything from the media when the left ran these about me, which he had the pictures. Then he said, what the White House did was accidental, and what the left did was intentional. So I agree, Massa. You's not done nothing to me, Massa. That's all I heard. That's how
it sounded. That's we've known Daniel Cameron's work for some time. Daniel Cameron is a part of the Legion of Coon. He's a proud member of the Legion of Coon, and we don't expect anything less from him. Along with just so many other rank and file black faces in white supremacist spaces. You had just all kind of people trying to make a religious cover for him.
I couldn't believe it.
It was out of control. And I got that video of this guy. I don't know if you want to care to see it, but I'm
embarrassed about it. First, before you play it, I just need people to stop being copycats. Just because you saw what they did in Minnesota, what they did in California. Hold on. Just because you saw what they did in Minnesota, just what you saw because what they did in like California, what the governors or the mayors have said, or it has been something that has been, use curse words to attack somebody. Jeffries, this was not your ministry. It came off as if, baby, you stuttered a little bit before you said it. Now you guys take a listen, see if I'm wrong, but just take a listen.
Yeah, it's pretty whack, bro.
This disgusting video posted by the so-called president was done intentionally. Donald Trump and his vile, racist, and malignant behavior. This guy is an unhinged bottom feeder. President Obama and Michelle Obama are brilliant, caring, and patriotic Americans. They represent the best of this country. It's time for John Thune, Mike Johnson, and Republicans to denounce this serial fraudster who's sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue pretending to be the president of the United States.
Wait, did he curse already?
Yeah. He's at the beginning.
Disgusting video posted by the so-called president was done intentionally. Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's crazy. There's no power in that. It gives Cory Booker, and met Cory Booker, nice guy. Love that he was running, love that we have representation that's in places. But baby, that's not how we're getting the message across. You already been doing some questionable things yourself, Mr. Jeffries. And so seeing this is not effective. I don't think this part of it is effective in my opinion. But people are looking for their viral moments. F Trump. You telling me, Jeffries, that this was the time you felt like you needed to pull your camera out and literally have this type of fervor for Donald Trump when he's done way more racist things you should have spoken up about? No, not on my watch. Ben, give me one moment. I'll be BRB.
Yeah. No, and I want a couple of other things here. Hang on, let me do you like this. So while she's doing that, I want to drop this real quick because there's so many people Rebecca, who have been doing this same exact like low hanging fruit of, and this is what frustrates me so much about Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. You know, anybody can get out here and say F Donald Trump. That's not an achievement. That's not a, you know, and you know what's wrong with media today is that became the headline. Oh, he said F Donald Trump. That's mighty strong words coming from the House Minority Leader. What I mean, he's the House Minority Leader. For the love of God, he's the House Minority Leader. He has power to do way more than these little corny behind videos that he's doing. I don't want to see a video. I don't want to see a tweet. I want to see organizing. Where is the national organizing being headed up by Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer to push back against these fascists, Rebecca? It's not there. But we get little pictures of him with his baseball bat or him leaning with his photoshopped hips on that picture. Remember the Photoshop hips?
I remember when he put the BBL, baby. BBL Drizzy. BBL Drizzy. Yes, BBL Jeffries. I seen it. I'm like, now why he put them hips on there? What was going on that we needed hips? Because that's what you're more worried about. The fact that you're doing this video, you put your camera up in the woods, in the park, just to say F Donald Trump, because that was a viral moment. The other, you know, F ICE, you know, by the mayor in Minnesota. Those are great. You know, I know that you're upset or you're feeling some kind of way, but you didn't tell it to us, Jeffries. But we need more. You have the power to do more. This is why we put you guys or we elect you guys to do these things, to do more. And when we're sitting in these moments and uniting as a nation to call out, I would say, and I don't want to say call out because Donald Trump has been racist, but to fight, you know, to resist, to resist. Wow, who made that? That's the video.
A white supremacist on.
Oh, that's the full video.
Yeah, so this is the full video.
See, but
this is not the full video of what Donald Trump shared, right? This is the Donald Trump shared just this much, that split second. So as Donald Trump shared it, he didn't share the full context. All he shared was Michelle and Barack Obama being portrayed as gorillas.
Make like God deal with him in every single way, because it's like this is the historic. I think this is literally historically how America always views Black people anyway. It's never left. So seeing that depicted during Black History Month from the president is not accidental. It is choice. He wanted to do that. He did it literally at what 11 p.m. at night. He was on Truth Social.
Yeah.
And this is what he decided to do.
Yep.
And when we understand that this is more than just him, this is more than just like him signaling racism. No, he's been racist. This is not, I don't want anybody to be surprised at how racist this is. Him, to me, throwing paper towels at Puerto Ricans and acting like they're not Americans, you know, during their times of turmoil is racist. Him singling out Haitians and accusing them of a centuries old lie that was built up by America, that Haitians eat cats and you know, animals here in the States. Yeah, that's racist. How he makes sure every single opportunity that could benefit Black people here in this country, Black people who are American, FBAs, if you will, ADOS, if you will, freedmen, because that's what they call themselves online now, freedmen, if you will. He's taken away every opportunity for growth or anything for, we see what he did with the 300,000 women, and not only women, Black men as well, taking away opportunities to give them to white folks just because. The immigration process, streamlining it for people from South Africa, ain't nothing wrong with them. Ain't nothing wrong with them. And cutting off the process for brown and Black folks. We see what he's done about Palestine, joining in, wanting to flatline Gaza to make it a resort, right? It's all been racist. Down to before he was even president. with taking out an ad against black folks.
Central Park 5.
He's been racist. You know what Maya Angelou said? When
somebody
people
shows
show
you
you who they are, you believe them the first time.
Believe them.
You believe them the first time. And I don't want the conversation to surround him being a racist. We know that. But it's not even dangerous anymore. This is like he's functioning exactly how America always has functioned. This is not new. This is not new. I think that's, one thing that stuck with me that Dr. Mack reiterated. Now, what is new is we're able to see it now, touch it, feel it, actually be able to say things up against it without it looking like what it did back in 1950s or such. But at the same time, we're seeing that happen in Minnesota and then preparing to do that elsewhere in other cities and states as well, that are minority, that he feels like affected his winning the election in 2020. This is what he's doing. And because Barack Obama is not any part, he never went against Donald Trump, wasn't even in the conversation, nothing, but he's black. And he is a beloved president. And again, we talked about our qualms with Barack Obama. We love the fact that he is our black president that we have historically. We honor that. We notice that, but we also have criticized him as well. But that does not warrant this racism. So I first thing I did with a lot of people online, and you can post those pictures now, Ben, was post how we remember them, because what black folks gonna do is like, okay, now we having our conversation about Barack and Michelle in the household, but what this white man not gonna do is this is what Barack and Michelle look like. Okay, this is what they look like. This is how they walk. This is how they talk. And anything.
You gotta set me up a little bit better than that.
Any pictures, because they not like, these are not Michelle and Barack have Barack and Michelle have always been a immediate example, especially for talented 10th folks like me coming from FAMU. We see that and we remember. I remember the day. This is Barack and Michelle. Give us more, Ben. But God. Because I want people to recognize this is how I choose to view them. But this is not only how I choose to view them. This is literally who they are. We've watched them go through everything. We watched them be, young and then salt and pepper, got little wrinkles, but still look damn good. I'm talking like go live their life, go on vacation, do things that we really don't see former presidents do. That's literally like clock out and never look back. Join the conversation every now and again, but enjoy their lives together. Donald Trump does not have that. No. Donald Trump doesn't experience that. Donald Trump doesn't know that. Melania is an immigrant.
Illegal. No,
model. I think Melania is beautiful. But she's an immigrant. The very thing that Donald Trump does not like about this country, but she's white and she belongs, and I'm putting that in air quotes, please remember that, to him. Probably when he met her, he did the grabbing by the coochie. You know how Donald Trump likes to do it. Put that lady out there. She got married. She married into richness. She became the first lady. She does not like that man. We see it every day. We see it every time. Look at, come on, Ben, go back to the picture of Barack and Michelle and then go to this one. It's just, look at this and look at this. Look at that and look at this. It's, come on.
So wait, one of these couples don't sleep in the same bed.
And one of these couples can't leave each other's side. Don't even make it out the bedroom.
One of these couples has coffee together in the morning.
One of these couples don't even want to smell the morning breath on the other. Husband and wife.
Wait. One of these couples actually like each other.
One of these couples could not even fathom getting up in the morning and making the other person breakfast because outrage. I ain't making that man no breakfast.
Breakfast.
What are you asking of me?
Wait. I got one. Wait. One of these couples doesn't have a wife that plagiarized the other one.
One of these couples didn't have to purchase his way into the president's seat, steal his way into the president's seat. One of these couples is black.
And be honest with you, to be fair to them, this is one of their better pictures. Because if you think about how much she, like all the time she looked at him like she really, really doesn't like him. This is one of their nicer pictures together.
With that being said, Melania has a documentary coming out about her experience as First Lady and all the things.
It came out already.
And it bombed.
Horrible.
It didn't even come out yet and it bombed. I'm not even sure. Somebody said they was pulling up to go see it because they, wanted to see what it looked like. And then they pulled up to a trash can. Y'all, there was a trash can in the back of it. And somebody said, and look at Nicki Minaj on the side. Why is the internet like that? Why is the internet like that?
One of these couples, wait a minute. One of these couples has to pay the other to touch them.
One of these couples, it just get the free 5-finger discount before
can't keep their hands off each other. Love.
Okay.
Oh man.
One of these couples gets sung to. One of these couples, man, can say, I'm so in love with you. Remember when he did that? One of these couples got a singing man.
The other one can't stand the sound of each other's voice. he breathed the wrong way. I hate him. I can't wait until he dies.
Okay.
Oh man.
And then you have Melania, of course. She came out with her documentary in a special viewing, I think, and it was not nobody really purchasing to go see it. So Netflix in that time, Becoming, I believe, by Michelle Obama, was her, I guess, autobiography that she created, and that one soared up to, I believe, number one of the trending things to watch on Netflix. And baby, when I tell you, people were so upset, and I feel like people at Netflix were upset that they moved Becoming to a children's option. Can you believe that? They put that in something for kids to watch. And I said, wow. They didn't want so bad for Michelle to be winning on Netflix that they allowed it to go into programming for children. And when it was in programming for children, it was still trending. It was still trending as something for the kids. And which lets me know that Donald Trump has stake, this administration has stake in what we watch, what we hear. There's a level of control there, what we consume, because immediately he saw that was how people were protesting or resisting Melania in this administration. They went to go find Becoming on Netflix and boost that and bring it back to the forefront and make it one of the top watched things on Netflix. Somebody at Netflix had to be upset. Somebody at Netflix had to be upset because then they moved it into the category for children, which is insane, but it was trending even there. So
wow.
I say that, racism and people who support this administration, they are your doctors, they're your lawyers, they're your dentists, they're your landlords, they're the people who work at the front office, they are your mechanics, they are all of that. And it sucks because you can't run from that. But they also buy into this racism and they will throw themselves off of a ledge for Donald Trump. But when you already know that racists are racist, you do the things that people did. We knew that if we went and resisted the way we can resist Melania Trump by just going and watching Becoming, which has already been out, and making that number one, it would shrivel Donald Trump's balls even more.
Well,
and that's what happened. And that's what happened. And so we can, there's no comparison. Becoming, and I don't even know what Melania's is called. Undoing.
It's called Melania. It's just called Melania.
There we go.
That's it. A mess. A mess.
That's it. Now, I want to go on to something else. This has been, I hate diaspora wars. I hate talking about it. A lot of people feel uncomfortable as I am a product of immigrants. Feel like I don't have no place in having, this conversation. And I know, Ben, you are ADOS, FBA.
Wait.
I don't know. I can't say, look, don't say that. I don't know, Ben, what to call it.
No. My bloodline goes back at least 8 generations that we can count, but I don't identify with either FBA or
you are
ADOS.
a Black American.
I am closer to ADOS. I know some of the people in ADOS, and I know a lot of good people in ADOS, right?
Mm-hmm.
But FBA is a whole clown show and a hate group. ADOS is unfortunately not far enough away from that for me to say, oh, I'm ADOS. But you were making a broader point.
So I say this to say, I, again, am somebody who is proud to graduate from the #1 HBCU in the nation. That is Florida A&M University. I'm proud to be from South Florida, born and raised, where, a lot of Haitians live, and be raised amongst them and my whole life, right? And I'm proud to live in one of the blackest cities, recognized blackest cities, Atlanta, Georgia. But I'm always othered. I remember sitting on, some episodes with you when we were doing Like It or Not in the studio, and people would call in and be like, why is that? She's not even one of us, Ben. Why she? And you would hang up on them. Why she sitting next to you? Why you letting her talk before you talk, Ben? Like stuff like that. That's when it was Hotep level, and it kind of graduated. But just knowing that in times like this, when we really should be working together, moments like this where we should really be talking about Keith Porter Jr. We're talking about the Grammy statement, the Grammy winning speech that Shabuzi gave, more than we are discussing.
You or do I know you?
Yeah, more than we were discussing Keith Porter Jr. And that bothers me a lot. But if you want to play can we play the clip without getting?
I don't know. I done got so many copyright strikes this week, but let's see.
Working in the medical field as a registered nurse in the psych ward. She worked 3 to 4 jobs just to provide for me and my 4 siblings as an immigrant in this country. Thank you, Mom. Sorry, I know I don't got too much time. I'm gonna read this whole speech though. I also want to thank Jared Carter, Abbas Patti, Tina Davis, Ghazi, Nima, and Nate Stevenson, and the entire Empire team for believing in me. Thank you so much, brother. And everybody else, Sean Cook, Nemin Sastry, Josh Klein, and TKG, my lawyer, Bob Celeste, and everybody that's a part of this, Harvey Mason, thank you so much. I have the greatest team in the world. Thank you so much. And again, the last thing I want to say, immigrants built this country, literally. So this is for them, for all children of immigrants. This is also for those who came to this country in search of better opportunity to be a part of a nation that promised freedom for all and equal opportunity to everyone willing to work for it. Thank you for bringing your culture, your music, your stories, and your traditions here. You give America color. I love y'all so much. Thank you.
Okay. So immediately I already knew. I was like, now why you had to say that, Shabuzi? They gonna during Black History Month, they already up and mad at us every day on the internet just for saying anything. Please, I don't want no more diaspora wars, because I think what's happening right now, and this is what this administration wants, and people don't see that really, is to always keep us divided so that when there is an opportunity for us to fight together, then it's not to do that. We're not recognizing that Shabuzi, as a Black man, born also in the United States of America, which makes him Black American. He's Nigerian American. He just set a record of now he's part of Black history as the first Black person to win a Grammy, I believe, in the category of country, right? Mm-hmm. So here we are with the Black man making history, and what people are worried about is saying that his statement about immigrants built this country exclude, and mind you, he's somebody who's a product of immigrants and telling his story in his speech. They're saying now you're excluding formerly enslaved people in the conversation. And I think that it goes without being said that we understand that there were enslaved people here that absolutely contributed to this country. But this is Shabuzi's speech, and he's a product of immigrants, and he's talking about his immigrant experience, his family here, and what's happening right now as we speak, the fight that's happening with them saying that immigrants don't belong here. And I'll say this because people came out and made this something that it was not, in my opinion. So this is not Ben's opinion. This, in my opinion, the way that people got up on the internet and made this as if he made in a deliberate attack against formerly enslaved people in America, and took them out of the conversation of who historically built this country. I think that's pretty problematic because at the end of the day, immigrants are a part of the people who built this country, only because we wouldn't have Chicago, right? If there was not a Haitian person who founded it. No, we wouldn't have the Savannah be the city that it is if the Haitian didn't come and help fight that war for them to win over Savannah. The Louisiana Purchase, we had Haitians come over, and that's why you have the culture that you have in Louisiana, and particularly New Orleans, and the slang is pretty much Haitian Creole over there. There are a lot of not only influences, but parts of things before America was America that helped build America, not taking away from enslaved folks who actually use their hands to help build up buildings, to help build up cities of that they helped build up that were actually bombed, by folks that hated the fact that they were Black folks living and building community here and all the things, right? This was never to take away from them, but you are talking about somebody who is a product of immigrants speaking about ICE and what they're doing, basically, in a metaphorically way, but also about his moment about I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my mama immigrating to this and what she did as a nurse to, in this. The words that he said are not wrong, but they also were not to say that enslaved folks did not matter and they didn't build in this country. If somebody from the ADOS community, and mind you, I'm wearing a shirt that says Malcolm, Harriet, Langston, Maya, and Frederick, right? I am somebody who is a product of immigrants. I went to Florida A&M University. They are the ones at Florida A&M University, which is a historical Black college and university out of Florida, that taught me to go deeper into who I am as a Black person, my Haitian heritage, what they contributed. And I'm like, I sat with Black Americans all in the classroom as I learned about what enslaved folks or Black Americans, all the things contributed to the building of this country. They also said, Rebecca, here's what your people contributing to the building of this country.
Right.
Because as Black folks, we all contributed to this country, building it. People before us already had a foundation. The indigenous folks already had a foundation in this country. All of the areas, when you go up and down California, you can't look left or right without saying a Spanish name for a street or a city. The building of this country is literally, like he said, a melting pot. Black folks did that from all over. And it was never to discredit. It was never to discredit formerly enslaved folks. It was never to do that. But when the conversation always comes up, it's like it's a moment to do what this administration is doing for some people. And I'm seeing people that I've worked with lead the conversation in a way that is very divisive and problematic and send out a message that is incorrect. Immigrants did not do anything for this country. Immigrants didn't help build this country. It's a lie. They didn't contribute to building the country. It's a lie. That's an absolute lie. And that doesn't take away from the fact that we're here as Black folks. And the people in Springfield, Ohio, were literally saying, the Black ones, that they did not want to go outside. And this is quoted in the Springfield, Ohio article, because ICE was supposedly to go out there on February 2nd when TPS was at that time to be expired for immigrants. And Black folks in that city said, I'm scared to go outside. I don't even know if I want to go outside because if an ICE officer would even know the difference. And that is a true statement, because when white folks look at us, while we fighting amongst who got the worst experience, it's the oppressing Olympics amongst no. When white folks looking at us while we doing all that, all they see is the hardest ER. That's it. That is it. We got a copyright strike already, man.
Already?
Yeah, we got a copyright strike immediately. It says streams are interrupted when copyright is detected. Did my stream stop anybody? Did my stream stop? Just want to know, did my stream stop? Oh, yep, my stream stopped.
Let's see if mine stopped. It looked like I'm still going. Maybe not for long.
Ben, take it off a loop.
Oh, I'm still playing it.
Let me look. Let's see if I come back and come back in. Let's see.
Go ahead. Let's see if we come back.
All right, let me come back.
We're still going. Let's see.
Am I back? Hold on. Let me see. Look, everybody in the chat looking for me.
It says unavailable on your side.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm gonna come back.
Man,
you got us kicked off. Put another link in the chat.
Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Let me see if I'm up. Or am I down too? Let's see. I'm still up. So what you want to restart a new one? Are you going, Rebecca? Rebecca gone too? Lord, they done kicked Rebecca all the way out. All right. So folks, what happens? We got a copyright strike that quick on the clip from Shabuzi. So let's give Rebecca a few minutes to come back. While she comes back, I want to play this clip.
My word. I am a registered Republican. My dad was the president of American Pipeliners Association, so I came by it rather naturally. Voted for the president, supported him, but I really want to apologize. I mean, I'm looking at this awful picture of the Obamas. What an embarrassment to our country. All this man does is tell lies. He is not worthy of the presidency. He takes bribes.
We had to put something we can stream.
And now he's being a racist. Blatantly. They were supposed to deport the dangerous criminals. They were not supposed to go after small children, storm schools, bring terror upon the little kids, and women and children, not just
the clip is playing.
The immigrants in the school. All
no, we're back up, right?
Are scared. This is not a decent man.
Okay, so we're gonna pause for a second. Let's pause this clip. Let's pause this clip. Rebecca, my channel never went down. I'm still
my channel went all the way down, and they blacked me out so bad that even when I came back on, they did not give my camera access. So,
really?
Yeah, when you're a smaller channel, that's what they do to you.
Over a little bitty behind acceptance speech at the Grammys?
Baby, they shut it down. They said, ma'am, they can't even find my stream.
Okay, so would you want to start a new stream?
No, this is fine.
Okay. Drop the link to my channel, or maybe we disconnect it. Let's disconnect yours and then reconnect it.
All right.
So I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect it and reconnect, and let's see if we can get you back up. Oh, they say they're back. They say they're back. Don't disconnect.
I removed it. Anyways, as we're
now
here,
start it again. We're gonna work right through it live on the spot. We're gonna do it live.
This is hilarious. Let me see. 2
We're gonna do it live.
I put like it not. Listen, y'all gonna get what you get. But I do want to continue the conversation. I think I was really spitting. Real quick, I just don't think that. Am I back? Look, am I up? I don't think that it is about what the people were trying to make it about, but I think that people are also using this opportunity with what's happening with immigrants in this country as a moment to pull back logic that was created way back to put inside of Black folks' head for us to be divided once against amongst each other. on who's the worst, like who had it worse, who's the best black, who's this and that and the other. And that bothered me the most, because why are we looking for the oppression Olympics when it comes to who was enslaved more and where, when it was just literally a different boat stop? And when you really think about it, every place that we went to, I come from, you guys here in America are not the only people who come from formerly enslaved. My people in Haiti were formerly enslaved. That's why we had a revolution. Like, what are we not saying? The Caribbean islands were all formerly enslaved, owned by one of them whites. What are the colonizers? We all have the same story when it comes to that. We all had masses, right? We all had colonizers. We all had places where they killed off our indigenous people for the most part.
That's right. No, I don't know that there, I don't mean to cut you off. I don't know that there is a place on the planet where the indigenous people have not been killed off by colonizers.
Mm-hmm.
Like name a place. Maybe there's some survivors, obviously, in African nations. They didn't completely obliterate every single nation, but all across the globe, indigenous populations were obliterated. All across the globe, people were displaced. Migrants had to move. And this is not just recent history. This is ancient history. And so there are always going to be immigrants. And then I don't know if you're finished yet, Rebecca, but I'll throw it back to you. But I want to say a little bit more about the fact that, yeah, immigrants did help build America, right? I think maybe he could have avoided this if he had said help. But I'm going to be honest with you. I don't have time to be sensitive like that. Like, I'm not fragile, right? I'm not going to collapse and say, oh, no, he didn't reference black people. Nigga, we know. Who doesn't know? We're going to always repeat. I know what my people did for this nation. Matter of fact, I know even deeper. I know what position black folks have, not just black Americans especially. There's a very special place in the moral arc of the universe for black Americans because of chattel slavery. There's nothing left on, there was nothing on this planet that compares to chattel slavery, except perhaps outright genocide, which is why we give what we give for the people of Palestine and what's going on in Sudan and Congo, right? This is an international issue. White supremacy is an international issue. And if you can only see it through the lens of being a black American, then you are going to eliminate all of the allies that we need across the globe. And so it's kind of like this, Rebecca, like in my house, as I raise my daughter, like I give her a lot of space because of patriarchy. I need her voice to be stronger than usual because I know what patriarchy is trying to do to her. Do you think every time something happens that I disagree with from a man perspective, you think I'm gonna clutch my pearls and be like, oh no, you gotta consider the men. What about men? No, you pause and you give those people the space that they need to say and do what they need, because in this present moment, the attack is against immigrants. And if we don't address it right now, that attack is going to come full circle right back to where it started, which is against black people. So I'm not really with all these people who are like, oh my goodness, he's devaluing black folks. No, there's more people on the planet than black Americans. And I'm the proudest black American. But I know we need to
listen, all black people are nationalists. We are all like people who are going to stunt about our blackness from wherever we are from, wherever it's facts. You meet an African, ain't no African more prideful than an African. You meet somebody from the Caribbean, we all think we the best ones. You meet a black American, you love your culture. It just literally is that blackness. We love it in so when it's moments like this, we have to understand the scope of what he's speaking about. He's talking about what, like, the moment right now.
Right.
This is one of those times where you can't be like, but no, it can't. This is the moment right now. What's happening? What are they doing? The central point, and I think that y'all could have took this moment and made it about Keith Porter Jr. I would have been happy about that, because that is a man that was killed by ICE.
That's right.
By ICE. Right. And I think the outrage that goes to moments like this for correction or for whatever. And mind you, this is coming from Shabuzi speaking about immigration in a time where immigration officers are killing all people, saying that they don't belong here because they don't do anything for this country. This is the context that he's speaking about while he's sharing the fact that I'm only up here because my immigrant mama made a decision to come out here.
That part.
And now I'm making history in America for Black people. I'm a part of the Black history as well. This is my problem. This is where this is not the conversations we should all have. We should all be banding together to be like, you know what? Keith Porter Jr. deserves justice, because if this were to happen again, and there's no saying that it will not happen again, if this were to happen again, if an ICE officer murders somebody and that person is a Black person, are we going to go, I don't know why my camera keeps doing that, are we going to go with criminalizing this Black person because America tells us to do so? Or are we going to fight for the justice of this Black person? Or are we going to sit here and allow our conversations to deeply just be divided, us talking about who had the worst, who had it worse, and who has the better, and who has this? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Rebecca, I'm not giving, I refuse. It is core to my being. I refuse to spend any energy fighting horizontally against people I should have solidarity with. Immigrants, I don't care if you're Mexican, I don't care if you're I know that there are plenty of immigrants who have issues with Black Americans. No shit, Sherlock, we know that. We get that. Everybody who comes to the United States of America, they're given a bonus if they will turn against Black people. That's just what it is. When the Irish first came to the United States of America, their first solidarity was with Black people because they were oppressed, like not quite like Black people, but they were certainly oppressed. But then Irish people were incorporated into white supremacy. Same with Italians. And so it doesn't matter what immigrant group that comes here, whether you're Asian immigrant or whether you're Hispanic immigrant, white supremacy will give you a pass, not a free pass. But as we can see, that pass was temporary. So all of those model minorities from all these groups, whether you were an Asian minority immigrant, whether you were a Mexican immigrant, or whatever you came from, African, it doesn't matter. Wherever you came from, that pass that made you feel like you had an advantage over Black people has been completely revoked, right? And so I'm just trying to contextualize what I'm getting ready to say for the whole picture. You cannot talk about the whole picture without talking about all of the particular details. But here's the core point. I'm not going to spend time fighting an Asian. I'm not going to spend time fighting a Mexican. I'm not going to spend time fighting a Black person unless they have a Black immigrant, unless they have explicitly made it clear that they want to be my enemy. Well, then I got to get them. Then I got to treat them like white supremacy. But where my energy is going every day, all day, twice on Sundays, is punching up towards white supremacy. I refuse to give my fight and fight against somebody else who is marginalized, even if they don't like me. I'm just going to ignore them. All these African immigrants or people from Africa who they pull in clips and say, oh, look, this is an African person who doesn't like Black Americans. Okay, good on them. Because I know about a billion others that love us.
Yes. And I'm like, there's a lot. This is the moments, like it's the same thing that the administration does or that white people do. It's to divide again. If you point out that there was one Mexican person from a gang that tragically murdered somebody, that does not make the whole face for Mexican people, but that's what this administration does. And that's what they'll do. They'll say, that's why we need Mexicans out of this country. It's because they're all dangerous, right? And the reason, again, I'm going to make this point. The reason why we are not focused on Keith Porter Jr. is because he had a gun where he was shooting in the air for the holiday, right? For New Year. So we're naturally trained to think as white folks want you to think about Black men with a gun. Right. Dangerous, armed. We don't need to really discuss that. People don't know that they're moving, and this is just to be divided, just to not pay attention, just to not do the things that we were supposed to be doing. We know that people ain't gonna like each other. We know I got Haitians. While we talking about the Spanish people, I will vote for Donald Trump. No, right now, you got some Haitians that was in the WhatsApp talking about some the way I want Donald Trump to win because he is a man to give me money. He's going to help my family. Telling people to do that from across the aisles. Okay, you ain't look. That happened, but that literally again. I don't hate Black Americans yet. I've been bullied by them because, again, that was something that they taught them to do to us growing up. And so naturally there's going to be this hate or this argument or this division. And right now is the time where we must band together, because as you can see, everybody can get it in this administration.
And I'm be honest with you, Rebecca. I don't have to. I love my people. I'm tell you, I love my black people, man. Ain't nothing like being black. Ain't nothing like having my roots all the way back to probably before this country was founded, right? I love that. But I ain't got time for nobody who is going to use their fight to fight against anything other than white supremacy. I don't care if you give me somebody from Nigeria who hates black people and you show me a clip, say, oh, see, this is why we should not unify with Nigerians. And I don't have time for you, nor that Nigerian. I don't care. I don't care what they have to say. That's one random person over there in Nigeria who don't like black folks. We're dealing with a global system of white supremacy that is on a death march. They are on a freaking death march of genocide and destruction. And you want me to fight a diaspora war?
It's crazy. I'm like, we gotta start focusing on some other things. I get it. Y'all didn't like it. Fine. But to focus on it for days on end, I don't know what's going on with my camera.
Your camera, just pull up your avatar today.
Okay, yeah. Days on end, all of these things. I'm like, we got to do better, honestly. It don't make it no better. I ain't even got no picture, but we got to do better, honestly, with how we are, focusing on the wrong things. And who loves it when we focus on the wrong things? The ops, they love it. Because when we are distracted with the wrong things, we're not going to keep talking about Keith Porter Jr. because we're not talking about him now. So they going to go ahead and, God forbid, unalive another black person.
Right.
And then while we talk about it for one day or mention it again, and when they kill a white person, we'll throw them in the conversation for about a day and then forget about them again. We're going to talk about something else that they throw out there that we don't like, and that'll be it. No, it cannot be that way. And again, I can't make anybody do anything they don't want to do. I've seen people contribute to the conversation that are people I've worked with who have said things that are so anti-immigrant. And I think that as a response to some of these things, we got to be careful, because I can't get on here and be anti-Black American. I can't do that. I literally live in America. I'm a Black person. I went to one of the blackest and best schools in this nation.
It's all right. Don't get beside yourself. It is an okay school. Go ahead.
One of the best. You can't see me, so I could be rolling my eyes at Benjamin P. Dixon right now. But
hell, Wildcats.
Like, we cannot sit here and have these types of discourse and down one another, especially if, we worked alongside each other. We've talked about issues that the Black community is having in America, and lo and behold, and you felt this way about me the whole time. You felt this way about immigrants the whole time. You thought that because my family is not from here, but I'm born and raised here, I should not have any access to certain things or rights to certain things, or my Black isn't pure. Those conversations have to stop. On both ends, they have to stop. We got bigger fish to fry up here in this country.
What I was going to say, Rebecca, though, more than just those conversations have to stop, I think our conversations have to grow. And this is what I was talking about with Olay. I think the diaspora needs a global conversation between those of us who know better, those of us who understand exactly what white supremacy is doing, exactly what certain people in our own community. Listen, there are paid agitators. Tariq Nasheed from so-called Foundational Black Americans, right? A paid agitator to divide and conquer. There are paid agitators in every single culture. How do you think you get ICE agents that are Mexican? Like, how do you think you get ICE agents that are Black or Nigerian or from another country? Because in every culture, in every race, you're going to have some people who would take dollars in order to divide and conquer our own people. And so I think what we have to do instead is have a conversation amongst those of us who know better and amplify that conversation, because the most popular conversation right now are those who are getting paid to divide and conquer.
Right here.
You back? I keep talking.
No, I'm trying to see what's going on with my my cameras. Yeah, I think it's the battery that I bought. Remember the bootleg battery I told you I got? I think it's that.
You ain't got a charger?
It's a bootleg battery. I do.
You got a charger, don't you?
I do.
Well, here, if you don't, I'm working on something as we speak to put something on screen, so we just not looking crazy over here. But that's the conversation. I was talking with Olay about it, and it's been a long time since I've talked to her about it. So I need to have that conversation again. But if we don't absolutely start amongst us having a conversation amongst those of us who know better, we're going to constantly be faced with people who are getting paid good money, and we can't move past that, right? We can't move beyond the people who have been paid to divide and conquer us, because it's easy. It's so easy for us to fall into, oh, I don't like this group. It's so easy to punch down or punch across when people are scared to punch up. And I'm like, all of our energy, any energy, any resources, any time, any stream that is committed to dividing and conquering us, or bickering amongst ourselves. It's kind of like how ignorant do you have to be right now to be more interested in fighting amongst people on the left versus fighting the fascists who are trying to take over this country? Makes absolutely no sense. So anybody who's spending time dividing and conquering us on the left, I got no energy for. Matter of fact, I see you as an enemy now, because you are here to destroy the solidarity that we must have across all silos in order to stop white supremacy.
Absolutely.
Are you back yet?
No, I'm back, but you can't see that I'm back. No, I absolutely agree. I just need to be seen. I hate that I can't see myself, but I absolutely agree with everything you're saying. I think that, and you know what's a scary thing though? It's burnt out. I don't talk about it much, but even when I speak about, certain things on my videos, a lot of people will come under there and be like, you're not even one of us. You can't talk about our issues, whatever. It's just kind of burnt out. I feel like at this point, even Olay probably feels the same way, but it's like, we just got to just do our work and go. Like this show right here, it's you and it's my show and you featured on here, but it's our show. And we get to have these conversations without having to battle out a Tariq Nasheed or somebody else who feels a certain kind of way about things that are being said. We can have an understanding conversation. I don't want to go try to fish out for those people, because I thought I was actually working alongside those people, and the whole time these people couldn't wait to take an opportunity to say, I don't even really like Black immigrants because X, Y, and Z. And seeing that over the last year or two just kind of put me in a place where it's like, listen, I don't go by what they say. So I'm just going to have to use my platform to naturally just speak against it. Because even when I do say stuff, like even probably under this video, we're going to get comments that are going to be, they're going to be either anti-Black American or anti-immigrant coming from Black folks. And those are the things that I don't ever want to put myself in a position where I'm having a heart attack or stroke trying to get somebody to understand what Shabuzi said that wasn't intentionally trying to exclude the Black American and their experience and what they contributed to this country.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get that 100%. Sometimes it's not even worth the energy. But on the other hand, though, it is worth the energy. Here's why it's worth the energy. Because if we don't confront these, some fights you just got to fight. And to me, is if we don't crush this, you know what I mean? Like if we don't fight this head on and just go ahead and have this fight, then we're going to be constantly dealing with people who get away with dividing us. There is one enemy in the United States of America, one, and that's white supremacy. Mm-hmm. If you want to count a second enemy, capitalism. If you want to count a third enemy, Christian nationalism. But all three of them can be wrapped up into one thing, white supremacy. And so anybody who is taking away from that fight, especially to divide and conquer us, I think we got to have that. I think we got to kind of hash that out right now, because to let it linger it's going to always come back. It's going to always be, here's a new election cycle. Oh, here goes some new Negroes who are paid good money to divide the diaspora.
Yeah, look, because I had to put on the 1925 camera, but absolutely, Ben. No, I agree with what you're saying. I guess we'll work on it. We'll develop it and see where my mind is at the time, moving forward, because I don't think this is going to stop. I think that it actually building more on this. I thought that last year when I talked about it and did a video about it, when people were saying like this is not their fight and all the other stuff, that we would get to a place where we see the same right. We need to unify because this isn't right. And together, especially when we found out about Keith Porter Jr., I thought that would actually be something to be like, oh, not one of no. Like I thought a lot of the people who claim to be like FBA or they would not play with it. You know what I'm saying? That they would get up, march to the streets about Keith Porter Jr. And it's bothering me that they get up and march to social media about what Shabuzi said.
Shabuzi.
We got bigger fish to fry. We got
wait, Rebecca.
Can
let me jump in there because I didn't notice that, and I think, am I hearing you right? You're saying it's frustrating you because you didn't see them get up and march and unify in solidarity to promote Keith Porter's name, like you're seeing them get up to jump and go after Shabuzi.
Trending for days. Keith Porter trended for like a day, and we continued on, and that's what bothers me. And people have done. I read so many dissertations. Let me get my Haitian accent there. I read so many dissertations and think pieces that I'm still kind of pretty, but I've read so many dissertations and so many think pieces as it relates to Shabuzi, and I'm like, the time that we're given. I woke up the next morning. That was on Sunday night. Till this day, if you type in Shabuzi, it's still a trending topic on the Threads platform. Griot did something about it 2 days ago. Again, this was Sunday night. And honestly, when I seen, who was it? The reaction, who was it from? I'm trying to remember. I forget who the reaction was from, but I did hope and pray that Shabuzi just left it be. Like, did not mention anything about it and continued on. You just made history, just continue on.
Right.
But he did come back out, and people were saying, thank you for at least knowing you was wrong. And I'm like, did y'all read the same statement I read? He said, I said what I said, but I also never said anything that was supposed to intentionally hurt you. It was never, and I'm sorry that you feel the way that you thought that this would intentionally hurt you, because that was not the case. And like, seriously, like, I don't know how else to say that was not, my words were never meant to cause this conversation. Or he's like, I understand the contributions that Black folks who were here did for this country. And that's simple as that. So some people were like, thank you for acknowledging you was wrong. And some people, that was enough for people to say. Some people were like, man, that didn't make any sense to me. I don't care. That he still didn't say that he didn't take back his words. Same thing they did to Mamdani. When after, mind you, everybody was, oh, Mamdani fine. Mamdani got a little bit in him. Mamdani, all of that, until he made his speech and said immigrants, something along the same lines. Baby, They said, listen, brown man. Ain't you Middle Eastern? You ain't even really one of us. Ain't you? You don't even clear when it comes to a blackjack. You don't. They were going in on him. They made sure for days and nights. But I don't think he ever responded back. He continued to do what? The work he had to do for the community in New York. If y'all don't like what your mayor is doing in New York City, I'm gonna need y'all to be more verbal about that. Instead of focusing on something that really, come on, y'all. If you know that your Blackness is not going to be erased because somebody said immigrants built this country, you come on, baby. White folks every day say that you don't belong here. And people like Benjamin Dixon says his family goes way back before this country was even founded. So at the end of the day got to end. We got things to do, baby.
Who's is that? At the end of the day, the day got to end.
The day got to end. The day got to end. So I didn't want to take that much time on it, but the feds was watching, camera ain't working, all type of things. But I really needed to get that out there because I didn't know how to have the conversation. The only person that I trust to have a conversation like that with is you. Understanding that when you have conversation, and that's on both ends, when you have this type of conversation with someone who already has set in their mind that you are against them, the conversation just feels so like you are pulling teeth on, you are stressed out. You always leave it not poured into, not feeling like you did any kind of work, but you feel damaged. You feel damaged.
Yeah. I'm trying to situate myself in my memory here back to high school, and I'm trying to see how deeply I participated in Haiti Day. You know that day.
Haitian Flag Day.
Well, no, not Haitian Flag Day. No, see in Pompano at Ely High School, they used to jump all the Haitians.
Oh no, they do. We had something like that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to oversell myself because I'm not above. Like I've always had a mind for justice, but I'm trying to remember if I really ever got involved. I know I never fought nobody. I was too small for that. But the reason I say that is because there are deeply rooted divisions that are easily exploitable in every one of our diasporic communities. That's on purpose, my family.
Mm-hmm.
And to have the capacity to do the deepest of analysis on white supremacy, but then when an immigrant or a son of an immigrant makes a speech like this, and then all of a sudden you go away from white supremacy and you focus like a laser on this, something's not right there. Something's not clicking. It becomes a reflex to an old bitterness. You know what I mean? It's like it's like no matter how far we sail, there's a deep-seated bitterness in us that makes us go back to these diaspora wars. And what I'm saying is that we got to kill that. Because that original bitterness didn't come from us in the first place. It came from all of us Black people of different origins being smashed into one place and being forced. I mean, my God, I wonder if people actually, this is how dumb it's gotten. You have Black Americans who are rejecting the fact that we hail from Africa, that our blood lineage comes from Africa. That's how stupid.
I told you they online saying I'm a freedman. My people are freedmen. So I'm like, no, see, I don't know.
Yeah. No, but again, and I appreciate you having this conversation with me, but I want to ask, not even challenge, but ask all of those of us who know better to have these conversations more boldly, more loudly, in their faces. Because once the diaspora sits at a round table and has a conversation that can be seen globally, then all of these other people who divide and conquer us immediately look small and insignificant. And I don't care if you have 1 million followers. When your mindset is that the only people that matter are Black Americans in the United States of America, whose lineage goes back enough generations for you to be satisfied, if that's your mindset, then you have instantly made yourself too small for what the universe, I don't care what you call it, I was going to say God, right? What God is getting ready to do, what the moral arc of the universe is getting ready to do, what justice is getting ready to do. You have already made yourself too small to be in the bigger conversation. And we got to start having that bigger conversation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so much has actually happened this week that surroundations that now that we're talking about them. And you had on, again, February 2nd, 2026, TPS was due to end by Donald Trump. He definitely put that out there that TPS was going to expire. It was due to end. And a judge, last minute, baby, before midnight. No, but last minute, a judge made sure to, and I have a link. I'm going to read. I want to get her.
I got you.
But yeah, a judge made sure to stop that. And she has, I want you to read her statement, so that's what I'm going to put in the chat right now. But a judge made sure to stop that, postpone that, and of course to give them about another month. But that's what we've been seeing happen for a while. But it was what the judge said. It was what the judge said, and I wanted to read that the letter from the judge. It says here.
You need to make it bigger.
Is that the wait? I don't think that's the. Hold on. The response. Okay, that's it. There is an old adage among lawyers: if you have the facts on your side, pound the facts. If you have the law on your side, pound the law. If you have neither, pound the table. Secretary Noem, the record to date shows, does not have the facts on her side. For Secretary Noem, she's talking about, or at least has ignored them. Does not have the law on her side, or at least has ignored it. Having neither and bringing I hope I'm saying that right, the adage into the 21st century, she pounds X, FKA Twitter, right? Formerly known as Twitter. Kristi Noem has a First Amendment right to call immigrants killers, leeches, entitlement junkies, and any other inept name she wants. Secretary Noem, however, is constrained by both our Constitution and the APA to apply faithfully to the facts, to the law, and implementing the TPS program. The record to date shows that she has yet to do that. And then she granted the motion for a stay. She read Secretary Noem of the Trump administration. She made sure that, okay, listen, the law for TPS, they're here rightfully. And then they also are paying taxes into things. Many of them are asylum seekers, especially in the last few years. All of the things which say that they are here rightfully so and not criminally. They're not breaking any laws. But what you're doing is causing chaos to expire the TPS before its due date, right? Before its expiration date in the first place. And then to immediately try to cause chaos and make these people criminals overnight. I've actually covered this story a year ago when he tried to do it the first time. When the story came out that he was going to do it the next day. Donald Trump be saying things and then never get done. But here we are. We're focusing on this letter, this open letter that the judge gave to this administration. And I think that it's more important for us to have that type of representation for us. You know why? Because so many people were saying, oh, it's temporary protected status while they're getting their paperwork done here. And let me be clear, because that's the name of my show. Please, you guys take a look. It's on the page right now. Let me be clear. But let me be very clear. Haitians do not come here because they really want to leave Haiti, their home forever. My mom and dad left because for opportunity purposes at that time. They needed to get better opportunities for themselves so then they can take their whatever they're able to learn education-wise or whatever and bring it back home. That was the goal. What's happened in the last few years? We had the assassination of our president, Jovenel Moïse, in Haiti. Gangs, the uprising of gangs started to come way more. We had our Petro-Carib situation with our gas and our petroleum, and all of those things have affected us. We still are finding a way to recover from the earthquake, but also in between that time, since the earthquake to today, we've had many natural catastrophic instances within the country. Mind you, a corrupt government at the same time that's selling the country section by section. And then we have the United States, which is infiltrated and has been engaging in destabilization of the country since we decided white folks gotta go. We not being ruled by no master. The destabilization of our country because we went to go help other countries go get free. The U.S. said they too damn strong. They've they've been involved in taking our money, literally coming in and taking our money, coming in and taking our rice. That's Bill Clinton and his wife. Building 6 homes with all the money that was funded on our behalf from all over the world. What was it? Red Cross came down and then built 6 homes with Hillary Clinton and left. Took our rice, which there is video of Bill Clinton actually sitting down in a testimonial on the floor saying that he feels so bad because he ruined that for us. So people be like, oh, you know, it's temporary. You know, you got to work hard. If Haiti was stable right now, I'd be out there. I'll be gone. I'm at an age where I'm just like, listen, I love being home. I love being on the beach. I love being that we can be with our families and actually have that type of culture with each other. But what's going on there is just an unlivable place. Why can't people say that that's happening over there? Do we want it to say it's happening? No, but mostly in the city area, that's where my family is from. That's where a lot of people are running from. Because they don't no longer have businesses that they can go back to. Their businesses have been burned down. Their churches have been burned down. Their homes have been burned down. Their children have been attacked or kidnapped by the gangs that are being funded, some of them, by Americans. Guns being brought into the country, those type of things. So the goal is to keep the country down and to always make us look like we can't have. That when Haitians are coming here, they're coming to protect themselves so they can live another day and maybe see the turnaround of Haiti that they can come back to at some point. Americans always go to other people's countries and telling them how they can do things better. I know this because every time I'm on vacation, it's some white person or whatever is going to another person's country and telling them how they can do better and what they got better in America. But you still in these people's country for vacation because ain't no vacation in America. As people in this world, we should be willing to look out for one another. Haiti has done that time and time again. That's why a lot of these countries in Latin America have freedom, because Haiti has decided, hey, we did it for ourselves. Let's go help and free other countries. That's why you see the red and blue the same way we got on our flag, our Haitian flag. You see that in a lot of Latin flags because we helped to free those countries. America's such a mean. Don't come here. Don't come here. This country don't even belong to y'all. Indigenous folks, right? So when these conversations arise, people are like, why can't they endure it? Blah, 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 blah. Listen, we are helping folks. Haiti has a place where I believe it was the Polish or the Germans to this day who have a place because they were fleeing. And I want to say it was the Germans who were fleeing from what was happening in their countries, and they sought out and they came to Haiti. Haiti gave them a place of area for them to reside and to, you know, start putting up their roots, and that's how you do things. And now, so this conversation about Haitians that come here, Haitians literally will come to a place and make it better. People get mad because in West Palm Beach, I always say that shopping plaza on Okeechobee and Military with the Ross, with the Didi's, with the old Winn-Dixie, that's now the Presidential Market, with the dentist office, with the old King's Buffet where Party City over there used to be. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That area was a dead zone for a very long time. When Joe Biden passed that law, and we called them T-Bidens, little Bidens. When them T-Bidens came from Haiti and they came over there, there's a school across the street where they learn English. They would go there, come from that, and fill that plaza up as the people who were working, stocking, the managers, the security guards, all of that in that plaza. Every single shop has now people who are working in it because them Haitians came and started putting back money into that city that should have been, that city plaza that should have been shut down.
Same thing for Springfield. Same exact thing. Make sure you look at the wrong camera, but same thing with the factory workers in the town of Springfield, Ohio, as it was dying, and as the Haitians came to the city, the owners of the companies, the
Sandy, you're muted.
I was setting up, you know, when you come early, I muted because I don't want anybody to hear me. I am here. Let me make sure my camera's whatever. Hello, everybody. Doesn't seem like it wants to move. Got a good show. It's an interesting show today. Cops, police, dirty cops, ICE. You know, everybody's talking about Pam. Everybody's talking about Pam Bondi. Everybody's talking about a lot of things. I want to talk today about a couple of stories. And what set me off today is a local story. It started with a local story, and God, I'm just trying to find. Okay, started with a local story, which I'm actually going to show you as soon as I'm set up right. It's good to see all of you, but you know, sometimes you have to give me a second because when I do this platform, it's not my normal platform. So I'm setting up at the last minute, but it's great to see all of you. Hi, Groove Dragon and everybody, Alex, all of you. All right. So this is a story that's actually, I'm going to play this. It's a bit of a long video, but it then brings us to a lot of questions about cops, dirty cops, policing, what policing is supposed to be like. It's trust. And there's a lot of data and a lot of information on trust and do we trust our institutions? Hang on. Yo, Foggy, you're making some banana bread. Oh, God, none of that for me. I am on it is going to be spring. No, none of that. No sugar. Actually, I'll just give you the quick. I was at my daughter's watching the Super Bowl. She made gluten-free, some kind of whatever cookies they were. They were so good, but I had a headache for 2 days because I can't eat sugar. I'm not a diabetic or anything, but I had a headache for 2 days. So forget sugar. Goodbye. Anyway, we're going to talk about this. I'm going to tell a story. I'm going to tell my own story also with this. And I really want to talk about police and what's happening in our country, because you know we really are, and I guess we've been watching this for a long time, but we're watching the erosion of all kinds of trust. We're watching it in policing and immigration enforcement and false arrests. We're watching it in most communities, a lot of communities that don't even believe anymore in any of this. You know, they don't believe in fairness. That the system is not designed to protect people in so many communities. I'm not saying all cops are horrible, because I happen to know a few that are not. And especially this one kid that, God damn it. I'm sorry. I am having the worst time with my screens today. All I want to do is fix my camera, but it's not fixing. All right. Anyway, everything's eroded. Yeah, Alex, you're saying, what did you say? Is there anything left to erode? Right. But you see, I don't hate cops, you know. I don't hate anybody. I don't like dirty cops. It's saying defund the police. It's never going to work. Defund ICE. Oh God, get rid of ICE, abolish ICE. Yes, in every which way possible. But this is, you know, I'm not going to sit here and tell you this is anti-law enforcement. It's really, let's look at the structure. Let's look at some statistics. And I'm going to show you this. So let's watch this video. It's a little long, but it's good. And I want to see how I can add it. All right.
Now to a months-long investigation by the 7 News I-Team. A Southtowns man has filed a federal lawsuit against the Erie County Sheriff's Office after a deputy targeted him in order to do a favor for a friend. 7 News reporter Giovanni Ligi covers the Southtowns and brings us the body camera video the Sheriff's Office didn't want you to see in his investigation when policing turns personal.
You're under arrest.
that you even pulled me over. You are under arrest. Listen to me. You are under arrest for driving while intoxicated. Okay.
On the Stark Road in Elma in late September of 2024, in a small town where people know their neighbors and their police.
We now know that there's a deputy who is out there and willing to pull people over if a friend asks them to do that.
What looks like a routine traffic stop unravels into a lengthy internal affairs investigation and would become the center of a federal civil rights lawsuit.
Roll on these back windows. Roll down these back windows.
In several hours of body camera video obtained by 7 News in an almost 5-month-long public records fight, you see Erie County Sheriff's Deputy Salvatore Vaccaro pull over Michael Kubaisen.
Listen, I know I had a couple of drinks.
Michael admits to drinking.
I'm gonna fail my drink. I'm gonna fail right now. I just want to make sure that you're safe to be on the roadway.
Field sobriety tests follow.
Do you understand all the instructions I gave you? All right, you may begin.
And minutes later,
I'm not what? You're not blowing? Okay. Go ahead and turn around. Put your hands behind your back. All right. You're under arrest for DWI.
Michael is then arrested for DWI, and for most people, that's where the story would end. But according to internal records, this stop didn't start on the side of the road. Records show investigators determined Deputy Vaccaro targeted Michael, lied during an internal affairs investigation, withheld key evidence from the district attorney's office, and falsified the original police report.
You're really fucking me up. I'm not trying to fuck you up, man. You are trying to fuck me up. Okay. You are under arrest for driving while intoxicated. Okay.
Records show just before the traffic stop, Deputy Vaccaro received at least 2 phone calls, and minutes later documented a traffic complaint, but didn't tell anyone else.
What's the reason for stopping? So I came behind him, approached him.
Where was he? Later that night, Michael's son questions Deputy Vaccaro's intentions.
So there's nothing, no conflict, because it kind of seems like entrapment.
There's no conflict of interest.
It seems like there's some entrapment going on.
He was unfortunately going through a divorce, and the brother of the woman he was divorcing was very good friends with the deputy and had called him.
And nearly 1 year later, investigators concluded those phone calls were from someone asking for a personal favor.
He knew my client would be passing through on his way home, and then posted up there, and when he observed his car, then proceeded to follow him and initiate a stop.
Michael was charged with DWI, and for months the case hung over him. Then in February 2025, the criminal case took a sharp turn. Those calls were never disclosed to the district attorney's office until months later. Michael's case ended with the plea deal for a traffic ticket, and the DWI charge was dropped.
Just follow me home then? I am not following you home. I am conducting an investigation roadside. Okay? Can you come, Mark?
But days after that plea deal, Deputy Vaccaro filed a complaint with the Department of Motor Vehicles targeting Michael and his business. That triggered a DMV audit. That's when Michael filed a complaint with the sheriff's office.
You think I'm like a criminal, dude? I'm not, dude. There's a way to go about things and there's a way not to.
Sheriff's Office investigators opened a professional standards investigation and found that Deputy Vaccaro lied about filing the DMV complaint, failed to disclose the phone calls, withheld information from prosecutors, and falsified the original police report.
That's not the way that law enforcement is supposed to operate. They have guardrails. Clearly, this deputy breached those, and not only did the county see the breach, they verified it.
Deputy Vaccaro was suspended for 2 weeks without pay, but by then Michael had lost his CDL, endured a DMV audit, and faced criminal charges for months.
I think the county is sending the message to deputies, yeah, go ahead, arrest people as favors for friends, lie or make false statements on documents. When we ask you about things under oath and you say you didn't do them and then we show you you did, you know, that's okay. Just, you know, go somewhere nice for 2 weeks in June and come back on the 3rd week. It sends a message that that's acceptable.
Michael is now suing the sheriff's office in federal court. In court documents, the county disputes many of the allegations, even though sheriff's office investigators sustained most of them.
They don't add up, right? What the county has answered and what the internal findings have proved don't match.
And while data shows very few law enforcement officers commit misconduct on the job, records show this specific deputy has a history of doing so.
Well, unfortunately, this deputy has a track record of abusing power. This deputy, there's been at least 4 prior times where he has abused his power.
I can't believe you're doing this to me right now. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I don't care who you know, okay? I make sure the roads are safe.
Now, the sheriff's office sent me a statement saying in part, integrity, fairness, and professionalism are hallmarks of the mission of the office, and that they have no further comments because the allegations relate to a personnel matter and are subject of pending litigation. Jeff, really a story that we've been trying to work on for months, and we finally got the records, more than 80 pages.
There is a lot in that
really
report.
is.
And you mentioned in your reporting tonight this deputy has been disciplined before. What can you tell us, Gio, about that?
Well, that's right. We've actually reported on this back in 2020, but back in 2019, after again falsifying records, but at the Erie County Holding Center, he was suspended, later fired, and he was given a second chance agreement, basically probation for 18 months while he was working, unless he did something else. But you know, now we're 7 years later into this, and there's a more allegations.
What a creep. Now, I saw this and I decided, okay, I'm going to start doing a little research on this kind of thing. You know, because hey, it's all on our minds. This guy abused his privilege. Someone called him and said, hey, go after this guy and arrest him, you know, hassle him, harass him. How often does this shit happen? I don't know. But we're going to look at some statistics, because you can't get statistics on specifically this kind of thing. You can get statistics on lawsuits, and this guy's finally suing. But you know, today we're supposed to have policing and we're supposed to have ICE separate. Now, are police wanting to be more like ICE? Are they not wanting to be more like ICE? You know, that's a question we're going to have to really look into. But today, it's when you look at what history was and how in the U.S. policing evolved through. Remember, if you've known the slave patrols, prohibition, which didn't work, obviously, the war on drugs, and mass incarceration. What a history, right? And now where are we? Now we're seeing that ICE detention centers are being built in the country where people are not going to understand or know what's happening in there or who's in there. And but you see, I really want to make the difference between regular policing, like that guy. That was a dirty cop. How often does this shit happen? Like I said, you can't get statistics on it. You have to look at lawsuits. But I have my own story. I do. I have my own story. But I just want to talk about modern policing, because in my life, we have, over the decades, policing has become so heavily armed and so surveilled, and and the data driven. You know, today, in fact, something popped up. I was looking into the Ring camera situation, and there is a local police department, very small, but they started a program years ago. But people were thinking, oh, no, this is new. And they will work with the community, and they will say, okay, if you want, we can be, I guess, I didn't pull this one up, but we, this little police department, can work with your cameras or something to stop crime. And they had some kind of issue at an opera house, a break-in, you know, with such a small community. But what's been going on here is that the police department here, it wasn't my town, it's another tiny town, it was all over Facebook. People were getting really upset because they were saying, oh my God, they want to make these cops, they want to make an ICE agent out of these cops. And the actual police chief had to make a Facebook post saying, no, we have always had any kind of immigration, or if we had any kind of immigration or illegal, oh, I hate that word, illegal citizen, they would arrest or hold or whatever. They had a situation he used as an example. But what they want to do is they could never drive this supposed person or whoever they would pick up. They could never drive them themselves to the holding center in our county, which has always been for as long. I didn't realize how long, but it's been deemed an immigration holding center. I didn't know that, for supposed illegals. So this police chief had to get online on Facebook and say, no, we just want the training. We get $7,500 towards training so that if this happens in our town, we can drive. So it's to be able to have a police officer drive the supposed illegal immigrant to the holding center. That's what he had to explain. All right. But regardless, it still seemed very upsetting to local people. So let's go back to all these systems we have, with all this shit with the license plate readers. Again, I was looking at what I meant to talk about was the license plate reader. I, by accident, hit this website and I didn't pull that up either, but you can check if your license plate has been through a town where you were picked up on some system. I didn't put mine in because I don't know where this website it comes from. You get so paranoid, you don't trust anything. So how can this website be on there? And then what if it's a website? I mean, here's the paranoia. What if it's a website built by ICE or some law enforcement agency to catch you? Oh, if you want to see if your license plate was checked, you must be doing something wrong. So I'm staying far away from that shit. But all of this crap does make you feel a bit paranoid, And has all this technology and all this shit, has it made policing any better or just more powerful? So that video that I showed you where that guy abused his power as a cop had all this crap to do this to this guy just because it was a friend of the wife that I suppose was divorcing the guy. And this dirty cop went and arrested him as a favor for a friend. Holy shit. But it just got my mind going, okay, let's look at all this. And I'm really trying to split up police from ICE. And I'm not doing a very good job of it. I mean, usually I work on a show. It's more than just today, which is what I did. But we have all this power in the police. And I saw this in Buffalo too. Many years ago when there were protests in Buffalo, the cops they look like the military. And they knocked over this guy. I know I talked about it at the time because I had ECH. They knocked over this guy, this old guy. It was a big deal. And he was hospitalized, almost died. And the cops, everything was fine. Nope, they had their reason. They said he was a danger, whatever. It was such bullshit. But these mistakes too that cops made, they make, it's not just like paperwork. I mean, they're going to throw you in jail. And it's pretty scary, I would say. Yeah. So I would say that guy, that first video that I showed you was a false arrest. The guy said he had a couple of drinks. He was totally set up by this guy. Totally set up, right? All right. So my notes, I was writing some notes about this. And I think there's definitely some issues, but you have to get a lawyer and you have to sue the police department to get remediation on any of this stuff. So let's say it's, and from what I read, false arrests are not rare. They're not rare. They are actually often. They happen more often now because facial recognition, misinformation, or shared names triggering the warrants, outdated warrants that are never cleared. I mean, those things happen to me. And then those plate readers, errors, you get pulled over, your name doesn't match. Thinking you could spend the night in jail, or like ICE, they're throwing people, again, I'm trying to separate it, but ICE is throwing people for a long time with nothing sticking, with no criminal record into these places. It's pretty scary. But when this shit happens and you have to go to jail overnight or 2 days, 3 days because of a mistake, if you don't have the money for a lawyer right away, you could lose your job. You could lose where you live. And the state, what do they care? The cops, they don't care. They just move on. You don't. And then you throw in immigration enforcement to this. Yep. And so these databases now are cross-referencing the local policing with federal systems. That's what they're doing. And it really multiplies the risk. How does that first video go back to this? He's a dirty cop. One example. But it's because it's local to where I live in Western New York. I've read it before. Imagine if that was you. Imagine if that was you. Pretty fucked up. So let me see. I want to pull up a screen share of the story. This was the story. I don't know. And it was the same kind of story when policing turns personal. I don't know if you can see it. Let me pull it up. Hang on. All right, add to the stage. When policing turns personal, records show that this department, they falsified, they withheld evidence and falsified the report. Now, I don't know. Okay, everyone I want to bring up in this particular software, I have to take one up, take one down. And I'm looking at this, and this is internal investigation sustained findings after a DWI arrest allegedly made as a favor for a friend. Discipline came nearly a year later, but it was really screwed up. And you saw the video. But this guy, he filed a formal complaint with the sheriff's office. But it took forever for him to do this. And we saw that the deputy was disciplined. It just sucked. And it had to go through all this crap. So it's tough. I mean, it's like almost like tough shit, right? Almost like tough shit. You got another one. Okay. I have another one in my state. And I'm going to see if I can share this one. This one particularly is in my state, and there's legislation here. Arrest without a warrant by a police officer when and where it's authorized. Now, there's another thing. I think that's pretty scary, but this is what happens when you get pulled over. You could just get arrested, even if you are not drunk. And you feel like these days it's getting worse. Like you can really get pulled over. And I'll tell you what happened to me in 2018 after this. But we'll look at this. Arrest without a warrant, subject to the provisions of subdivision 2. A police officer may arrest a person for any offense when he or she has reasonable cause. Reasonable cause these days. These days, black or brown, that's ICE. If you're black or brown. that this person has committed such offense in his or her presence and a crime when he or she has reasonable cause to believe that such person has committed such crime, whether in his presence or otherwise. A police officer may arrest a person for a petty offense pursuant to Subdivision 1 only when such offense was committed or believed by him or her to have been committed within the geographical area of such police officer's employment or within 150 yards of such geographical area. I mean, here's what's so there's a whole cadre of why you can get arrested with no warrant. These are real things that are happening. They really are. And I have quite a few articles here, but I wanted to look at statistics and I want to tell you my story. My story happened in 2018. I was in Buffalo. I was staying at my daughter's place, taking care of her Rottweiler, and she went to Europe with her boyfriend at the time. They went to Europe, and I had an appointment with my lawyer. Now, my daughter was living in a neighborhood that was adjacent to, I guess, I don't know what you call it, a drug neighborhood. It was adjacent. She lived in the city, and she had a house in the city. She owned the house. It was her place. I left, and I'm going to an appointment with my lawyer. I don't remember exactly what the hell we were doing. And I'm driving down Broadway from Buffalo to Cheektowaga, which is the next town. I get over there, and these cops are there, and they pull me over. They pull me over. Well, one cop was following me first. So the cop's following me. I guess they took my license plate and they say, oh, this person is not from Buffalo. Gee, this person must be a drug buyer. So they pegged me to be a drug buyer, pulled me over, and they make me get out. 2018, make me get out. And I know I've told this story before. Kim probably remembers this story. Make me get out, and they trash my vehicle. I mean, it was really bad. They pulled it all apart, and they had a female officer. And this is my favorite part of the story to tell, because she did all that pat searching and all that shit. While he, like the little cop, and he was a little short shit, right? He's pulling my car apart. She's doing this. She literally felt me up. Okay. All right. I guess you have to feel, I might have had some drugs in my tits. Maybe. Who knows? Stuffed in there, right? So they put me in the back of the car, the cop car. Meanwhile, I did nothing. They put me in the back of the cop car. But she pulls me out. She pulls me out again. I'm going to search you again. I'm like, okay. So she does the same thing. And I'm like, listen, what do you think you're going to find feeling me up again that you didn't feel the first time, huh? Twice she did that. Then they put me back in the car. So this bitch felt me up twice. Knew there was nothing in there. But this guy rips my truck apart. I'm sitting in the back. He comes out with a glass pipe. Okay. He goes, is this yours? I'm like, I had never seen it before. Never saw it before. I was married at the time. My husband really liked to smoke weed, and I'd never seen that pipe before. And I'm like, no. They planted a crack pipe in my truck. And I'm like, okay, dude, I've never seen this before. And let me tell you something. If that was my husband's, it wouldn't be fucking clean. I was so pissed. I was late for my lawyer. He goddamn puts this crack pipe in my truck, pulls it out like it was mine. It wasn't, because honestly, if it was Doug's, it would have been filthy, dirty, and caked with weed and gross. And crack. I mean, that's not in my vocabulary, nor was it in my ex-husband's. I mean, that's just nothing we did. But this whole story was so stupid. So I'm like, okay, listen. At the time, I was like late, and I was getting really annoyed because I knew he was setting me up, and I'm thinking they're going to take me to jail. They're going to try to take me to fucking jail for having something that's not mine. And I kept thinking, could this be my husband's? Could this be my husband's? I'm like, no, it couldn't be my husband. Number one, he would never leave a pipe in my car. And like I said already, he would never have a clean pipe if it was his. So this cop, he looks at me, and he's looking at me, and I'm trying to tell him I'm staying at my daughter's, taking care of her animals while she's in Europe. And I gave him the address and all that. Maybe he starts thinking, all right, maybe I really can't, because I said to him, I'm going to my lawyer's. I am literally on the way to my lawyer. So you know what he does? Takes that crack pipe and he walks over with me, takes me over, grabbed me by the arm too, grabbed me by the arm. And he walks me over to the sewer, and he takes the pipe and he puts it down there and he smashes it with his boots. He smashed it with his boots and threw it down the sewer to get rid of the evidence because he couldn't arrest me. Couldn't arrest me. That was a pretty shitty feeling. And literally sitting in the back of that car, and I'm going to tell you honestly, I had been arrested before, way back in my life. I've had unpleasant interactions with police over things that I actually didn't do, in the wrong place at the wrong time, whatever. But this guy smashed that pipe and he let me go. And I think because he knew he couldn't bust me. What was he going to bust me for? It wasn't mine. I was going to my lawyer. I was staying in Buffalo. Yep. So it was very upsetting because my car was trashed. They threw everything out and threw everything back in. It was really bad. And people were saying to me, well, why don't you, sue them? Why don't you do what? I said, look, I'm just glad it's over. And I went to my lawyer. I was like late, and I told him the story. And, but he wasn't that kind of lawyer. He wasn't a civil criminal defense lawyer, which I wasn't criminal. I'm sorry. I was just babysitting my daughter's dog. But that shows you that this shit happens. It happened to me. This little motherfucker was a dirty cop. And I heard years later, I guess karma, because that same day when I was driving back, they had another vehicle, same thing, another vehicle, which was a minivan. So they were trying to find people that looked like they were drug buyers, even though I obviously didn't have any drugs on me. And they were looking for people like that. That's what they did. And it soured me because I was set up almost to go to jail. It soured me. So why do you think people don't have trust? Because of these kind of isolated incidents. And I'm not saying that every cop is like this. Trust me. Like I know some police officers that are wonderful. My girlfriend, a girlfriend of mine that I rode Harleys with for a long time, man, she was smart. She became a state trooper. We used to go to all the bike runs together, and I'm not saying her name and all. We were really good friends. But you see, she was a good cop, and she became a sergeant. And I have stories about her I've told too. She became a sergeant. Me and her were riding our Harleys, and we got pulled over. And the cop that pulled us over was so pissed because she pulled rank on him. You can't get me for a speed ticket. I'm a sergeant. I outrank you, buddy. We went on our merry way. But she wasn't. She was a great cop, and she retired at 45 years old with a full pension, and she became an artist. So she put in her time, did the right thing, was a sergeant, a female sergeant in those days, riding a Harley and everything with all of us, going to the bike runs, no problem, and became an artist. So I can't say that they're all terrible because she was a good cop. There was a time I thought my daughter was taking criminal justice, that she should be a cop because she'd be a good one, but she didn't want to be. So, there's just, and I'm going to try, let me pull up some of the, I want to, know your rights. Okay. I thought this one was good. let me show you this one. This one's not bad. This one is the ACLU. Know your rights if questioned by police, FBI, custom agents, or immigration. Now, there's a lot of this kind of information out there, but really, every one of us, I'm an old lady, but the shit happened to me in 2018. We all have to know our rights. Now, where is the article? Where's the article? Know our rights, because I can't know your rights. I can't read it to you if I if I can't pull up which one it is. Hang on, just give me a second. Wow, this is kind of weird. I can't find the actual article and I have it pulled up. Oh, here it is. Okay, know your rights, and this is the ACLU. All right, and your rights. You have the right to remain silent. If you wish to exercise that right, say so out loud. You have the right to refuse consent to search a search of yourself, which I didn't know at the time. You know, it was funny. My daughter said, "Why'd you let them do all that?" I said, "Because I had nothing to worry about. I didn't know they were going to do that to my vehicle." Honestly, I was just like really annoyed because I wanted to get to my lawyer. I could have refused. And then what if I refused? Would that have made me look like I did have something to hide when they were trying to make me look like I had something to hide by putting that pipe, that glass fucking stupid crack pipe, which I've never done in my life? Okay. If you are not under arrest, you have the right to calmly leave. You have the right to a lawyer. If you are arrested, ask for one immediately, regardless of your immigration or citizenship status. You have constitutional rights. But your responsibilities are stay calm and polite, which I really did when I was pulled over. I mean, I was a little annoyed because I was going to be late, but I was calm and I was polite, except to the bitch. I had said, "What are you going to feel? What do you think you're going to find in my tits the second time that wasn't there the first time?" Oh my God. Don't interfere with or obstruct the police. Do not lie or give false documents. Do prepare yourself and your family in case you are arrested. And like I said, I've been, and it sucked. Do remember the details of the encounter. Do file a written complaint or call your local ACLU if you feel your rights have been violated. I think in this society, with all these things that ICE is doing and the weekend raids and home arrests and detaining and all that, I think it's very important for us to have these kind of things. Maybe even a card in your wallet. Something that you can pull out and that you can read over. So you stay calm, don't run, don't argue, don't resist or obstruct them, even if you're innocent or they're violating your rights. Keep your hands where police can see them. Because as you're going to see, they could be violating your rights, but you have to do it with a lawyer. You have to sue them. If you are under arrest, you have a right to know why. You have the right to remain silent and can't be punished for refusing to answer questions. If you wish to remain silent, tell the officer out loud. In some states, you must give your name if asked to identify yourself. But you do not have to consent to a search, which I didn't realize at the time. My daughter told me I was stupid. But like I said, what did I have to lose? I wanted to get to my lawyer. You should not physically resist, but you have the right to refuse consent for any further search. If you do consent, it can affect you later in court. Well, I obviously didn't have to go because they let me go, because he knew he couldn't. He knew he couldn't get me. And he knew that I knew he planted that motherfucker in the car. That's why he smashed it down the sewer. If you are stopped in your car, and I think a lot of you know these things, stop the car at a safe place, turn it off, turn on the interior light, open the window part way, and place your hands on the wheel. Upon request, show police your driver's license, registration, and proof of insurance. If the officer or immigration agent asks to look inside your car, you can refuse to consent to the search. But if they believe your car contains evidence of a crime, your car can be searched without your consent. So that's all they have to say. So both drivers and passengers, everybody can remain silent. They don't like that. They want you to fight. They're waiting for you to fight. If you're a passenger, you can ask if you are free to leave. If the officer says yes, sit silently or calmly leave. But if the officer says no, you have the right to remain silent. If you are questioned about your immigration status, you have the right to remain silent and do not have to discuss your immigration or citizenship status with police, immigration agents, or any other officials. Now, this is the gray area now, but this is the ACLU. But these people, as we are seeing, they don't care about any of this stuff because they're not following the law. ICE. I'm not saying police. ICE. They're not. So, if you are not a citizen and an an immigration agent requests your immigration papers, you must show them if you have them. If you're over 18, carry your immigration documents with you at all times. Your papers. You have come to where you are. Look, everyone now has to carry everything possible with them. If you don't have your immigration papers, say you want to remain silent. Do not lie. Don't lie, because that's going to be worse for you. And don't give them fake shit. Now, how about this one? And this is a scary one because a lot of us podcasters are thinking this could happen. If an FBI agent comes to your home or workplace, you don't have to answer any questions. That knock on the door. Tell them you want to speak to a lawyer first. Unless you have already spoken to an attorney, ask the agent to leave their contact information or business card with you. You can contact your local ACLU. If you're asked to meet with FBI agents for an interview, you have the right to say you don't want to be interviewed. If you agree, have a lawyer. Remember, you don't have to answer these questions if you feel uncomfortable. Now, that's a perfect world, but that's not the world of ICE that we live in. No, because all of it could just get you into an ICE facility. And we're seeing that there is no trust, unfortunately. And things happen, you know. Community members now are seeing that any traffic stop could be seen as a potential deportation event. And we're seeing that legal residents are being thrown into these facilities. And that changes our behavior. You don't want to show fear. I know that's easy enough for me to say, but people are going to stop reporting crimes because of all this. And domestic violence victims, they're going to shut up because it's scary. And witnesses are going to avoid court appearances if they think that these people are standing outside waiting. This is not speculation. Because when communities fear that contact with police could trigger immigration consequences, public safety declines. It's really, really a different world in the ICE arena. We never saw it like this. The border was the border. Police would call immigration, but it wasn't something that you heard front and center. We know that's always happened. I mean, Obama deported hundreds of thousands of people, but they did it through the legal channels, which are not happening now. Nope, because they're making false arrests. They're wrongfully detaining people. And all that sloppy record keeping, I believe that there's probably a lot more of that. Yep. And of course, the high arrest numbers, at least by ICE, they're patting themselves on the back because a little Bovino And who was it? Stephen Miller saying 3,000 enforcements, 3,000 enforcements. Yeah. Maximizing the numbers. Pretty bad. So that's why there's no trust. So anyway, the ACLU has a lot of stuff here to help you. And that is a website I strongly recommend. And I wanted to also go into some of the statistics, but I do have another one that I think is pretty good before we go into the statistics. Because, of course, I'm talking and this show could go longer than I wanted it to go. But let me get rid of that one. And I want to add another one I found that I thought was pretty good. And it is, hang on, because I didn't put anything in the kind of order I wanted to. Why local and the state of public trust. Okay. The state of public trust. It's a good one. But of course, I got to find it. I'm having so much. No, you're right. Okay, here it is. All right. I'm going to share this one. Let's share this one. Put it up. All right. The state of public trust in the government. Now, this was from 2025. And I thought it was a pretty good one. Also, God, I am having so many problems. All right. This one, trust in government remains low with significant partisan shifts during the last year. So this article is going to, these are all pretty good that I pulled up. I'm going to put all the show notes on the Environmental Coffeehouse page. Soon after taking office in January 25, the orange turd began dramatically reshaping parts of the federal government with cuts to funding, programs, and personnel. And the changes taking place against the backdrop of a crisis of public support, where only a minority of Americans say they trust the government anymore. And it's a view that has been prevalent for more than 4 decades, but it's just getting worse now. So here is percent of public who say that they trust the federal government. Overall, 33% trust the federal government. Now, who are they? MAGA morons, probably. Or MAGA dorks, as one of my favorite YouTubers, the truck driver guy, the enemy within, MAGA dorks. He's hysterical. And then neutral. Who's neutral? I mean, neutral, you got to be really just, okay, I don't know, 47% do not trust. That's the overall. And then there's a 6% of don't know. All right, I don't know if I trust the government. And under Democrats was 31% trust, which I was surprised. Must be the rich ones. 10% are neutral, but 56% don't trust, with, 4% of Democrats. Republicans, 42% trust, overall, yeah, red, white, blue, and all that happy horse shit. 17% are actually neutral. And then 37% do not trust, which is actually growing. It's interesting since President Orange Turd took office. Independents don't know. They don't know. These people that don't know, 20% don't know, 15% neutral, 48% don't trust, and 16% don't know. So what is it? Neutral is 15%, and then there's 16% don't know. All right. Well, so you're seeing the data. The data is here. And the data, and we love, an Environmental Coffeehouse, we love data, right? And this is just different kind of data. But you can see the skewing, the lines, how it's gone up. Percent of public who say they trust the federal government is well, it's obviously going down. They don't trust. They don't trust. Low levels of trust in which the much of the public does not believe the government is operating in their best interest has been a long-standing problem and laid the groundwork for many of the current actions by the orange turd administration. After decades of negative perceptions of government, some members of the public are willing to see any change as better than the status quo. Well, anyway. So I wanted to show you that article. Like I said, all partnership for public service. All this stuff is very interesting. It's really interesting. But I think the trust, it's collapsed in stages over time, at least from what I saw. Isolated incidents, then patterns, then it's just normalization. And people begin to say, be careful. Don't call the police. And don't answer the door. That's institutional breakdown, baby, and we're in it. Neighborhoods, now the neighborhoods, like what's happening in Minneapolis, which I hope they are leaving. But what's happening in Minneapolis, this aggressive bullshit, the protesting, all the protesters, the salt of the earth. But they don't see police anymore as guardians. And especially ICE. ICE has overstepped their boundaries so much, it's pathetic. The immigration communities, the immigrant communities, oh my gosh, ICE has really overstepped their boundaries. And there's a long-term danger because when all this legitimacy in law enforcement erodes, they must rely more heavily on force. And that's why these masked, unidentified creeps that were probably all NRA, Proud Boys, all the worst elements are now ICE officers because they can just beat people up. And there's nothing, is there any kind of, anything to stop them from doing this? It doesn't seem like it. Have Renee Goods, the murderers of Renee Good been convicted or brought up on anything? No. And all this data integration too. Nobody's talking about all that very much, but all of this local police departments, even in Hooterville, like where I live, they share information with federal systems, their booking data. Even if you have nothing, it's all flowing into these immigration databases. And these like automatic triggers, they trigger holds, and so many errors, like I said earlier. One mistake in one jurisdiction, that's a cascading effect. It really is. So there's a lot of errors. And what's the human cost? What is the human cost to a false arrest or to how I felt, that day? It took me a while to get over that. But think about this. You get arrested falsely. There's lost wages, missed children, job. You can lose your job. There's eviction. There's psychological problems. And if you're an immigrant, again, it could be detention center so far away from your family, even if you're legal. And deportation proceedings triggered by mistakes, which we are seeing, and what they can send you to. Now it's near Santa Fe, New Mexico, for one big one there. Yeah. But even if you sue and you fight and you win, the system already punished you for this, for nothing. So what trust is there? What trust is there for people, especially in the United States when it's just getting worse? How are people supposed to trust? I think it's quite sad. Now, I have actually, what is going to restore trust? Get rid of the orange turd, change everything, collapse capitalism. I can't go into this big abstraction, but I do think that if I was writing programs or policies or procedures into redoing some of this shit. It would be total transparent data audits of arrest accuracy and big limits on this facial recognition crap, separating clearly local policing and federal immigration enforcement. But then they're saying in jurisdictions that choose it, independent oversight with subpoena power. Now that would be who? Would it be your assembly, the Congress? I don't know. But expunge also any arrest that doesn't have a conviction. Get it out. Expunge it. Get rid of it. Officers have to be trained in constitutional literacy and de-escalation. They have to understand ICE is not trained in de-escalation at all. They are trained in escalation and how to hurt people. And I would say we would need new metrics of the reward punishment kind of thing. You're going to reward accuracy and you're going to reward not arresting people. Not like what's happening now. But I don't know. It's going to take a long time for any kind of trust to come back. I mean, for the longest time after 2018, when that happened, anytime I passed a cop, it was, I got PTSD. And I thought I was tough because it happened to me before in early life. But trust isn't a feeling. It's really it's an asset we have to have. I want to show you one more, and I'm going to find this because, all right, it's about PTSD. And what I want, because I don't have enough time to show you everything, I'm almost done. And let me bring this up real quick, because I felt that way for a long time. Can you imagine what these people are feeling like in that have been wrongly arrested and that are in a community that is targeted? How these people are feeling? Is anybody talking about helping them? I want to find this one. This is, okay. I'm going to share this really quickly. We'll look at this. Can you get PTSD from police brutality? And it's not even just police brutality, although we're seeing that with ICE. We're seeing all of that. These, there've been, this might be a little older. No, August 20th. Okay, 2025. Recent high-profile incidents of police brutality, the stories of police killings of unarmed Black Americans like George Floyd and Tyre Nichols. And don't forget Sandra Bland, who supposedly took her own life in prison. Don't forget Sandra Bland, because I don't believe their story at all. They have shown a spotlight on mental health effects of police violence. Repeated exposure to these traumatic events, both directly and indirectly through news and social media, has led many to wonder if you can get PTSD. Yes, you can, because forever I would see a cop car and I would get petrified, even though I did nothing, because of what happened to me there. Not only can being the victim of violence at the hand of police lead to emotional trauma, but even witnessing police violence or killing secondhand can result in symptoms of PTSD. So, in the interest of time, I only have a minute left or 2 minutes left. It can result from all of this, and repeated exposure. And I can't really read this. I don't have enough time, but there's help. And these communities are going to really need help from the trauma that they are going through. When the cops leave Minneapolis, there are going to be a lot of traumatized people. And the help is out there. The help is out there. So I guess I'm going to close up with, that trust it's lost. From that first video I showed you of that dirty cop, which makes people think that can happen a lot more than we know. And I didn't even get to show you the statistics on the lawsuits, but trust me, they're there. All the links will be in. That's how you have to find the statistics of those kind of arrests. But it's like, it's going to be an extraordinarily expensive, emotionally and monetarily thing to rebuild to get this trust, if we ever get it back. If communities don't trust police, like I said earlier, they won't report crimes. Immigrants don't trust authorities. Exploitation of them will rise. Citizens believe arrests are arbitrary, and the legitimacy of any of it, it just collapses, which is what happened to me in 2018, even though I was not arrested at that time. And I don't even have time to tell you about the stories of when the stupid shit happened to me when it did in a long time ago. But we're collapsing. The legitimacy of policing and ICE in this country is collapsing. And is it a trajectory we can avoid? I mean, and of course, it's not whether or not law enforcement should exist, because we have to have law enforcement. You can't abolish the police. It's just the way they do it. It's community policing. It's social workers. We've talked about this before. Mamdani has a plan in New York City. We're going to watch what he does very closely. But the question is, can what's happening operate within constitutional boundaries in a way that re-earns public confidence? And that's what I talked about earlier, how police really need to understand the Constitution. And ICE, are they beyond redemption? What do they get? They get like the most bullshit training going. They really do. Terrible training. I was a trainer. I've heard what they get. They're throwing them out there and just saying, go do your thing, which is pulling people out of cars, beating them up, wrestling to the ground. Women, men, we're seeing it on social media. Social media is showing us everything. They can't hide, even with their pussy little masks. Meow. Remember, I'm an elder. I can use certain words. Anyway, it's like, okay, is it going to happen again? So without confidence, enforcement, that's all it is. Enforcement is the big thing. It's not really, all of this is not compatible with a functioning democracy, of which we are not. United States is not a functioning democracy. How are we going to repair that trust? It's going to take decades. It's going to take decades. If we want it back, we have to ensure that the power is constrained, accountable, and precise. And anything less is breakdown. And that's what we're seeing in the United States. It's been great to do this. I wish I could have gone through all the statistics and all the articles I'd pulled up, because I had a lot of good stuff. But I don't know, something made me. It was seeing that video of that guy in Erie County by a dirty cop going through all this shit. Man, it is what it is. I hope you got something. It's not a democracy. It's a plutocratic, theocratic. There's a mouthful. Theocratic, cacostocratic, pedophilocracy. Yeah. By the way, we're going to be having a birthday party on Environmental Coffeehouse for Nadia. Details to come. And the last thing I want to leave you with is, this is a big drive for this space. To subscribe to this space, please subscribe. If you're not subscribed to this space, it's been a great opportunity for me. I love being part of this whole thing. I love being part of the progressive community of amazing people. I showed you left past 10, the screen that had all of the content creators. So please subscribe and share this Space TV. You can listen all day long on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all day long. Do your thing, clean your house, driving anywhere. You can listen to any number of content creators who are phenomenal, including myself. So I will leave you. Tomorrow's a big day on this space, and all day, the last day kind of marathon of stuff. I'm supposed to have a show tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern. I have to try to see if the guest is ready. We have to test. I'm not sure. If not, I'll do my best. Thank you, everybody. I hope you learned something. All these links you need, I will put in the Environmental Coffeehouse show notes, okay? Because this, I think, was worthwhile information. And if we didn't trust, I don't know if we're ever going to get the trust back. And if you are stopped, pulled over, harassed, any of it, and you get PTSD or you feel wronged, reach out to an organization, get help. And I hope that Minneapolis has a lot of available help for the people. And that's how I'm going to end. Thank you. Love you guys. And thank you, Nicholas, for being a great producer. I love it. Peace.
So, as evidenced by, January 6th of 2021, we know that Donald Trump is more than capable of leading an insurrection. We know that he absolutely has it in him to attempt to stay in office. We know he's a habitual pathological liar. We know he's a fraud, a con artist. We know he doesn't care about the actual job of being president. Now, the other day, I think yesterday, actually, on Dan Bongino's podcast, he mentioned that we should have national elections, that it should be nationalized for at least 15 states. And as you know, the election process is controlled by the states. A state by state process. You have your delegates, you have your state election offices, and each state handles their election process. And then you count up the electoral votes and then the president wins. We all know that. The idea that we need to change that because of fraud is absolutely ridiculous. First and foremost, fraud barely happens in the election process. It's really difficult to get away with that. And evidence shows that when it does happen, it happens more so on the Republican side. Because undocumented immigrants, the whole great replacement idea about how Democrats just want a bunch of undocumented immigrants to vote for them or else, they can't win elections. Ridiculous. If you're undocumented, you don't have a social security number, you don't exist on paper, and you don't receive those types of rights and privileges. But also, if you're undocumented, you're not going to show up to go vote somewhere in a national election because you don't want to get caught. But also, we have to keep in mind that Donald Trump, in fact, won the 2024 election. He won this last election and wasn't talking about no fraud then. But of course, when he loses to Joe Biden in 2020, which he still can't and won't concede to, there's all types of fraud. And we got to nationalize the elections. We got to get these voter IDs. We got to get all these extra steps and processes, messing up the postmarks, the dates on vote by mail, to making it such that you got to send it in even earlier now. There's so many things that they've been arbitrarily doing. And Donald Trump knows that his popularity is sinking. And even if he wasn't as unpopular as he is, it's pretty standard for the opposite party of the one in power to win the midterms. You got a Democratic president. Typically in the midterms, Republicans win the House and Senate, or at least one of them. If there's a Republican president, typically the same thing goes down, right? So you do, and what 15 states would he want to do? Because he said that we should do it in 15 states, right? What? Obviously, he would do the ones that could go either way. You know, whether it's purple now, a swing state, or one where he just feels like he has to win. Like, I don't know, California, get all them delegates from California. Who knows what he's going to attempt to do? But the fact that he is calling for a nationalization of elections also is not conservative. You know, that's about as big government as it gets. But, you know, these people are authoritarians. But I mean, legally, Donald Trump can't stop the midterms from happening. He can make a lot of noise. He's going to make a lot of noise for sure. You got to count on that. But I mean, there's just Democrats are sweeping the special elections. Trump's popularity is tanking. And again, historically, the opposite party typically wins back the House. And so it's not going to go his way regardless. And then, you know, the idea for him to, I suppose, never leave office. Here, I'm pulling up this article. You know, the idea of Donald Trump, you know, somehow not leaving office in 2028. Like, this dude is 80 years old and he's very unhealthy. He's very unhealthy. He likely has Alzheimer's or dementia or something like that. I mean, the dude, this dude literally could pass away at any given day. We don't know. You know, he could live another 10 years. He could live another 10 days. But at the end of the day, he's not going to be president for that much longer. So if you want to federalize the election process, nationalize it, that's just going to end up helping Democrats ultimately, because it's pretty much a guarantee that we're going to have a Democratic president in 2028. So none of this helps. And again, even I'll scroll down here to a couple members in the Republican Party who spoke out against this as well. You know, basically talking about how this isn't small government. This is John Thune. He said, "I'm a big believer in decentralized and distributed power. It's harder to hack 50 election system than it is to hack one." And again, that's pretty straightforward. And that's the reason, that's one of the reasons that we have, you know, presidential elections controlled state by state, so that it's more difficult to rig. It's more difficult, you know, to just openly cheat and get away with it. But that's what Donald Trump's all about. That's what he wants to do. And then, mind you, the raid, the FBI raid on the Fulton County Election Center, and then Tulsi Gabbard being there, which apparently is pretty unprecedented. I mean, this dude's just looking for ways to slow things up, delay the vote count. You know, maybe a bunch of townships, cities come up missing with a bunch of votes. Who knows what he's going to do? Is he going to, you know, send the FBI to raid more election offices? You know, when the voting is actually taking place? He's paranoid, that's for sure. And despite the fact that the Supreme Court, you know, gave him immunity for all of his actions, the rest of the people in his cabinet don't have that immunity. So I wanted to update us on, you know, Trump's, you know, just increasing rhetoric that he has, where he's talking about interfering with the midterm elections, stopping the midterm elections or whatever. But he's definitely ramping those threats up. So this is like the most unsurprising thing in the world, that Donald Trump didn't follow through on his word, that the Trump administration is filled with people who don't follow through on their word. We know that they went to pushed to hire 10,000 new ICE recruits. They were supposed to get all these benefits. You know, they could have their student loan debts forgiven, but the reality is most people in ICE probably ain't go to college. You know, and actually on the Humanist Report, Mike was talking about, well, he was showing just like family members, ex-girlfriends of ICE agents and stuff like that who commented on who they are. And there's so many stories about how these people were just losers, outcasts of the family, got, knee deep in red pill content during the shutdown, and their brains just got fried by far right-wing propaganda. You know what I mean? And then also, in hearings, we've heard officials talk about how apparently many people in ICE literally can't read. Like they can't read. They have all types of issues with their personality, their mental health. Basically, if you're willing to round people up and kidnap them, that's all it takes for you to be in ICE. And they wear masks for a reason. But one of the things they were supposed to receive is a $50,000 bonus. And apparently they haven't received that. Maybe Trump pocketed the money, which would not be out of the ordinary for someone like him, but who knows? New hires at ICE are blasting the agency for not delivering the huge bonuses they were promised when they signed up to expand Donald Trump's immigration enforcement ranks. Also, that says so much about the reality of how most people just don't want to do this. Sure, it's definitely true that pretty much, everyone in ICE, especially the new recruits, definitely not top shelf individuals when it comes to morality. However, they're there because they wanted to make some money. I read stories about people who had gambling issues and, they sold their house and they want this $50,000 bonus so that they can pay off X amount of debt. And at the end of the day, if you ain't paying people to do this, then you're going to have all types of resignations, considering the fact that it's just a bad look to be a part of ICE. In multiple Reddit posts reviewed by the International Business Times in the UK, the Federal Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents complained that they hadn't yet seen their signing bonuses materialize. Others said that when their bonus finally arrived, it was only a few $1,000s after taxes. Yeah, a few $1,000s after taxes definitely ain't no 50K. Quote, one agent said they were, quote, were unable to cover medical costs of their sick child due to an insurance coverage gap. The Trump administration pledged up to $50,000 in incentives for recruits willing to beef up so-called homeland defenders, a campaign that helped swell ICE's ranks. The Department of Homeland Security touted an incoming class of 12,000 new agents. I'm talking about 10,000. We're talking about 12,000 people. And again, the only way that you can hire that many people really quickly is if you have very low hiring standards. You're just trying to, fill the ranks. Where we at? Okay, so 12,000 new agents after receiving more than 220,000 applications. Though the rapid growth has reportedly strained internal systems, one unnamed administration official previously described the hiring surge as a shit show inside of ICE. Recruitment challenges are piling on at a moment when morale is already battered by controversy over aggressive federal enforcement operations. So again, it's just if you're in a position to where you're part of an organization or an agency that's literally despised by the public, completely despised by the public, then the only thing that's really going to keep you there is if you're, if there's some type of financially lucrative benefits. Even if you're all gung-ho about mass deportations, if you're not making a decent amount, if you're not getting a bunch of bonuses, is it really worth the social backlash? Because you can't be a member of ICE and your family not know, your friends not know. People know, you can't really keep this a secret forever. And also, I have to point out the fact that Donald Trump and his administration are completely failing at their goal of mass deportations. They just are. They're not going to kick out all 11 million plus undocumented immigrants in the next 3 years. That's not happening. There's no real desire for that from the donor class either. It's just not. These corporations and business owners like to pay people less, and you can do that with undocumented immigrants. If you're an American citizen, they'll have to pay you more. That will bump up prices in the economy, which would piss the public off in addition to corporate executives. They don't want to pay people. They don't want to give people benefits. They want people to be subjugated to their, desires for profit. So you got that. And then, just the reality that the Democrats, whenever you got, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, the deporter in chief, we're always kicking undocumented immigrants out the country. That's not something that only Republicans do. It's just not. On top of the fact that the Trump administration is just so thoroughly incompetent that they can't get the job done. They just can't do it. So yeah, there we go. We got ICE agents who apparently have been stiffed and are not getting what they were promised. Well, everybody's talking about it, so I'm gonna talk about it too. Of course, it comes to no surprise that Donald Trump shared a video basically of him as the Lion King and Barack Obama and Michelle Obama is apes. And, considering Donald Trump, this is pretty light for the things that he does. In terms of his Truth Social, he posts stuff like this all the time. Think about when he posted that AI video of him on a beach at the Gaza Strip. And they talking about doing that for real. They talking about turning Gaza into like this huge American business corporate owned strip to where Donald Trump would have hotels and things along those lines. This is a man who illegally invaded a country and kidnapped a sovereign leader. Ain't nobody got no sympathy for Maduro, let alone, nonetheless, it is against the law for him to do so. He has $300 million sitting in a slush fund account in Qatar after they gave him almost a $500 million jet. This man, the United Arab Emirates gave $500 million to his crypto company. And then a few days later, they got access to American-made chips that they were blocked from previously during the Biden administration. All of the people he pardons because they gave him some money or they supported him in the past, embezzlers, tax fraudsters, white collar criminals of all kinds, drug lords, Juan Hernandez, the former president in Central America, who was convicted in U.S. courts of trafficking hundreds of billions of dollars worth of cocaine into the United States. And then he pardons Steve Womack's son, who was serving an 8-year federal prison sentence for serving methamphetamine. This dude doesn't care about anything that has anything to do with respecting others or having moral standings of any kind. So we're going to watch this video now, and then I'm going to read some of the responses to it. He got Tim Scott telling him to take this down.
So when the vote stopped counting, and this has been noted in other countries as well, President Trump was significantly ahead. When reporting and counting resumed, there was a massive spike occurred that favored Joe Biden.
There you go. And it has some other stuff too there, but they had to throw that at the end. And look, at the end of the day, like, why? What's the point? To distract from the Epstein files? I guess. Dude's mentioned over 38,000 times in the Epstein files. And Caroline Levitt, of course, she basically, anytime anybody asks about Trump's behavior or his actions, she's like, shut up and deal with it. And this is what she had to say. Basically, she said, this is from an internet meme video depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public. Okay, so, all right, I'll give you that. Maybe this don't matter to the American public. But what about the fact that Donald Trump is literally a child rapist? I'm not going to bleep that out. I'm not going to say great. I'm going to say what it is. Donald Trump is a raper of children who held auctions at his golf resorts for Jeffrey Epstein. He was best friends with this dude for 10 years, right? Apparently, young women were killed because of Jeffrey Epstein because they ran their mouth about what happened to them. So maybe he's involved in that. Apparently, they're buried on his golf grounds. I don't know if that's actually true, but somebody should investigate it. Or is that also unimportant to the American public? Because at this point in time, a lot of Republicans are telling everybody to shut up about that. Or they're trying to deflect attention to Bill Clinton and all the Democrats who are in it. Meanwhile, nobody is defending them. Send him to prison too. Nobody cares. So the man who's mentioned in the Epstein files more times than Jesus is mentioned in the Bible, that's all fake. None of that's real, but Bill Clinton and all that is real. So we shouldn't pay attention to that. What about the fact that January had the most layoffs since 2009? We entered this year with the most job cuts since 2009. Last year, millions of people lost their jobs. Hiring is at a standstill. Okay, Bitcoin just crashed. The AI bubble is going to burst. The country's not in a good position. But we supposed to shut up about that too. Anything, because Donald Trump is a 6-year-old, right? He's a toddler. He's a child. You know, he has yet the opportunity to live his life. No, this dude's 80 years old. And he is in a seat that makes him the most powerful individual in the world. And we supposed to just not care about nothing he does. So here we go. This is from let me pull this up right here. This is from Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy. Last night, the president shared a racist AI generated video attacking the Obamas. This kind of Jim Crow style dehumanization is pathetic and a disgrace to the office. Yeah, it is. Again, like like, well, why you're 80 years old? Why? Why? You know. And here we go. I'm going in order. So I got Tim Scott up here too. This is Republicans against Trump. Breaking. Trump just posted a video on Truth Social that includes a racist image of Barack Obama and Michelle Obama as monkeys. There's no bottom. And again, like considering the things that Trump has done, this is pretty light work. It's just ridiculous, though. You know, I'm really not outraged about this because, you know, Trump been a racist forever. We know this. It's stupid. It's childish. Like, what's the point of this? What's the point? Tim Scott, the token senator of the Republican Party, who once said that America's not a racist country. That was what he was saying when he was running for president before he backed Donald Trump in 2024. He says, praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. The president should remove it. That's all he has to say. But again, if you got Tim Scott calling out racism, then you know you're doing something wrong. But what do you mean? I hope this is fake. He posted it. No, it's not fake. But again, this type of stuff distracts from the fact that he rapes kids. And I'm going to keep saying it like that. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to make it sound like it's not that big of a deal, because it is that big of a deal. Here we go. This is Gavin Newsom. You know, basically a bunch of people chiming in. I doubt the Obamas are going to respond to this, because why? For what? Trump ain't going to stop doing this. Hakeem Jeffries with another statement right here. You know, here we go. Basically just calling them out. But I mean, there's really no point in the Obamas responding to this, because this is all Donald Trump does. I mean, basically the thing that kicked Donald Trump off to become president was when he claimed that Obama wasn't American. You know, he was born in Kenya. Where's your birth certificate? That was the whole thing. And then he came down the escalator talking about how Mexicans ain't worth nothing and we got to ship them all back. I mean, that's been his whole thing. His whole platform for the last 10 years has been racism and stupidity. That's it. That's it. And complete incompetence. I mean, that's really all I got to say. I'm not just ridiculous behavior. So at this point, it's pretty much on a daily basis that Donald Trump and his administration is threatening to interfere with the midterm elections. They're already doing so, whether it be you know, raiding the Atlanta election offices in Fulton County, Georgia rather, in Fulton County, and taking the documents from there arbitrarily, whether it be changing up the postmark system for USPS to where people who vote by mail you got to send it in a lot earlier now, or else you might just not have your vote counted. Whether it be Donald Trump just flat out saying, like, you know what, we're doing such a good job, I don't think that we should even have elections. What's the point? The people are so happy about it. And then, you know, him also saying that we should nationalize the election process, which of course is not conservative at all. And, you know, Donald Trump and his administration are the last people on earth that we should trust with something like this. But here we go. We got Karen Levitt now, White House press secretary, explaining that there's no guarantee that ICE agents won't be at the polls during the midterms, you know, just in case there's a huge flood of undocumented immigrants voting, because, you know, this happens all the time. No, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. This is an attempt to stop people of color from voting. That's all it is. That's it. The end. Of course, we know, because undocumented immigrants don't have social security numbers. And if you don't have a social security number, you basically don't exist on paper in this country. And so they don't have the right to vote. They don't exist in the system. They can't vote. They can't. It's not possible. And then anytime that we do see voter fraud, it's more so on the side of Republicans, because of course it is, because Republicans are unpopular and their policies are unpopular. Donald Trump in this last election was the first Republican president to win the popular vote in years and years and years. It has been a very long time since that's happened. And keep in mind, when he won the election in 2024, right, that there were no problems there. And he even said that. He even said during the campaign that if he wins, then he won't make a gripe. But if he loses, then they cheated. And still to this day, this man won't acknowledge that he lost in 2020 when everyone knows that he did. He's still carrying out investigations. That was the whole premise of him raiding the Fulton County offices, because maybe there was some fraud. Actually, I did win in 2020. No. And then keep in mind also that the further that government agencies looked into the 2024 election process, the more they actually found that Biden won by more votes than were initially counted, than were initially believed were within his margin of victory. So now we're going into these midterms where Republicans are going to lose. And even if they weren't doing as poorly as they are, usually the opposite party takes back the House in the midterm elections. That pretty much always happens, but this go round is definitely going to happen. And they know Republicans are making a mass exodus. So many Republicans, and I've been covering this, are they're not running for re-election because they don't want to be on the ship when it fully sinks in 2028. They're trying to distance themselves from the Titanic going down. So here we go with Caroline Leavitt. She gonna say this, and then I'll have a bit more commentary. But like I said, it's really not more complicated than an attempt to prevent Black and brown people from voting. Oh, you're Latino. Maybe you're here illegally. Let me hold you up so you can't vote. I mean, if they do this, then this could impact like thousands and thousands of votes. They just harass people arbitrarily. Let's see what she says.
Thank you, Caroline. Steve Bannon recently said, quote, "We're going to have ICE surround."
College shouldn't bury you in debt. WGU makes higher education affordable.
The polls come November. Is that something that the president is considering?
That's not something I've ever heard the president consider, no.
College shouldn't bury you in debt. WGU makes higher education affordable.
To the American public that ICE will not be.
College shouldn't.
Why do you keep doing this?
WGU makes higher education affordable.
Around polling locations or voting locations.
College shouldn't bury you
fucked
in
up
debt.
my video.
WGU makes higher education affordable.
All right, let's try this again.
ICE will not be around polling locations or voting locations in November.
I can't guarantee that an ICE agent won't be around a polling location in November. I mean, that's frankly a very silly hypothetical question. But what I can tell you is I haven't heard the president discuss any formal plans to put ICE outside of polling locations. It's a disingenuous question.
It's a disingenuous question because Donald Trump would never do anything like that. I mean, it's basically a press secretary's job to be incredibly partisan. At the end of the day, that's what they do. But Caroline Leavitt is just a special case. You know, again, Donald Trump is just one of the most ridiculous people in the history of humanity. He really is. He really is. And we're supposed to just be cool with everything that he does. But yeah, she says that it's a ridiculous hypothetical question, but it's really not, because like I said, almost on a daily basis now, Donald Trump makes comments about how he's going to interfere with the midterm elections. He did this on live television in 2021, January 6th, the infamous day. We watched on live national television. Thousands of people stormed the Capitol at his behest because he lost the election. So of course he would do something like this. Of course he would. But again, at the end of the day, this is just an attempt to stop Black and brown people from voting. Nothing else. Oh, you're dark skinned. Maybe you're Haitian. Come over here. Oh, maybe you're from Ghana. Maybe you're from Nigeria. You're not supposed to be voting. Oh, you're brown. Maybe you're from Abu Dhabi. Maybe you came here from Guatemala. That's it. So I think we all really need to prepare ourselves. If you can vote early, do it. If you can, just do it, and send your votes in as early as possible. Because again, they're changing up the postmarks to where you have to send it in earlier. You know, the post date and all that stuff with the USPS. So get your votes in as early as you can. Make sure that you show up. At the end of the day, I think it's probably going to be a landslide. That's what it's looking to be. Democrats have been absolutely crushing Republicans in special elections. But at the end of the day, this is nothing more than an attempt to keep black and brown people from participating in the midterm elections because Republicans know that they're going to lose. The Benito Bowl was absolutely incredible. It really was. I couldn't tell you the first thing about what happened in the actual football game. Don't know. You know, I'm really not all that interested in grown men running into each other at full speed. To each their own, but I pay attention to different kinds of things these days. But man, it really was a historic performance. You know what I mean? And the funny thing about it is Bad Bunny being on that stage, Bad Bunny encapsulating the country and much of the world the way that he did last night is the core center of the conservative gripe in the United States. It's that people like Benito are taking over and have so much influence over the way people feel, the way people think, you know, the way people spend their money, the things that people are interested in. He showcases belief in yourself. I mean, last night, how can you hate on that? You know, he talked about how he got where he is because he never stopped believing in himself and he never quit. He talked about how the only thing that can drive out hate, the only thing more powerful than hate is love. He did nothing but show love. That's all he did. And in return, of course, Donald Trump had a lot to say, and Republicans have a lot to say. Oh, this is the worst Super Bowl performance ever. But again, this really encapsulates Republican politics in this country. You know, they don't focus on things like, of course, they care about healthcare and stuff, but that's not what really drives them to the polls. That's not what really gets them on Donald Trump's side. It's the racism, the sexism, all the immigrants are coming. We're losing our country. We got to take it back. Mass deportations. That's what it is. And we're going to check out Kid Rock's performance, which was, of course, actually one of the worst of all time. Hardly anybody tuned into it because why would they? Even, I mean, like, take the performances out. It's the Super Bowl. Everybody's going to watch the Super Bowl. You know, like people, even people who may not really like reggaeton or Spanish music or anything like that, they're probably still going to have the halftime show on because, you know, people are at Super Bowl parties. People are big fans of the game. Yeah. So it's just, instead of making things cheaper, instead of making healthcare, education more accessible, the focus is, oh my God, the black people and the brown people aren't qualified. So let's go ahead and read a little bit of what Donald Trump had to say. Because again, if you're just a halfway, not even decent person, a realistic person, that was a great performance. It just was. Now, here's what Donald Trump had to say because he has nothing better to do. He says,
"The Super Bowl halftime show is absolutely terrible, one of the worst ever. It makes no sense and an affront to the greatness of America and doesn't represent our standards of success, creativity, or excellence."
And then he continued. Well, before I read the rest of what he said, again, Bad Bunny's like literally the most popular music artist on the whole planet right now. So what you're saying just isn't true. And take that up with the rest of the world. You know, I mean, the NFL made the decision to have Bad Bunny perform because they knew it was going to pay off. And they knew that whatever backlash they receive from the right wing isn't going to be big enough, isn't going to be important enough to really make a dent in their profits. It's just not, you know. So we continue.
"Nobody understands a word this guy is saying. And the dancing is disgusting, especially for children that are watching from throughout the USA and all over the world. This show is just a slap in the face to our country."
I mean, bro, like, well, first, can we please discuss the irony of this, that Donald Trump is acting like he's worried about the children when he's literally in the Epstein files more than anybody else by many, many, many times. Donald Trump was his best friend. I mean, they got stuff about him auctioning 13, 14-year-old girls routinely at his golf courses. They got stuff written in there about young girls, you know, ending up being buried in the golf courses. And again, I don't know if that's true. Nonetheless, you're mentioned in the Epstein files almost 40,000 times just for what's been released. And there's still a whole lot of files that have yet to be released. So you don't give a damn about the children. And if you really cared about the children outside of that, let's take the Epstein and let's take that stuff out of it. Your cuts to SNAP, what Doge did to making cuts to programs that support children in need. What about that? You don't give a damn. Now let's go ahead and pull this up right here. Okay, we're gonna check out a little bit of Chris Rock's performance. Bad Bunny versus Chris Rock. Okay, So here we go. Now look at this lip singing. Look at this versus what Benito did.
And this is for the questions that don't have any answers. Midnight answers in the time was dancers again. Freeze the cars back with me burn. The G's with the 40s and the chicks with beef burn. The northern lights and the southern cold burn. And it don't even matter if you're veins and punctured. All the crackheads, the critics, the cynics. All my heroes who look at the dome clinics. All you bastards in the young already. It's for the crooked cops and the quarter death. It's for the shots of Jack. Every cat.
You know, lip singing everywhere. The dude has the mic up to his face much less than half the time. Kid Rock versus Bad Bunny. There's no comparison. Kid Rock was never as big as Bad Bunny. He never will be. He knows that. Everyone knows that. Sorry, I gotta adjust this mic. And so does Donald Trump. And the fact that he's even commenting on it, like, you're the president of the United States, and I mean, your influence is not strong enough to stop him from performing. Okay, so yeah, it's just, I mean, what was that? What was that? So I don't even really have much else to say other than, again, pointing out the fact that this is what MAGA's focused on. This right here. So despite the fact that the economy's worsening, who cares? No, Donald Trump all over the Epstein files, who cares? Donald Trump literally being one of the most corrupt individuals in the world. Who cares? None of it matters. But what they're all up in arms about, right, is the fact that Bad Bunny is as popular as he is the fact that people love him as much as they do. And I think that Benito really is just a special individual. Not you know, take the success away, take all of that away. He just really seems to be a loving, caring person. And he expresses that not just through his music, but through his actions and through his work. So if you hadn't checked out the performance, check it out. And of course, Donald Trump had a problem with it. So we got some numbers. We got some official numbers, more official numbers that show that what we warned the right wing, what we warned Republicans about the reality of tariffs and that it's nothing but a domestic sales tax. Well, we got some of those numbers. Apparently, it cost families $1,000 last year, and it could cost up to $1,300 this year in 2026 if the tariff trends continue as they have. And with Donald Trump being, you know, completely pig-headed and stubborn and unable, one, to admit fault, but also unable to change course, there's no reason to believe that he's going to remove and revoke the tariffs. In fact, the more pressure that builds around him, the more he's going to flail and probably throw them out. He's already threatened Europe in terms of Greenland. He backed off of that for a little bit, but he's always changing his mind, right? And so let's check this out. This is from the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation. As I said, last year it cost American households $1,000, and it's set to cost up to $1,300 this year. This is a major hit to family budgets, especially when people are already dealing with high prices. The Tax Foundation says the cost may go up even more as we move into 2026. The research group called these tariffs, quote, the largest U.S. tax increase as a percent of GDP since 1993. The president's main economic policy is making the cost of living worse for many families. According to ABC News, the federal government collected $264 billion in total tariff revenues in 2025, which, again, $264 billion in American dollar. American citizens are paying that. It's just a sales tax. You know, I mean, last time Trump was in office, he cost farmers billions of dollars. He ended up having to give a bailout package worth billions of dollars. And the same thing happened this go round. And now China is just flat out not buying anywhere near the percentage of soybeans that they used to. And the rest of the world is moving away from depending on the United States because you can't trust the United States. You know, I mean, every 4 years, there's no telling who we're going to put in office. A man like Donald Trump has been absolutely dominating American politics for the last 15, well, you know, over 10 years. By the time it's over, it will be about 15 years that he's been basically the center of attention. The entire Democratic platform since Donald Trump has been in the American political zeitgeist has basically just been anti-Trump. You know, we're better than this guy. Vote for us so we can keep him out. And of course, that's been an excuse for them to not really push the needle with progressive policies. We've had opportunities to raise the minimum wage. We've had opportunities to erase more student loan debt than was deleted and forgiven. We've had opportunities to expand the Medicare system. We've had all types of opportunities to do these things. But the Democrats, of course, are corrupted by corporate dollars. So ultimately, corporate America gets what it wants, right? So, and you got to think too, you know, $1,000, that's a lot, especially if you got kids. If you're not making a ton of money, that's a lot of extra money that could have went somewhere else. It could have went into groceries. It could have went into savings. It could have went into a vacation. It could have went into some type of supplies that your kids needed for school. Who knows? But that's a lot. And $1,300 more in a time where millions of people are losing their jobs. The job market is basically at a standstill. It's tough times out here. People are drowning in credit card debt. What was it? Over 90% of Black Friday sales were financed by credit card, and the same amount for Christmas shopping. Americans are drowning in medical debt. Americans are drowning in student loan debt, millions of Americans. And then you got to also keep in mind that everyone's private health insurance got more expensive this year, including mine. It's just a disaster. And these tariffs absolutely are not making things more easy for American families as Donald Trump destroys everything that he touches. And of course, we got the White House spokesman Kush Desai said, quote, Americans' average tariff rate has increased by nearly tenfold in the past year, while inflation has actually cooled. Real wages have risen, GDP growth has accelerated, and trillions in investment continue pouring in to make and hire in America. That's just not true. It's just not. Trillions of dollars are not being invested in domestic manufacturing in this country. In fact, more domestic manufacturing jobs are being shipped overseas because corporate America gets what it wants, because it's cheaper for them to produce their products overseas where you don't have to pay the workers nearly as much. That's another reason why mass deportations will never happen here, and why, in addition to their just overall incompetence, the Trump administration has no real, they're not succeeding at mass deportations. They're kicking people out basically at the same rate as the Democrats, except they're far more cruel and unusual in their approach. But other than that, that would be bad for the economy too. So here we go. This is this is good info. Hold on, what we got? Coffee drinkers are feeling the pain. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, coffee prices rose by 33.6%. 33.6% coffee prices went up. Ground beef went up 19.3%. Romaine lettuce increased 16.8%. And frozen orange juice rose by 12.4%. Items that people depend on, rely on. And these are everyday items. This isn't like, candy and champagne that people can kind of skip out on. I mean, obviously, you can eat what you want. But coffee, people drink that every day. Ground beef, people eat that all the time. Lettuce, people, this is stuff that people need. The average tariff rate in the U.S. surged from around 2% in 2024 to roughly 10% in 2025. That's the highest tariff rate since 1946. Despite these massive tariff increases, the latest government data shows the annual inflation rate in December was 2.7%, which is about the same rate as when President Trump took office. But again, his tariffs are making it such that what difference does it really make? You can say, oh, well, inflation is cooled, but do people feel that at the checkout lines? No, they do not. They absolutely do not. So again, that is good information for the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation that shows Americans spent $1,000 extra on everyday items because of Trump's tariffs. And this year, they're likely to spend up to $1,300. So apparently Nick Fuentes is finished with white nationalists. He's done. But, of course, that's not true because that's his entire identity. Just like how many times has he been finished with Donald Trump and then come right back whenever he does something based in his imagination. This is the same dude who literally is selling like Epstein gear and saying that Epstein was kind of edgy and kind of cool. So of course, obviously, Nick Fuentes is not a serious person, as his last name is Fuentes and he's a white nationalist in the United States of America. So that by itself should just cancel things out. But, you know, we enjoy making fun of this guy, you know, the man who says that having sex with a woman is gay because sex is for procreation only. And so when you just do it for pleasure and enjoyment, that's like kind of faggy. You know what I'm saying? So AKA virgin talk, AKA he likes guys. Just admit it. And it's okay. And luckily for you, Nick, we live in an era and a time where, you know, being gay is pretty accepted for the most part. You know what I mean? Like it's really not a big deal to see people existing as their gay selves in public. So go ahead and join the tribe. But we're gonna go ahead and take a listen to what Nick Fuentes has to say. This is a bit of a long clip, so let's get into it.
The halftime show was in Spanish and all the performers were brown people. The message was, this is what America looks like, a mosaic of Latin peoples. Clearly it was political. Clearly it was a middle finger to white people. Weird take. Are you even a white nationalist at this point?
Honestly, I don't feel like one anymore. I feel like, do I want America to be a white country? Yes. I'm pro-white, but the movement has just been captured by losers and idiots. I'm kind of just done pandering. I fucking hate these people. When I look at what the movement has become, like the kind of impulses that have captured it, it's just kind of depressing.
Okay, obviously the white nationalist movement was always filled with losers and idiots. At no point did it make sense. At no point was it just. At no point was it the way of the future. It was always going to end. It was always going to come to a close. So yeah, no, let's not start there. And then, you know, like the KKK, the Grand Wizard, the Grand Dragon, these people are dorks. They always have been.
And I've always been forward thinking, and I've always been heterodox. And
No, you haven't always been forward thinking, because if you were, then you wouldn't have stood for and represented the things that you have your entire career.
I've always been progressive in a way, and increasingly I don't feel like I fit in with that anymore. It used to be the case that if you were against white genocide, if you're pro-white, if you're against immigration, like that is what it meant to be on our side. Now it's like you have to be a Republican culture warrior. I have to be spun up about the Super Bowl halftime show. It's just so low IQ. It's so low IQ. It's so monotonous. It's
always been low IQ, brother. At no time did this shit make any sense. Not at one time. You remember the same people who absolutely lost their minds not too long ago at the idea of a little black girl going to school with white boys and white girls. That was just way too much to bear. We cannot have this. No, at no point did it make sense. It's always been low IQ.
Repetitive. You're screaming at the halftime show because it's in Spanish. Am I supposed to do this performative outrage? Why? I'm supposed to get up out of my seat? Who gives a fuck? No, I don't think I fit in anymore, because, you know, I'm telling you this, we've reached the high watermark of that stuff. I've been doing this for 10 years. I was into this before it was popular, before it was mainstream, and now it's filled.
No, you weren't. You weren't born yet. It's been popular for literally the entire history of the United States. So no, you're not the first. You're not the first racist to live. No, that's not true, Nick.
With a bunch of complete fucking idiots, it's really just turned into signaling that you're a part of an in-group. And we're all going to have the same take, and we're all going to have the same opinion, and we're all going to say the same thing, and we're all going to engage in this elaborate performance. I don't know who it's for, why. We're all going to perform outrage. We're all going to perform and do the same jokes, and we're all going to have the same talking points. I don't know. It's no longer interesting to me. It's no.
But see, Nick, that's what the right wing in this country has been my whole life. As long as I've been alive, you know, I guess maybe we can start with Newt Gingrich. You know, when he was a Speaker of the House, a lot of what his influence was kind of shifting Republican politics to owning the libs. Whatever the Democrats, whatever the left wing wants, we're against it. Period. No matter what it is, we're against it. We're going to demonize the left at all costs. The end. And that has completely just taken all the oxygen out of the room for policy. And that's why these days You know, you got Republicans, particularly just in terms of what drives people to the polls. What are they complaining about? They're complaining about, you know, what celebrities are doing, what they're wearing. You know, men shouldn't be wearing dresses, stuff like that, you know. And this whole movement behind Donald Trump, obviously the racism and stuff and everything else, there are economic issues that go into it, but it's just owning the libs, sticking it to the libs. That's what the whole movement is.
No longer interesting. It's not funny anymore. It's not edgy. It's really just because
it's not funny anymore because you're losing. If you weren't losing, you would still be laughing.
I'm a drag. At one point, we were the trolls, and now we're the butthurt ones. There was a point in time when we were having fun and we were laughing and we were trolling and we were making jokes. And now our side are the biggest butthurt faggots of all time. The far right has become the biggest butthurt faggots ever. Everybody's mad all the time. You can't make jokes. Everyone's moral fagging about everything.
Moral fagging.
Purity spiraling. At the end of the day, people don't even really have a vision for what the country.
Moral faggotry. Well, look, Nick, that was, I mean, what then you love Hitler. You love Mr. Adolf. Was he not a whining, bitching motherfucker? One of the most bitching, whining, complaining human beings to ever exist. So no, the only thing, what's happening is the ship is sinking and you're losing. That's it. That's it. You're still very much a part of this group because no one else is going to welcome you in.
Country should be. I mean, half the people complaining about the halftime show aren't even white nationalists. They don't even know what the fuck they are. They just have these grievances. They don't care if America. Do you think Megyn Kelly gives a shit if America's white or not? Megyn Kelly is bitching about it. Like, you think Megyn Kelly is based? Megyn Kelly's screaming, the Super Bowl should be unifying. It should be in English. You think Megyn Kelly's a white nationalist? She isn't. She's just pandering to, like, I don't know, this like really bitter, like white resentment politics. I've always said this. I want to imagine a better future. I'm actually a progressive. And this kind of like Oliver Anthony, Matt Walsh, like knuckle dragging, like bitter ass face thing. We're all going to be grumpy and mad. I've never been on board with that.
Yes, you have. That's your whole thing.
I've always seen it.
But I mean, what you can't be. Nationalism itself is just grievance politics. The whole platform, even if you take white nationalism out of it, just nationalism in and of itself, it don't matter if it was an African nationalist country. It's a bunch of whining, griping, grieving bitches. That's what that's what nationalism is built on, is grievance and entitlement.
Is defeatist and fucking pathetic and basically just this big loser mentality. The halftime show was in Spanish. Oh, I didn't know that. You're telling me for the first time. It's like, okay. The message was America is full of Latin people. Well, you know, it is. Or do we live in reality? The message is America's full of Mexicans. Okay, America is like a quarter Hispanic. So like, I don't know, like get real. It was clearly a middle finger to white people.
How can you tell them to get real, but you still saying you the real white nationalist? You get real.
You know, I didn't really feel like that at all. It just, that message wasn't really there. But you see what you want to see, and you can go on fucking Oliver Anthony Island and be seething about it. All these various events over the past 6 months, it's just like, get me out of here. I'm a celebrity. Get me out of here. Charlie Kirk was a time traveler. Hands off Venezuela. Hands off Greenland. I support ICE, but they're being too mean. The Super Bowl's in Spanish. It's like, this is not something that I fuck with at all. Lunatics are running the asylum. People that 9 months ago were woke are now telling us what's based. I don't know. I'm not a part of it.
Anon 83 cent $20.
But again, this is what Nick Fuentes does this all the time. And next week he'll be celebrating some type of, you know, right-wing moral victory. One day he's saying that Donald Trump should be abandoned. Actually, he was just the other day, he was talking about how he literally was saying fuck you to Donald Trump. He was like, okay, you don't want our votes, then fuck you. We ain't gonna give them to you. Don't show up to the polls. And obviously it's because in Nick Fuentes' mind, Donald Trump isn't right-wing enough. He isn't white nationalist enough. He isn't carrying out, you know, mass deportations and things along those lines. Nick Fuentes gripes about that. He gripes about H-1B visas. You just heard him for yourself say, you know, the Republicans who want ICE but don't want to see them kill Americans are like moral faggots. You know, like, who cares? Let them do what they want. But yeah, I think above anything else, this is just another clear sign that these people, it's not even just that they're losing. They lost when the Civil War ended. This war been over. It's been over. And it's just been a slow creep into white nationalist America realizing that. Generation after generation, these people, you know, told their false vision of America. At the end of the day, what America is supposed to be is a melting pot that welcomes immigrants. Everyone who lives here, if you're not Native American, if your lineage doesn't go back literally over 20,000 years, these people were here. Over 20,000 years, these people were here. If you aren't a part of that lineage, you are from immigration, whether you're first generation, second generation, it doesn't matter. You know, so their vision of America, in fact, is un-American. They call us un-American. They're un-American. You know, the Confederacy was so un-American that they seceded from the nation so that they could maintain their rights to own people and just be propped up on the social ladder. That's how un-American they were. They actually left the country. These people do not stand for American values, and they absolutely do not have the future, but they did destroy the country. Candace Owens has some harsh words for the right wing and for the MAGA meltdown on the Bad Bunny halftime show. You know, I normally don't really cover Candace Owens because I don't really see much point, but every once in a while, I suppose there's something to talk about here. I actually kind of missed my opportunity, my window of opportunity to discuss the whole Charlie being a time traveler thing. I really haven't been paying that much attention to it for real. You know what I mean? It's just a lot to keep up with, but she's kind of been, I don't know, she's been going kind of cuckoo with that. But here we got her at least telling some truth. You know what I mean? But there are a few things wrong with what she's saying. So firstly, I'm just going to go ahead and read it. She says, conservatives are now fully deluding themselves and paying influencers to invert reality. To what end? Okay, Candace, that's not, let me just finish it. It's like watching a bad rerun of Hillary Clinton's Too Big to Fail 2016 campaign. Reality. You lost a Super Bowl narrative. Bad Bunny had an objectively successful performance, whether you like it or not. More reality. The majority doesn't agree with ICE shooting people in the face in Minnesota. Even more reality. The collapse of the Republican Party has everything to do with Christian Zionism and its perceived hypocrisy. You can hate me all you want for telling you the truth, but it won't change. Well, the only true thing here is that Republicans are tripping and wasting their breath and honestly just exposing what this movement has always been about with their whining and griping of the Bad Bunny halftime show. Yes, he absolutely had an objectively successful performance. And, you know, whether you like that or not doesn't change the fact that you can't afford your rent or you can't afford to take your family out to eat. Like, this has nothing to do with real world problems. Which is why, again, just keeping a white majority is the crux and the foundation of what these people are all about. The other thing here where she says that the collapse of the Republican Party has everything to do with Christian Zionism and its perceived hypocrisy. Honestly, I don't even know what the hell that means. I guess I really don't even know where to go with that. But no, that's not why the Republican Party's collapsed. The Republican Party has collapsed because they suck and they never deliver on anything whatsoever. And because Donald Trump consumed the soul of the party. The entire Republican apparatus is about one man. And even if this one man wasn't Donald Trump, who's one of the most ridiculous human beings to ever walk this planet, it still would be problematic. You can't, you know, the saying, you can't put all your eggs in one basket exists for a reason. Donald Trump is 80 years old. He's sickly. He's, you know, he almost certainly has dementia, Alzheimer's, whatever. That's probably what those injections in his hand are for. You're supposed to get those every couple of weeks. And every couple of weeks, he's got makeup over the bruises on his hands. You know, destroyed the economy, destroyed our relationships with our foreign allies. You know, he is littered. Apparently, this dude's name is in the Epstein files over 1 million times for what was just released. I'm sitting here thinking it's 38,000, which is literally like 10 times as much as anyone else in there, over 1 million times. I'm like, we literally have one of the most disgusting people in the world leading the country, and nothing's happening. No prices are being paid. We got Joe Rogan and his influencers talking about how it's not that big of a deal, the Epstein thing. Well, you know, it's not like they were 9, they were 14. Oh, lo and behold, there's 9-year-olds in the unredacted Epstein file. So that isn't true. I mean, we got stuff like this dude having hundreds of barrels of sulfuric acid delivered to Epstein Island. What for? Probably for dissolving human bodies. What else do you need that much sulfuric acid for? These people are running the world, and they damn sure are running this country, right? That's why the Republican Party has collapsed, because it's empty and it's hollow, and it doesn't stand for anything except for grievance and owning the libs. Don't know Christian Zionism that assumes that the majority of voters are not worried about, you know, if their kids are going to have a positive future. How many people are delaying having kids or not having kids at all? I mean, of course, there's the affordability, and then there's the, you know, I don't really need to have kids. I'd like to live my life for myself. There's nothing wrong with that. But, you know, what kind of world do you want to bring children into? That's a huge factor in this. Do I really want to bring a life into the world where there's not much hope for them unless they're a spectacular, extraordinary individual, which most people are not? Most people are not most people aren't professionally good looking. Most people aren't extremely charismatic. Most people aren't, you know, athletic. Most people aren't extraordinary. So what type of world do we want to bring our people into? Yeah, you know, millennials, Gen Z, most of us are never going to own a home. It's just not happening. We're going to be renting for the rest of our lives. We're going to be renting things that we have no business renting, you know, own nothing and be happy about it. There will be subscriptions for absolutely everything. People are doing buy now, pay later for groceries. That's why the Republican Party has collapsed. That's it. But at least she has the wherewithal to say that everybody who's up in arms about this Bad Bunny performance needs to get over it. Even Nick Fuentes, who we just covered, is on the same page with that. Like, who cares, man? And y'all know y'all liked it too. You know you liked it, man. And can we please not? Well, matter of fact, before I end this video, like all these right-wing men in particular who are like up in arms about Bad Bunny at the halftime show, surrounded by beautiful Latinas who they wish they could have sex with. These men often go to other countries so that they could, you know, pay for the sex there. Maybe they can get them a prostitute wife, bring her back to the U.S., get her knocked up, then she leaves you because that was her plan all along. You exploited her, she exploited you. I mean, come on, bro. Come on. Hey, now. Thank you so much for tuning in here at Politics and Paper. If you like what I do and you support my work, go ahead and subscribe. I greatly appreciate it and really helps to support what we do here.
Love to see more union folks running for office and crushing it like he did.
I think if we look to recent history, this is definitely a valuable lesson that the Democrats will refuse to learn.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
I will go ahead and confess if I mispronounce this brother's last name, that's on me because I only read the news this week. I didn't listen to any news this week. So Taylor Ramett is a union leader at Lockheed Martin in Fort Worth, and he is president of the International Association of Machinists, IAM, Local 776B, and he is president of the Texas State Council of Machinists. And he just defeated the Republican nominee and is now the state senator-elect for Texas State Senate District 9. He spent about $400,000. The Republicans spent more than $2.5 million, even though the Republican only had 180 total donors. Taylor had over 1,800 donors. Now, Trump won the district in 2024 by 17 points. Taylor won the district by 14 points, which is a 31-point swing. And we have a clip here of the victory party, if we could play clip 4. Yeah, big win out of Texas, a 31-point swing. I mean, that's huge. We've got a little bit of reporting from the Texas Tribune as well. Instrumental to his victory was the backing he received from Hispanics, who account for slightly more than 1 in 5 eligible voters in the district. One analyst found that Ramett outperformed Harris, the 2024 presidential nominee, by more than 50 points in some of the largely Hispanic areas of Fort Worth. So that is really interesting. There, of course, have been immigration agents in recent weeks to kill 2 Americans, carrying out the president's mass deportations. And a lot of voters seem to be upset about that. And it seems to be shifting the winds of politics across the country. And the other thing worth noting is that Ramett didn't run as a centrist. From his website, Taylor will lead efforts to repeal anti-union laws, expand collective bargaining, and bring good-paying union jobs back to Texas communities. He supports reclassifying gig workers to guarantee benefits and will fight for apprenticeship pipelines that create career paths for the next generation. He also said housing isn't a luxury, it's a right, supporting statewide rent stabilization, tenant protections, and deep investment in public and nonprofit housing. And he'll work to stop corporate landlords from turning Texas neighborhoods into profit machines. He also talked about modernizing public transit like TexRail and fighting for walkable neighborhoods and folks being able to move freely without relying on a car. So he also talked about the culture war a little bit in terms of how schools have become culture war battlegrounds, but really we need to be supporting the teachers, the mental health infrastructure. We need to keep these book banners off the school boards, that kind of thing. But he really ran on a pretty populist message, and it wasn't just because of a high Democrat turnout. 51% of the voters were Republicans, and only 35% were Democrats, which is interesting as well. I mean, the fact that it's a largely Republican electorate, right? And he still whoops some tail. It's a pretty big deal. From NBC, the number one takeaway is Republicans did not lose because of low turnout, not primarily. They lost it because a large number of independents and some Republicans voted for the Democratic candidate, according to a Republican analyst, Ross Hunt. At least that's what he told NBC News. This election is definitely a warning bell for the Republicans this fall, he said. Interesting. So we'll see what this poses. But I mean, if you're talking a 30% or a 30-point swing, that puts a whole lot of districts in play. That puts a lot of districts even in a place like Alabama in play, right? Or Louisiana or Tennessee, where we're on the radio. That could put a lot of districts in play. And I will say that there are more candidates in 2026 in Alabama, at least. There are a lot more candidates running for office than the last few cycles, so there should be some more competitive elections. But we'll see if there's any replication of this. I think the fact that he's a union leader is definitely exciting. I think it's important that more and more union folks run for office themselves because, for one thing, who better to represent working class people than fellow working class people? But just on a practical standpoint, if you have been involved in unions for a while, you've been navigating democracy, you've been representing people's interests, you've been dealing with, complicated personal dynamics, and you've done that in the best interest of working people. So I think if you've got that experience, it could lend itself well to running for office. So really love to see more union folks running for office and absolutely crushing it like he did.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
What do you think, Whitney? Do you think there's going to be more competition in 2026? You think this bodes well for anything, or does it mean anything? Is it just an isolated thing? That's always the hard thing with these special elections. Is it just a one-off kind of thing?
I think, if we look to recent history, this is definitely a valuable lesson that the Democrats will refuse to learn. That, populist and progressive policies are extremely popular across political, racial, all sorts of demographic lines. This is popular. We've seen that is what is popular in New York City is also popular in Texas.
Right.
This seems like a really easy thing to replicate, especially when it comes to the housing and the transit. These are things that literally everyone requires and needs. I don't know if, I don't know what kind of support he got as a candidate from the Democrats. I think that would be a really interesting thing to find out. And even here, as you mentioned, there's a lot more candidates on the ballot this year, at least for primaries. But there's really no telling how much of that is actually from the backing of the state Democratic Party. I think this is, if anything, a fantastic time to be a populist. It's a fantastic time to actually run on policies that people care about, whether you do it as an independent, a Democrat, or even a Republican. And so I think, if people are looking to go out there and run and are willing to do that, they should be looking at races like this. I think this is proven without a doubt. It's not a fluke. This is what people want.
Right. And we actually had Les Leopold and a couple other folks on a few weeks back. They did a report on this subject. They studied how do populist messages land with people? How do they land with different audiences? What's a populist Democrat look like versus a populist independent look like? Things like that. And so it's interesting, that to me, this is another data point in their book. It really helps make their case that you're right. The progressive message or a progressive populist message where you're speaking to issues that resonate broadly with a lot of people. You're speaking to people's material needs. You're willing to push back against oligarchy and the powers that be. That makes a big difference, and people are more willing to get engaged, I think. If it's just more of the same, if it's just, hey, those other guys are bad and I'm not them, I don't know how excited that gets people. And I think the candidates themselves do make a difference. Some candidates don't have working class backgrounds. Right. And it's very common. You see a lot of candidates who are lawyers or bankers or business owners, and, more power to them. But that ain't us. That ain't most of us. And so that's something that I think does matter. And so it's exciting to see more union people stepping out and putting themselves out there to run for office. And I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens in these 2026 elections. I mean, historically, if you look at the signs, there should be a wave election for the Democrats. Typically, in a situation like this, for other presidents, midway through their second term, you're going to have some losses in the Senate, some losses in the House, as well as state offices. So, but to your point, Will Democrats actually take advantage of it? Will Democrats embrace populist messaging, potentially alienating some of their donor class? I don't know. There's lots of reasons to be skeptical, certainly over many years of this song and dance. But
yeah, I think also it's going to be a really fascinating primary season. I imagine there's a ton of like Democrats in Congress that people will be primarying, and it'll be interesting to see what those races reveal about what people want.
Right. Absolutely. And, I didn't say anything about the Texas Teamsters governor endorsement earlier, but they did that, and that's out there. But also, this is a big win in Texas. So because Texas, in particular in this district, was really a conservative district based on the numbers, and they flipped it in a huge way. And to see a fellow union brother do that is huge. So I'm wishing him all the best. I know it's very difficult when you get in office. It's one thing to run, but something else to actually hold a position. And there's a lot of barriers to doing what you need to do for the best interests of the people, because you're going to run into the machines that control so much of the power in those bodies. But when you have the grassroots backing of a lot of people, that certainly helps. His own bill.
He did not write it. He did not read it. Someone handed it to him and he was like, sure, I'll do whatever you say. Now he's trying to take away power of unions from thousands of workers in his state. So a couple years ago, Alabama passed SB 231, which is a bill that prevents and I believe takes back tax incentives from companies that do voluntary recognition for union campaigns. So it forces like a card check where,
it forces an election, right?
Forces an election where everyone has to, vote on the union to join the union. So like my organization, the union I'm a part of, they did voluntary recognition. It puts a lot of power back. It's a more collaborative situation for unions. It's very helpful. It's a lot easier. And Alabama decided to penalize companies that did that. This is one of those ALEC bills. ALEC is a more conservative organization that creates sort of template legislation, and they use southern states like Alabama and Tennessee as sort of testing grounds for these legislation. So like SB 231, I think some of the stuff we saw out of Tennessee with like this anti-CBA bills recently, a lot of the preemption laws that southern states face, those come directly from ALEC. And right now we are seeing the spread of this sort of anti-voluntary recognition law in other states like Florida.
That's right. Yeah. It's really unfortunate to see these kind of bills shop from state to state. And, Florida legislators are even, taking it even further, really. But they've got a copycat bill. They use the Alabama bill as a guidepost, but they're going even further. They're going to prohibit neutrality agreements. And for those who aren't familiar, a neutrality agreement is not necessarily the same as voluntary recognition. So voluntary recognition means the employer has chosen to recognize the legitimacy of the union and begin negotiations and bargaining and, respecting it as the bargaining agent. And typically they would do that because the union already has, vast majority of folks signed up. A neutrality agreement, which some companies have chosen to enter into with unions and with community partners, a neutrality agreement is kind of what it sounds like. You agree to be neutral if your workers organize. We know that in many cases, maybe most cases, when workers organize in private industry, they face a lot of pushback from the employer. They face a lot of hostility. A neutrality agreement binds the company and says that, you know what, we're actually going to stay out of it. We're not going to push the workers to do one thing or the other. We're not going to have any propaganda that we push out. We are just going to remain neutral. We're going to stay out of it. And some employers have chosen to enter into those kind of agreements for various reasons, either because they already have contracts and relationships with unions and other facilities that they own, or maybe they're just trying to do the right thing. Sometimes that happens. There are some really big corporations who have entered into neutrality agreements. But yeah, Florida, they're not really sending their best. It's clear that the legislator who has proposed this hasn't even read the legislation that he's proposing. Here he is presenting this bill to a committee in the Florida legislature.
I know that some big companies, in particular, Microsoft, AT&T, a lot of automakers, that they have neutrality agreements with their workforce. My understanding is that neutrality agreements are prohibited under your bill.
They're not prohibited.
Okay.
They're authorized. We want neutrality agreements.
So you want the neutrality agreements. So would this bill, would it reject companies' applications for Florida economic development incentives? I mean, are they just not authorized if they have this? I'm trying to understand how that plays in here.
You're recognized. Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you again for the question. The bill basically states that if the state is going to seek to give an incentive that's defined by the language to a particular entity, that entity would have to follow the precepts of this bill, which would include unionization, if they are unionized by secret ballot, and have a neutrality agreement.
Thank you. And just a clarification.
What? I don't think he fully understands what this bill does, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was confused hearing him try to explain what he was talking about. Like, why would he enter neutrality agreements, which is already a thing you can do,
right?
Like, you wouldn't you wouldn't have to legalize that. Like, why would that even be mentioned at all if you weren't trying to take that away?
Right, as the other lawmaker said, I mean, they already exist with other big companies, so very weird.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
All right, let's continue.
Because I want to make sure that I'm not confused about the bill. My understanding is in order for a company to be eligible for economic development incentives, you're saying employers must sign agreements stating that they will not sign neutrality agreements with labor organizations. But I just heard you say that they're required to, that they're authorized to have a neutrality agreement. Help me understand the discrepancy there.
You're recognized.
And it may be on me.
1 second. Let me just, thank you, Mr. Chair.
He's still working on it. Give him a second. He's reading.
Senator Smith, can he get back to you with that answer?
Absolutely.
I think I can answer it for him. Let me, Mr. Chair, may I direct you to line 94?
Yes, sir.
Neutrality agreement means an agreement signed by the employer and the union in which the employer agrees to conditions including, but not limited to, committing not to speak to the employees about union issues. I was incorrect. You are correct. They cannot have that in place.
Wow. Wow. Doesn't even know his own bill.
That's probably because he did not write it. I'm
not sure he read it first.
He did not write it. He did not read it. Someone handed it to him and he was like, sure, I'll do whatever you say. And now he's trying to take away the power of unions from thousands of workers in his state.
And the thing about this to me is that it's not even just about the power of unions and the power of the workers. It's also regulating the free speech of corporations.
Right.
We've got a regular caller, Dwayne, who's brought this up a couple times, and I appreciate his point on this, that if people have free speech, right, and people can enter into pretty much any kind of contract you want to, right, as long as it's otherwise legal stuff you're agreeing to in the contract, you can go out and, as a consenting adult, express yourself through a contract. And if corporations are people, which according to Citizens United they are, they should have the same free speech rights, right? So a corporation should have the right, theoretically, to say, we want to get along with our workers. We want to have a good relationship. Yes, if they want to organize, we'll stay out of it. We'll let them decide. Why take away that right?
Yeah, and you know, not just their right to free speech, but just their right to conduct business, which, like, I don't care about corporations, like, and their rights, but, you know, that restricts them from attracting the best talent and from, like, having a workforce that's excited to work for them. I'm sure that impacts, like, you know, outcomes for their products. Like, it is just bad all around to take that choice away from everyone.
Right. I mean, what you're doing, in effect, is encouraging employers to be more hostile to their workforce when they organize, which, yeah, seems like an imposition in terms of the way of doing business. But that's just me.
Union voices portray it as if, oh, you vote in the union, next thing you know, some big union boss is going to come in and tell you what to put in your contract or when to go on strike.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Workers at Volkswagen in Chattanooga did reach a tentative deal with the company last week. We've got a member of the bargaining committee that's going to be on here in just a second. But first, we wanted to play for you what Shawn Fain had to say as they announced the deal a couple days ago.
Good evening, UAW family. This evening, I want to share some breaking news. After months of negotiations, we have reached a tentative agreement with Volkswagen for over 3,000 auto workers in Chattanooga, Tennessee. For decades, we've seen auto workers falling further and further behind, despite an auto industry that's made billions for corporate executives in Wall Street. More and more auto jobs were non-union. Foreign auto companies set up shop in the U.S. South, where factory workers were underpaid and overexploited. The auto industry executives' plan was to undercut the standards our movement had won over the past century. But we have a different plan. Our plan is to organize the non-union auto industry, win strong union contracts, and bring the standards up so auto workers everywhere can win their fair share. When union workers at the Big Three join together with auto workers in the South, we all win. This is exactly what our UAW family at Volkswagen has done in this agreement. It's now up to the members what happens next. But this is a massive breakthrough for these members and for our entire union. Because they joined the UAW, workers want a 20% raise over the life of the deal. That's on top of the 11% UAW bump these workers got when we won our stand-up strike in 2023. We not only froze healthcare costs, we cut them by over 20%. At a time when we're in a healthcare crisis in this country, Volkswagen workers will have a healthcare they can afford because they joined the UAW. We got real job security. Volkswagen, the world's second largest automaker, has committed to keeping good jobs in Chattanooga, not threatening to close plants or move product. This team won that because the workers joined the UAW. Maybe more important than any specific win in this contract is the power of a union contract itself. It means your rights can't just be taken away by management. The days of favoritism, harassment, unequal treatment are over at Volkswagen. Volkswagen workers now have a real voice on the job and rights that are backed up with the power of their union. All of this is possible for one reason only: because auto workers stood up and stood together. Volkswagen workers organized for this moment for over a decade. There were setbacks and late nights and a lot of sweat put into this fight, but they never quit. In 2023, when Big Three workers walked out, it did two things. One, it struck fear in the hearts of auto executives everywhere because they knew auto workers were done settling for less. And the second thing it did is it inspired auto workers to take action. From the day we walked out at the Big Three to the end of this contract, Volkswagen workers will have gotten a $10 an hour raise. Their healthcare cost will be lower in 2030 than they were in 2024. And they'll have enforceable rights on the job and real job security. Most of all, they will have joined a movement of auto workers and working class people who are ready to stick together and keep making history.
Really exciting stuff there. Really exciting stuff. And really excited to have Caleb Mikulski here on the show. He is a Volkswagen worker in Chattanooga and a member of the UAW's bargaining committee there at Volkswagen. Caleb, thank you so much for making some time on a busy week for you. Really appreciate it, brother.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much. Whitney and I have both been on bargaining committees before. We know what a tough assignment it is and how much work it is and just how busy you have been. So yeah, thank you for making that time. And, you know, we just played some footage that talked about some of the contract highlights, and we're going to talk to you a little bit about those. But before we do that, we wanted to just ask you, why are you a supporter of the union, and why have you decided to devote so much of your time and effort and energy to being on this bargaining committee?
So that's a little bit of a story, if that's okay.
That's okay. That's why we ask, right? Everyone has a story, and I think it's
Right.
important to hear
Right.
that.
So I actually grew up in an anti-union household. And when I first started working at Volkswagen was in January of 2020. So it was just a little bit after the union drive in 2019, where the vote lost. And so when I started was when the company was rolling out all these new programs that they said, instead of having a union, let's have like an engagement committee, let's have a roundtable committee, let's have all these different things in place that way workers' voices could be heard. So when I first started at Volkswagen, it seemed good because I come from hospitality. I've been a bartender, mixologist, and I was used to not having any rights of any kind and making $2.13 an hour plus tips. But so all that seemed good at first, and eventually I became part of the engagement committee. I've been a safety guy, I've been a team member, a team lead, and now an equipment operator throughout assembly logistics. And one of the things that I noticed, at least in the background, is that the meetings, these engagement committee meetings and whatnot, started shifting from real dialogue and the company getting feedback from the workers to it started just turning into, hey, this is what we're going to do. We're telling you first, and it's your guys' job to tell the rest of the workers kind of in lieu, like either in a conjunction with us or in place of us. And but even then, like, I didn't like it, but I was like, okay, whatever. What really radicalized me, you could say, was so I'm an equipment operator that works on automated guided vehicles. They're robots that transport parts from the docks or from the kitting sumas and logistics and transport them to the lines. Because the processes in place were not well thought out or well executed, we were having to sling batteries that weigh like 200 pounds dozens and dozens of times per day, and we were having to pull thousands of pounds. We were having to flip these robots over on their sides that weigh anywhere from like 700 pounds to like 900 pounds or more. And so we were getting hurt. Like I experienced a back injury. Two of my guys had torn rotator cuffs in the first year. Like all of us have gotten injured from it, and we went through the process that the company had outlined. So like you have two processes. Like one of them was going through the medical route, and the other one was going through the management route, and we did both. And there's a lot of hoops that you have to jump through, but we did it. And then at the end of it, they told us that it wasn't in budget, and we're just gonna have to deal with it.
Wow.
And it just finally became this almost like a war cry on the floor. Like, at what point is our health and safety going to be in budget? How many of us have to keep getting hurt over and over before it's in budget? Even simple things like little traffic cones that we could keep in our toolbox. So if we're working on a machine, other drivers in high traffic areas could be able to see us and be able to give us clearance. Initially, they were telling us that was not in budget and wouldn't give it to us. And I'd been fighting for this for weeks, and it took to almost one of my coworkers on night shift almost getting his head run over before they finally said, okay, you can have some cones. And it was like that for everything, every single thing. And that's one of the moment where I realized, where I said, hey, there's still a lot that I don't know about a union, but we need to not just have because we was like, oh, you have a voice in a union. It's like, we need to be able to have power that can hold the upper levels of management and even the finance department accountable to make sure that we're working in safe environments, and that we have the power to say no when we're doing things that are unsafe, when we're forced to do skilled work for unskilled pay, including electrical work that, by the way, if we had gotten electrocuted doing, we would have been at fault for.
Wow.
But that was just our job. And so you're living between a rock and a hard place perpetually. And so that's when I started really looking more into unions, and the UAW, they had the big movement in 23. And also, like, I went to school for communications, and I saw how the journalists and different communication workers and stuff like that were going on strike too. And I was like, you know what can we do? And it gave us hope. It gave us hope, especially when, the big three, they had this big win, because so many of us at Volkswagen were just used to living without hope, or almost like having a fear to hope. And I was like, well, what good is that going to do anyway? That kind of mindset. Well, that's just the way it is. Volkswagen, these companies are going to do whatever they're going to do. What can we do about it? Just try to keep your head down, get your job done, and try to come home in one piece.
Right. And especially here in the South, right? That's what they really want us to think.
Yeah. And then also in learning about unions, just educating myself in general, learning that the lowest life expectancy for working people is in right to work states, especially here in the South. And realizing that these companies see our health and safety as an expense on a spreadsheet. All we are just numbers. Like, I literally have a number. It's not tattooed on me or anything like that, but we all have a number. And if they see getting away from, or trying to see if they can wiggle out of certain safety policies, or even not executing safety policies whenever it's convenient, as a cost savings. And our lives, our bodies is not a cost savings on a spreadsheet. We are people, and as workers, we're the ones who drive the economy. And it's like, if I was a business owner and my workers were not getting a livable wage, if they were in unsafe conditions, if I put them through a fraction of what we experience, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. But that's why I started speaking out. And initially, I was one of those guys who didn't speak out. I was just one of those guys who, I just kept my head down. I worked hard. I try to do 110% of everything that I do. And, just let your work speak for itself. But after a while, I started realizing that if you aren't actively fighting to get things done or changed, nothing's going to happen. And they're going to see your silence as progress. So it's like, okay, obviously things are going well because people aren't talking to us about it. But if you do speak out about it, you put a target on your back. And which means that you've got to be basically impeccable because you're under so much extra scrutiny. You can get written up or disciplined in any which way they want to at any time. And so like when I remember when I finally decided that I was going to start actually being vocal about supporting the union, especially in a part of the plant that's pretty anti-union, it felt like those stories. To preface this, I'm a history and mythology nerd, and it's like, but it felt like those epic stories from a long time ago where the people are standing up to the giants or taking on the titans and stuff. And it was a little scary at first, but I just kept doing it because it was the right thing. And if we're not going to fight for us, no one else will. And so I realized a long time ago that I can say the same thing that other people would say and I'd get listened to and other people wouldn't. So I was like, okay, I'm going to keep advocating. And then when we voted in our union, overwhelmingly, I should say, I don't know, like people and how I became part of the bargaining committee, but I wasn't even originally planning on running. So many of my coworkers kept asking me if I would join, because I did an interview with the Payday Report, which that was just kind of a chance thing. And my coworkers just kept asking me, like, hey, I didn't vote for the union, but I'll vote for you. Hey, I was like, I don't know how I feel about all this, but if you put your name in the hat, I'll vote for you. I was like, okay. So I put my name in the hat 30 minutes before the expiration. And I didn't campaign. I was just like, well, my name is out there, whatever happens, happens. And I got elected in, and I take that very, very seriously. And even if there's things that, I may feel really strongly about, like if my constituents, my members don't feel that way, or I was like, I'm going to represent my members because that's what I was elected to do. And I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. So I know that was a really long answer to one question, but that
was fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why we asked that question, because I think everyone does have that story. And it's important that we can share that story and hopefully inspire other people to see how our destinies are connected and how it takes all of us being able to speak up and listen to each other and have each other's back to make progress.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tblr.fm/donate.
Something that I really appreciate in terms of your story is that a lot of workers in this country don't have this opportunity, right, that you just had. They don't have that voice. You know what it's like just from prior to the union being there in terms of what that's like to lack that power and voice on the job. And a lot of workers, especially here in the South, they can't really imagine sitting across the table from the company executive. So what else would you like to kind of share about the process and what it's been like, especially for those non-union workers who've never been through this?
So the process, as far as bargaining specifically?
Yeah, just anything you think workers should know in terms of like how this actually is a democratic process. And I think you hinted at it already in terms of how, you know, it's not really about your individual opinions, right? It's about representing the members themselves.
Absolutely. So immediately after after we won the vote, we had a meeting, and one of the things that myself and many other people felt strongly about is that when we do have, like, whether it's an election committee or whether it's a bargaining committee, that we need to make sure that we are touching every single part of the plant, every single shift, every single area, and get people and every demographic as well, because like we're a very culturally diverse shop, you know, not just different cultures within America, but I mean also internationally. You know, I work with people not just from different parts of the United States, but also people from like Sudan and Pakistan and you know, and Eastern Europe and England. Like we have, like, it's a really international diverse place, and it's beautiful, and we wanted to make sure that we captured that.
Right.
And then after the bargaining elections and we became part of the bargaining committee, we had surveys that went out to the entire shop floor. It's like, what are the things that you want to see as a list of demands for your, like, you know, for bargaining, to bargain a contract? And so we did this huge survey that went throughout the whole plant. And then afterwards, we had all of these lists of demands, and we went through every single one of them and say, okay, well, this one, it's like some of these are repeats, this one's the same as this one, or maybe we can phrase it this way, so that way it captures both of these, that way it's similar. And we ended up with like 800 demands. And that was our rule book. That was our textbook. You know, at the end of the day, even later on in bargaining, when we would be having discussions about like, hey, should we keep trying to pursue this? Should we pivot? Maybe try to push on this for this instead? We would go back to that demand book and say, well, this many percent of people actually wanted this. And regardless of how some of us personally felt about it, I was like, that's what the membership wanted. So that's what we're going to do. And even with the international staff coming down was incredible. You know, all they ever tried to do was to just try to, I mean, like they taught us how to bargain, but they were never the decision makers for anything, even small decisions. For every single decision that needed to be made, they would say, hey, this is what's going on. Here's some of the things that from our experience that we could possibly suggest, but it's ultimately up to you. Mm-hmm. And then they would step out of the room. The bargaining committee, we would discuss it, sometimes for a little bit of time, sometimes for a long time. Mm-hmm. And we would reach a conclusion, and then we would bring the international staff back in the room, and we would tell them what we had decided. And the international staff took that as guidance for what they were gonna bargain on their level. But we were the ones who made those decisions. Everything that, you know, because, you know, we had Chuck Browning, who is now retired, but was from the Ford Department, international vice president for the Ford Department of Agricultural Implementation. There was even some times where he said, hey, you know, this is what we do in Ford. And we said, like, that's not going to work here, you know, and this is a thing that we do here. And this is something that the membership really loves. And we're going to respect that. And he said, okay, then that's what we're going to do.
Right.
You know, like I felt like I learned more about how this country should operate by being a part of the bargaining committee, you know, because we have democratic principles. We have elected representatives that follow a constitution. You know, that's a democratic republic based on a constitution. You know what I mean? Like, I feel this has been a beautiful experience. It's just learning about even like how our own politics should work.
Yeah.
And every time that, we'd have decision, like, if there were things that we weren't sure about, like we'd do surveys, like we did healthcare surveys to see how many, like see what people's stories were and how many people like felt really strongly about it. We did that for a lot of things. And if ever we're in doubt, we'd have meetings, we'd invite people up and we'd talk to them and say, hey,
Right.
what are people saying on the floor? Hey, what do you guys think about this? And we tried making it as democratic as possible.
Yeah, I think that's really powerful what you shared, and being able to participate in democracy in action. And a lot of the anti-union voices out there portray it as if like, oh, you vote in the union, next thing you know, some big union boss is going to come in and tell you what to put in your contract or when to go on strike, or
Right.
And
Right.
it's such a bizarre experience, or a bizarre story to tell to anyone who's ever actually been through the process. So I really appreciate you
Right.
shedding
I
light
mean,
on that.
This isn't the 1930s Knights of Labor,
Yeah, it's just
my experience has been very, very democratic, being seen, being heard, and being empowered, and being shown that like you do have a voice. It's like, don't forget, this is your meeting. This isn't their meeting. This is your meeting. These are your demands. Own that. And then giving us the tools on how to bargain it. Like I felt it was an incredible experience in that regard.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for going into that. And, in terms of the agreement itself, I just wanted to know, what are some of the highlights? What are some of the things that, that members are probably excited about, or some of the things that you really feel good about? And I understand you have to stick to certain things.
Right.
We're still in the process
Keep it
of
high
bargaining
level.
this. So yeah, keep it to in general, just some of the things that, because we know that Volkswagen had a last best and final offer back in the fall, and now there's some things that have maybe changed a little bit. So it seems like y'all have made some real progress.
Yes. So the last best and final, which wasn't the last best or final, by the way, it didn't include good job security. So they had job security language for some things that basically checked the box, but it had very vague language that they could easily wiggle out of. And so they had terminologies like saying if production at the plant is ever deemed impractical. It's like, well, anything can be called impractical. That's a very, very vague term. That's not okay. And like where they would have language that would say, including but not limited to, and then list a whole ton of things. But that phrase where it says including but not limited to is like that opens it up to you could arbitrarily close the plant, sell the plant, or anything else for whatever reason that you wanted to, and that's not job security. And once we explained that to the membership, they realized that they were being lied to, because the highlights that the company was putting out with directly contradicted the actual language in many instances. And some things that were barely there, they would blow up. And yeah, so once workers started realizing what was actually at stake, then that's when, as one of the things, I guess you could call it like a catalyst that helped mobilize more of the membership. And then when the company just kept refusing to bargain with us whatsoever, and they had this huge campaign where like they were dropping videos once or twice a week. They were putting out propaganda all the time and say like, get this last best final offer is the bee's knees, and your bargaining committee is standing in the way of you being able to have success in your work area, and da 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 da. And we had to overcome that, and which ultimately led to us mobilizing for strike authorization. And then once we achieved that strike authorization vote, it changed everything. And it was when we could finally start having honest talks from certain members of the company, and that they actually took us seriously. Because something that a few members of management had told us was basically like, all right, if you want it, then fight for it. And even when we told us, like, but you know that this is the right thing. You know, I can understand ignorance beforehand, but you know now. So
Right.
let's just try to figure out how can we work together to be able to just do the right thing and bring justice to these people. And their statement, yeah, they told us that. I was like, well, if you're not willing to fight for it, why should we give it to you? And the other thing was, they told us that, and I can't remember the exact word verbiage that he used because it was like a year ago, but he said that it's not our fault that the labor laws in your country and the healthcare laws in your country suck.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Yeah.
It's like, if you change your laws, then we'll happily comply.
In other words, we're going to do whatever we can get away with.
Right. Because your country doesn't care about you.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Right? And especially things like right to work, which, by the way, for people listening to this, in case if you don't know, the right to work movement was largely based on racism, because they were afraid of multiracial, multicultural workers in solidarity being treated as equals, and that it would undermine Jim Crow. And so that was one, and the same people who were putting out Jim Crow pamphlets were the same ones who were putting out right to work pamphlets.
Amen, brother. Amen. I appreciate you lifting that up. And, you know, the last thing I wanted to ask you about this is, you know, I do definitely want to hear kind of where things are going, but, you know, a lot of anti-union folks are going to hear this news and they're going to say, oh, see, that's the problem. Those workers are just wanting too much stuff. They want too much. They're too greedy. Volkswagen's going to go out of business. They'll never be able to afford all this. What do you think?
Well, I think it's funny that when a single family that's part of the that owns investments, that owns 33% of the shares of Volkswagen, can make $4 billion in a single year, they're not greedy. They're just successful business people. But if workers want to get paid a livable wage, and by livable wage, I'm defining that as working 40 hours a week and being able to afford to live in a home in the town that you work in, be able to raise a family, be able to afford your utilities, a car, groceries, all those things, and still have money to put aside for retirement and savings. And I know that's something that sounds outlandish in today's age, but for my grandfather, he worked for a union shop, worked in a union shop for Scott Paper Company in northern Wisconsin. He was able to do all those things, and that was just normal. That was the American dream.
Right. Right.
And that's what I want for my family and for my coworkers. But all of my experience being working in other industries, I'm still friends with them. They're struggling more than we are, and I'm fighting for them too. They're having to work 2 to 3 jobs and selling plasma and doing Uber Eats and doing all these extra things, and they're following further and further behind. There's like 2 weeks behind on rent, 3 weeks behind on rent, fear of becoming homeless, not because they're not working enough, but because the cost of living keeps going up, which, oh, by the way, who gets to determine what the prices are? It's not you or me. It's the same investment firms that are also benefiting from these companies that are exploiting workers. So we're getting robbed by both ends by the same groups of people. And just to put it in perspective, so like in a bad year, Volkswagen will make around $20 billion. The shareholders will make between 10 and 12 billion dollars, 1/3 of which goes to one single family.
I think they're going to be okay.
I think they're going to be okay.
I think they're going to be
your
okay.
shareholders, when your shareholders make as much as all of Ford Motor Company on a good year as an international auto manufacturer, I think you're doing okay. Oh, and by the way, workers in Germany, Volkswagen workers in Germany doing the exact same work that we are making almost twice as much. They're making like $108,000 a year straight time on a 35-hour work week with more time off and better benefits.
Wow. Yeah.
You know,
when you
it's like,
lay
we're
it out
not
like
asking,
that,
we're not even asking for the German standard here. We just want the American standard. And Ford and General Motors are doing very well, even
right.
paying their workers a livable wage.
That's right.
And
That's right.
the other thing is that it's not just the pay. We now have language that are protecting workers from getting hurt. That's a cost savings for the company. We now have language in place that makes sure that workers who work in quality assurance aren't being forced by management to buy off on bad quality, which means that the company will benefit from having higher quality, which means that there's less rework on vehicles. That's a cost savings. We have language that now that we're going to be able to help with the ergonomics in production and making sure that processes are more effective, efficient, and also making sure that workers aren't being worked to death. That also results not just in, once again, better quality, lower injury rates, but also higher retention of workers, which means that they're not having to spend as much money in retraining new employees. That's a cost savings. We're like,
it's a win-win.
It's a
win-win.
It's a win-win. All of the language that we fought hard on is mutually beneficial. The language that the company was trying to push only benefited them.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
You know,
well, Caleb, I know we've had you longer than we asked you to be on, and we know you're really, really busy.
No worries.
And brother, we really appreciate it. Was there anything else you wanted to share with us before we let you go this morning?
Yeah, I hope that what we've been able to achieve is a beacon of hope to our brothers and sisters in the automotive industry who are fighting to be able to have representation and organization, and also people outside the automotive industry, because they deserve justice and a fair shake and a shot at the American dream as well. And it wasn't just us 19 who were in the bargaining committee. It wasn't even just all the members on the floor. We also worked together with other groups in the Chattanooga area, the Chattanooga Labor Council and the Caleb organization and Jobs with Justice and multiple others. It took a big group of people standing together in solidarity and fighting for each other. And as long as we are focused on fighting each other, they will always win. But if we stand together, we can move mountains. And a couple days ago, we literally did.
Hell yeah. Great way to end it, brother. Great way to end it. Caleb Mikowski is a member of the Volkswagen Bargaining Committee with the UAW, United Auto Workers. Thanks again for being on today.
And congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you
Keep
so
up
much.
the good work.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you. Take care.
You just saw a clip from the Valley Labor Report. We are live every Saturday morning from 9:30 a.m. till 12:30 p.m. And we pride ourselves on keeping all of our content free to everybody so that we can talk to as many working folks as possible. If you support the work that we're doing, you think that it's important, you think that it's good, then consider making a monthly contribution to the project, and you can do that on our website, tvlr.fm.
Which side are you on? Which side are you
Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. I hope you're all doing great today. Now, I have an excellent show lined up for you guys. It is going to be interesting. First, I do have to say, forgive my voice a little bit. I've been sick for the last week. It's not been fun, especially as someone who rarely ever gets sick. But just to start off the show, in case you weren't aware, this week, This Space is running our first subscriber drive, and it is going to be capping off tomorrow with a lovely marathon stream. It's going to be starting at 6 p.m. Eastern with an all-in with several hosts cycling in and out. We're going to be playing some games. We're going to be watching some movies. It is going to be a fantastic time. Do not miss it. We have fantastic contributors here. And also, we now have a promo video. Let's check it out. If you can. Guys, we gotta support independent. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I cut that off at the end. That's okay. We gotta support independent media. It's your support. There was no sound on that? Well, that's VLC for you. I was literally just talking to Nick saying I hope that it doesn't make a problem with VLC. However, I did play that on my own show, and you can check it out on my Discord anyway. Support independent left media. It's your support that lets this channel stay independent and on air and bring you, like, original content and actual news. We're stronger when we fight back together. So, beyond that, we have a lot that's going on. Now, first, I want to start with a little bit of news on Australia. Now, if you are aware, there was some massive protests throughout the country the last few days as Israeli President Herzog came to visit, and there was a massive amount of police brutality happening. It got really bad. To the point where several members of parliament are currently speaking out about it, but I want you to see just how bad it got. We are on our way to, like, just being America at this point. So, starting off, hold on, I don't like how it's, there we go, that I like. So, a man was briefly arrested in Sydney yesterday for booing and saying shame towards a car with Israeli President Herzog inside, according to the police, saying, boo, shame, are words that incite fear and harm. That's insane. Let's have a look.
When the president was actually leaving this event with a heavy police presence and his own motorcade, that a local Bondi man began booing. He was yelling the words shame towards the president's car. That is when police on the ground reacted very swiftly. They temporarily placed him
very swiftly, as if it's fucking terrorism to say boo, shame. Oh my God.
Arrest, alleging that he was inciting fear and harm.
Yep, inciting fear and harm. How? I don't know. I feel like maybe, though. I feel like maybe this is a little bit of projection on the part of the police. It seems like they're the ones inciting fear and harm. From Al Jazeera, Australian police under scrutiny after protesters beaten. I would use the word brutalized, actually. Like, this is insane. This is, I don't know whether I'm looking at America, Australia, Syria, Russia, like, Turkey. This was wild. This was a peaceful protest where a bunch of Muslim men were praying. They were silently praying, on their knees, praying, and the police just start dragging them, throwing them around. If this was done to any other religious group in this country, it would not fly. Like, everyone would lose their fucking minds. But since they're Muslim, that's allowed, apparently, even under the new extreme hate speech laws and censorship restrictions.
What you saw last night was New South Wales police being confronted multiple times by a section of that crowd intent on disturbing and disrupting police lines. I think it's...
Fuck you, Christmas. That is a complete lie. Sections of the crowd intent on creating disturbances? Excuse me. That's a crowd fucking leaving and the police charging them. What disturbance was being made here? What disturbance was being made here? They were silently praying. They're not blocking. They're not even blocking a road. That's just straight up lying.
What you saw last night was New South Wales police being confronted multiple times by a section of that crowd intent.
What you can see right here presented in front of you on this screen is what an Australian would call a shit cunt. Maybe a dog cunt, really.
On disturbing and disrupting police lines. I think it's important that people not judge the actions of police on 10 seconds or 15-second social media clips.
How about several minutes? How about entire live stream?
That's not fair to the police's relationship with the protest organisers.
At least 38 Muslims and legal groups in Australia are calling for the police commissioner to resign. And it's not just that, we have several senators and members of parliament speaking out as well. A formal apology, mind you, is the least they could do. So, continuing on. The police you're being unfair to the police, they say. Woman, 69 years old, in hospital with 4 broken vertebrae after an interaction with police at Sydney Herzog protest. So, 69-year-old woman in the hospital after police break 4 of her vertebrae by brutalizing her at a peaceful protest. That would be the correct headline, the real framing. However, as the author of this tweet says, Australia is destroying its civil liberties to support Israel. I would also say America, primarily America, in fact, and the media is covering for. A lot of what's happening here, and especially in Australia, people point to the Israeli lobby, the moneyed groups that are advocating for the hate speech laws and all this. It's not that. Israel is just America's most honest version of itself. I don't make much of a distinction between what happens in the United States and what happens in Israel. The desires of the United States internationally and geopolitically, and the desires of Israel internationally and geopolitically. They are the same country. Israel is the 51st state, mind you. Like, that's the way that I view it. But let's take a look at Green's senator from New South Wales and what he had to say about the events during this protest. Now, this is David Shoebridge, Green senator from New South Wales.
This is a police mobile surveillance tower, and it's literally...
God, that is very loud. Let's turn that down. I know, Poppy, it's loud, isn't it?
Actually designed to snoop and surveil on anyone at a protest. And it's kind of usefully got a warning that it's got 24-hour video surveillance. And the idea is to keep this constant surveillance on anyone attending at a protest. Police use this, linking it to facial recognition, and it's just part of more of the oppression of the policing of pro-Palestinian rallies, even here in Canberra.
Again, this is connected to Palantir. And as I reported last week, the Albanese government has agreed to give over the biometric data and the facial IDs and like ID data of Australian citizens to American ICE to hand over to Palantir. We signed like another deal with Palantir just recently. This is all Palantir. And by the way, we're going to talk about this later, but Discord's new rules, also Palantir. So we'll get to that when we get to that. We're going to talk about the tech industry in a little bit. But, I mean, I need you to see some more of the brutality of the police throughout this protest. So, New South Wales police launched an unprovoked assault on anti-Israeli protesters. I would really frame these as pro-Palestinian protesters. Marching peacefully along George Street in central Sydney, violently charging into the crowd. The massive demonstration was calling for the immediate expulsion of the Israeli regime war criminals from Australia. And again, like, we're going to go into this, but there are so many reasons as to why Herzog should not have been allowed into this country. And like, so many reasons. Here's the police specifically inciting conflict. You see people peacefully walking, and these police walking up behind, shoving people, like starting violence. The police are the ones that start the violence. Every time. Whether it's in Australia, whether it's in the United States, it is always law enforcement. 9 out of 10 times. 19 out of 20 times. It is law enforcement that begins any kind of violence at a peaceful protest. Here we have Chris Sidoti, a member of the United Nations Commission of Inquiry that concluded that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza and the Israeli president incited genocide. And this is what he had to say about Herzog's visit to Australia on 7 News. By the way, remember, 7 is a right-leaning news channel.
Have been allowed to go ahead because although President Herzog is a ceremonial head of state, he is the head of state of the State of Israel. And that's a state that has been found by courts already, by the Commission of Inquiry, UN Commission, of which I'm a member, and many others, as having been responsible for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. So he doesn't come here as an individual to pay his respects to the Jewish community. He comes here as the head of state of a state that has been found to be responsible for some of the most serious international crimes. And that's not just...
So there is all of that, right? But there's another reason. There's another reason. And actually a much more recent reason as to why Herzog should not have been allowed into this country. And coincidentally, it might explain why the Australian federal members of parliament or senators appear to not have commented on the Epstein files at all in the last 12 days. Now, maybe, first let's starting off with Herzog himself. One of the reasons that he should not have been allowed into this country might have to do with the fact that he went to Epstein's house. A email to Melanie Spinella from Jeffrey Epstein in December 10, 2014. Gratz charity Herzog Ehud coming to the island this weekend. Come, Plane 3 issue, art gift, accounting house. So this is a man who was on Epstein's island and had a police escort, and the police were brutalizing protesters who were angry that this man was even allowed entry into this country. Again, a war criminal who is also part of the Epstein class, who has been to the island. Many, many reasons as to why this person should not have been allowed into this country. Here's another one. From Jeffrey Epstein to A. Day Rothschild. Blank, if Herzog gets in, could be interesting for you. Like, these people were working together. There was a coordination effort there. Mind you, if Australians knew the depth of which Epstein had infiltrated Australian politics, for example, this is EFTA 00262389. These are handwritten notes by the FBI investigating this, talking about, grooming. This, by the way, is in relation to a former prime minister. Multiple former prime ministers are named throughout these files. From Scott Morrison to Julia Gillard to here. Let me just pull up Scott Morrison, who was the one just before Anthony Albanese. I have not yet seen Albanese appear in these files. However, from redacted to Scott Morrison, this is part of the Epstein files. Scott Morrison received an image. In case you haven't seen it, you're in this month's American Express magazine. They're all part of the group. These are all the Epstein class. So that is another reason, a much more recent reason as to why he should not have been allowed into this country, let alone the fact that he is, according to the United Nations, someone who has incited genocide and a war criminal. Here's from Michael West, from a Jewish Australian at the Herzog rally. Quote, cops called my friend Ali a, quote, brown cunt, and then tackled, sprayed, and cuffed and punched him in the back of the head repeatedly. He was then taken to Surrey Hills Police Station and then was released without charges. End quote. I would like to ask, if we have all of these new hate speech laws, if, just mere ill will is enough for you to be charged for hate speech, why is that police officer allowed to say these things? Well, obviously it's the double standard here, but it's insane. They're not even trying to hide it. Here's another senator. This is Barbara Pocock, and this is a senator from South Australia for the Green Party. Which, by the way, the Green Party in Australia seems to be, the only real option in the next election coming here. I'm literally switching my registration from Labour to Greens, because I was for Albanese. I wanted Albanese to get in, and he got in, and look what he did. He sold us out to Palantir. Now, do I like the Greens? Not particularly, but at least they give a shit. At least they're not part of the Epstein class.
President Herzog should never have been invited to Australia. A divisive visit, one that doesn't recognise his association with genocide in Israel. We're here today to peacefully protest his visit. That's what we're here for, and to draw attention to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Australians are alarmed, we are divided, and we don't want to see our police repressing peaceful protests on our streets.
Repressing peaceful protesters on behalf of a war criminal and an Epstein friend. Now, growing anger has resulted in threats of legal action against the police. People are suing the police. And you know what? They should. I hope that this goes through.
Battered and bruised. That's not how 83-year-old Jan Murray expected to end up after Monday night's protest.
They did this to an 83-year-old woman.
It was a nasty confrontation that should never have happened.
The grandmother was among thousands at Town Hall protesting the visit of Israeli President Isaac Herzog when officers pushed the crowd, knocking her to the ground.
It was fascist. They were acting like fascists.
It's one of many stories
They are
that's
acting
placed
like
Clui's
fascists.
actions under scrutiny.
Base grandmother.
The violence that we saw it's something that we would expect to see in Trump's America.
This man was
I love this. Yeah, no, this is what you would expect to see in Trump's America. This is fascism. I love that they just say it.
The violence that we saw it's something that we would expect to see in Trump's America.
This man was repeatedly punched by an officer.
They weren't blurring these faces in the videos that I showed earlier. They're blurring them now to protect the police's identities because they were committing crimes and brutalizing people, civilians.
ABC News Verify has obtained footage of the lead-up to the incident. It shows an officer interact with another protester before the situation escalated.
Whoa, let go of him!
This man, who was punched more than a dozen times while two officers pinned him down, is accused of biting an officer during his arrest. But many...
Listen, I never advocate for violence, but if you, in any case, are pinned on the ground getting repeatedly punched in the head, reflexively, you're gonna bite something if it comes near your mouth. Obviously... that's fight or flight. You're getting beat the shit out of. You're pinned to the ground. You can't move. Yeah, no, you're gonna bite if something goes in front of your mouth. It's not even a thought. It is a reaction. It's a reflex.
The others say they were attacked unprovoked and are now considering legal action.
They were not looking after our safety. They weren't concerned for our well-being.
Can you imagine what would have happened if some of those agitators had breached police lines?
The police were the agitators. Chris Minns needs to be, like, taken out of office. Like, this man needs to get voted out. This man should not be in charge of anything. This man should literally, under the new laws, be charged with hate speech and advocating for hate groups. In my belief. Now, like, unfortunately in Australia, we have parliamentary privilege, so everything said in the halls of parliament is exempt from that. But realistically, I think, in my personal view, that I would consider that advocating for violence and advocating for hate on behalf of the Premier of New South Wales. Now, legally, that is not the case, but that's what it looks like to me.
A view causing fractures within his own party.
In a number of instances on Monday night, police behaviour was unacceptable.
Police are currently reviewing hundreds of hours of body-worn camera footage from Monday night's protest, but there are growing calls for an independent investigation as more rally attendees come forward with claims of police brutality.
Yeah, no, the police should not get to investigate themselves. Mind you, like, Herzog is leaving, the protests are now continuing. They didn't want these protests to begin with, but because of their own actions, now people are gathering to protest the police. As, like, Herzog is leaving. People are now just protesting the police brutality. Well, and that, still both. Like, it's all of it. It's all of it. Because people are angry. Because that's not how you... First of all, if you actually thought that there was a risk to safety, if you thought that there were agitators in the crowd that could have done violence, there are ways that you can go about that. There are ways where you can, I don't know, try and protect the public. That is not what was happening there. That's not remotely what was happening there. What was happening there was them having fun, was them given free rein to assault civilians. Literally, as that MP or that senator from the Green Party said, this is what you would expect to see in Trump's America. Something like, you know, this. Hold on.
Oh my Lord.
She's exactly right. You would expect this out of the United States. Now, switching gears just a little bit, let's talk about the United States, because we have some interesting stuff that's happened. So, before we get into the like nitty-gritty of it all, I just want to show you a couple things. So, first and foremost, everybody here is your, in America at least, your Secretary of Health and Human Safety, Safety, yeah. Is it? Health and Human Services, rather. My apologies.
And I said, I'm not scared of a germ. You know, I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats. And I know this disease will kill me. Right. Like if I don't. And I said, I'm not scared of a germ. You know, I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats.
Remember, this is also a man who said that when he was in college, he was at the bottom of his class, and then he started doing heroin, and then he got to the top of his class. He claimed that he was using heroin to treat his ADHD. So, like, that's the dude who's in charge of your healthcare. Now, more interesting things happened. This I find incredibly funny. So, Ilhan Omar tweeted, quote, "In Somalia, we execute pedophiles." And so the RNC Research official Twitter page put out this tweet saying, Ilhan Omar calls to execute President Trump. Ilhan Omar never mentioned the president at all. So I find this to be an incredibly interesting way for the Republican National Committee to admit that the president is a pedophile? Because she didn't mention the president. She said, "In Somalia, we execute pedophiles." That's the quote. Nope. This is how they interpreted it. It's very interesting. The worms that were controlling Bender and Futurama are way cooler. Well, so on that topic of the worms for a second, I need you to understand something. And this is... I don't want to talk about this much. I talked about this on my show. If you want to go look at it on YouTube, you can, last stream. But these people are eating babies. They're eating human beings. They're eating human brains as well. They are filled with prions. So, as far as I know, the prions don't, like, control their behavior or anything, but we don't want to eat the rich anymore, for one, because they're filled with those little fucking bugs. The prions are all over them, because they've been doing this for years. Some of them, at the very least. Now, quickly, I'm not going to stick on Pam Bondi too much, but obviously you all saw the deranged hearing that she had, and I have a couple things to say about it. Not too much, because obviously I don't expect any kind of justice out of the Department of Justice, and every accusation out of the American regime is a confession. But let's take a look at how this went. I forgot this got weird lately. Oh yes, it did.
There was one redaction out of over 4,700, and we
You
invited
know what?
you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get, you're a failed politician.
Yeah.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure, you don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in
With
the rules.
obsessed with Donald Trump.
You're not even a lawyer.
Trump derangement syndrome, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump, you all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. The Dow is over 50,000 right now.
Hey Pam, the Dow is now below 50,000. Are you gonna change what you have to say?
S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans 401.
This was pathetic. America is pathetic. It's a dead country. We're gonna talk about that.
That's what we should be talking about.
I mean, she's 60 years old, but she might be 600. This is what I would refer to as a lich. She gets her power from the souls of others that she consumes. Now, one thing that I would like to point out is at this hearing, she showed up with a binder filled with the search history of every single congressman that was on this panel, and which files they looked up. As you can see inside this folder right here, this is Jayapal Premilla's search history, which files that they were looking up. She has this ready to attack them. She has all of, and by the way, the DOJ did admit today that yes, every single member of Congress that is viewing the Epstein files is having which files they look at, written down and put on a list. Even as Florida AG, she didn't prosecute Epstein for 10 years. I'll tell you why. It's because she's implicated, Jason and Andorra. She is implicated in the files. That's why.
What are you? Oh, hi, Pam Bondi. What are you doing with Keith Frankel? I have a couple questions for you, Pam. How much were the acting lessons? Do the Epstein victims that you cried with know that you're friends with Keith Frankel? Why was Keith Frankel and Jeffrey Epstein talking about body boxes on February 10th, 2010? You've read the files, so I'm sure you can tell us. If Jeffrey Epstein was such a monster, Pam, how come Keith went to his house so many times? One thing that was mentioned in the Epstein files is children being trafficked out of Ukraine. Keith Frankel...
I've been saying this for a year. There are 20,000 Ukrainian children who've been kidnapped, who are being sold online right now, mind you.
And his family run a children's home that takes children out of Ukraine. You need to cut the shit, Pam. You need to cut the shit.
She is involved. She is implicated. She is serving the interest of the Epstein class. So you are not going, every single member of the government is a criminal. I have been saying this for a long, long time. Mind you, the funniest part to me of all of this was her, the Dow Jones is over 50,000 and then the Dow Jones goes down below 50K the next day. You don't understand. America is broke right now. Like, we are broke. And what is happening is an insane amount of insider trading right now to siphon as much money as possible before the ship sinks. Take a look at Marco Rubio. Now, this was from a little while ago, but it's gotten worse.
Today, Brazil, in our hemisphere, largest country in the Western Hemisphere south of us, cut a trade deal with China. They're going to, from now on, do trade in their own currencies, get right around the dollar. They're creating a secondary economy in the world, totally independent of the United States. We won't have to talk about sanctions in 5 years because there'll be so many countries transacting in currencies other than the dollar that we won't have the ability to sanction them. Today,
that's literally the Secretary of State saying this. The American empire is over. We are broke. Y'all, from today, China's latest warning comes weeks after Trump's threats of acquiring Greenland rattled markets anew in January. This month, Akademiker Pension, a $25 billion Danish pension fund, announced that it was exiting the $100 million it had held in U.S. treasuries, while the Dutch fund, Stichting Pensioenfonds, ABP, said it had reduced its holding of treasuries by about 10 billion to 19 billion in 6 months through September. The world's largest pension fund dumped 30% of their treasuries. We are broke. We are continuing to be broke. Hell, I talked a little bit about this yesterday, but South Korea to lead its own defense as US steps back from the peninsula? Yeah, we wouldn't be backing out of defending South Korea, one of the places where we have the most troops just stationed there, like one of our closest allies in the Pacific. Nope, no, we can't afford it. Here is the US stepping back from NATO and handing over several control apparatuses and operational commands to NATO. We're broke. Just print more money? No, you can't. You can't print more money. You know why? Because to print money, just for the United States to function for the next year, we have to acquire $3 trillion in debt this year for us to not collapse by next year. There is no shot at us getting $3 trillion in debt this year. The place where we got as close to China as we could, we're leaving? Yeah, because we're broke. Also, while we're broke, as I said, the goal is to siphon as much as possible before it goes down. Brand new wallet, made only a single bet, $200,000 on yes that a one-time billionaire wealth tax passes in California in 2026. Every single time there is a massive announcement by the administration, there are trades that happen beforehand. Every time new numbers about the economy come out, they are delayed, and then you see massive shorting in the market right before, because they're just siphoning it. Trump announced on Thursday that the Environmental Protection Agency is revoking scientific cornerstone of U.S. climate regulations. Oh yeah, no, there is no health plan. The health plan is you die. There is no clean air for you. They're literally demons. This is a death cult. They're destroying the world. Mind you, here's Trump's SEC commissioner refusing to say that insider trading is bad. This is also from today.
I tried to these are like kind of basic, simple questions. I think what I'm trying to get at is that, to me, insider trading is bad. No, it shouldn't happen anywhere. And I think we agree on that, right?
Well, it depends on the futures markets. I mean, it's kind of
okay. So we're not talking about futures, puts, calls, but the concept of insider trading. This is something you're against, right?
On the securities markets, yes. So.
Okay, I'll just say this didn't go the way I thought it was going to go.
It went exactly the way I thought it was gonna go. Trump gladly throws the baby out with the bathwater. Mate, if you've read the files, it looks like Trump was eating the babies. Like, they were eating children. They are eating children. You're in Congress, insider trading is part of the pay package. I mean, like, there is literally websites where you can track what stocks Congress people buy and then buy the same stocks and make money. Yeah, we are the bathwater. No, like literally we are the bathwater, because this is the headlines coming out for us. Gen Zers and millennials are swimming in student debt and may never own homes, but they are splurging on gut-healthy juices and rotisserie chickens. Splurging on rotisserie chickens. I didn't realize that that was a splurge item. You know, a rotisserie chicken. Eating babies, I knew Trump was a No. I mean, like, listen, I really don't want to talk about the cream cheese stuff again. Go look at my stream on YouTube yesterday and then find out about the cream cheese stuff. It's disgusting, it's horrible, but yes, they were eating babies. They were literally having women stand on a table and give birth onto a dinner plate because the vernix caseosa, the white, like, coating that was on a newborn when it comes out, tastes like, yeah, I know, it's disgusting. Please no cheese garnish, yes, reject right-wing framing outright. These people are terrorists. By the way, this is the freedom that they offer you. This is Argentina. Remember, Javier Milei came to the United States and asked the Heritage Foundation for help when he became, like in charge of Argentina. And they gave him Project 2025 to implement there. Now, we're done with Project 2025. I have a video on the Project 2026, the America 250 thing. I have that video too. But this is what's happened to Argentina. 12-hour workdays, dismissal without severance pay, and a reduction in the right to strike. Milei's labor reforms that is making life more precarious for Argentinians. There is a reason why Argentinians are out protesting, and even some of the police have joined the protesters here. This is what the right calls freedom, turning workers into slaves. 12-hour workdays, no severance pay, punished for striking. A country pushed back centuries in just a few years while working people lose their rights. Again, we've done this before. We've done this in Argentina. We've done this in Chile. We're just doing it to everyone now. Go read The Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein if you have not. Literally, that will explain everything that's happening to you. And a large part of why we're here, by the way, is because Americans can't read. Like, literally. This is a large part of why this is happening. Now, quick correction. The video states that the average American reads at a 7th grade level. That is untrue. It's actually a 6th grade level.
7th grade reading level. That means that this book, at about a 10th grade reading level, about the dangers of totalitarianism, government surveillance, and the manipulation of truth in media and history, is beyond the accessibility of the average American adult. This book, at about an 8th grade reading level, that comments on governmental extremism, brutal violence for the sake of control, and media manipulation, is beyond the accessibility of the average American. This book, at about a 12th grade reading level, which serves as a warning against democratic and social complacency and patriarchal authoritarianism, is beyond the accessibility of the average American adult. And this book, at a 9th grade reading level, that discusses censorship and the decline of critical thinking in an artificially intelligent, hyper-surveilled world, is beyond the accessibility of the average American adult. If you think it's purely coincidental that we're experiencing a literary crisis alongside massive civil unrest and the continued development of artificial intelligence, you are living in willing ignorance. The greatest act of rebellion you can possibly employ right now is becoming more literate and a better critical thinker in the process. The government on both sides of the aisle.
Read The Shock Doctrine. And yes, the system is crumbling. I've been telling you for months, Trump is not the guy. Trump is the guy who breaks everything so the next guy can do everything. Mind you, this just came out today. I need you to understand where you are, because yes, no, we do actually need a revolution, and that's not Fed posting, because you can do that without violence. But have a look at this from Ken Klippenstein. ICE is now infiltrating your social media chats. They have a new program called Mass Engagement, allows Homeland Security officers to assume false identities to interact with users. friending them, joining close groups, gaining access to otherwise private postings, photographs, friend lists, and more. By the way, they've been doing this. They're not just starting this. They've been doing this. For years, Homeland Security has been conducting what it calls open source intelligence collection using social media to enhance general operational awareness. Yeah, they're coming for you. And by the way, the Democrats are not fighting this. They're helping this. We'll see. No, it's happening. It is happening. By the way, remember, NSPM 7 says that everyone who's not an outright Nazi is a domestic terrorist, is an extremist. This is Chuck Schumer fucking helping them.
Maybe most important, no secret police. These guys go around, these people go around with masks. It makes them more brutal. They're never accountable. No one even knows who they are. There should be no masks except in the most of unusual circumstances. You know, if some guy's picture was put up by a terrorist group or something.
Who are they calling terrorist groups? Observers? People who show up and go to protests? People who film ICE? Yeah, that's what they're calling terrorist groups. So you're literally giving them the ability to just ignore everything. Fuck you, Chuck Schumer. These people work for the regime. You need to understand that. I've seen a lot of shit coming at like Hassan today because he said he would vote third party instead of voting for Newsom between like Newsom and Vance. I've been telling you for months that the regime's plan B is if it gets too hot, they delay for an election cycle, let Newsom win, who will not undo any of what was done, and then all of the libs will go home. I've been saying this for months. It's literally written down internally. They have this plan. But no, people are getting mad at Hassan, calling him a very rich man from a very rich family who lives in a mansion, makes millions from Bezos. Obviously, all leftists need to listen to him and, you know, like pretending that he's compromised. Yeah, between me and Gavin Newsom, I'm the one who's compromised by the super wealthy. Gavin Newsom doubles down on his criticism of the proposed billionaire wealth tax. Gavin Newsom wants to increase funding for ICE, y'all. No, fuck the Democrats. Would you ever vote for a centrist? Leftist? No. Would you ever vote for a leftist? Centrist? Absolutely. I'd vote for a dog. I'd vote for a radioactive slime. I'd vote for a turd sandwich. Then the path to victory is clear. We nominate a socialist. Centrists. That ignores that Newsom is a very rich man that was married to Trump Jr.'s girlfriend? Yeah. Hassan's done literally nothing wrong. And these are liberals. These people who are saying this stuff, these are libs. Hassan Piker is effectively more anti-trans than any Dem in Congress, and he supported Trump and will support Vance. This is psychotic. These are ICE agents. These are the people that I just said are supposed to be infiltrating them. Like, they openly said, yeah, no, we're gonna infiltrate. And then they do this. Yeah, no shit, it's them. By the way, like, if you think that you even have a chance at a real election, the House passed the SAVE Act, right? So this still now has to go through the Senate, and then, you know, it will pass. But the SAVE Act means if you are married and you've changed your last name as a woman, you can't vote. If you're trans, you can't vote. They're getting rid of mail-in voting. I can't vote. You know what else they did at the same time, considering only, I think, about 30% of Americans even own a passport? Like 70% do not? So first off, it's a poll tax. You got to pay to, like, vote. But also, they laid off the people who make the passports. So, make it so you can't get a passport because there's less people making them. Make the passports mandatory to vote, and then you can't vote. Maybe I came into this one at the wrong time. Yeah, no, you didn't. Like, it's just, this is how it is. They are just, like, they've already infiltrated the elections. You're not having a free and fair election. No country has ever gotten out of fascism this entrenched through electoralism. That's just literally never happened. And it never will. It never will. You need to understand what Giancarlo Esposito is saying here.
This is time for a revolution. It's time for it, and they don't even know that's what they're starting. You know, some very rich old white men are exerting their power to suppress our own people, thus creating a feeling of civil war in the streets.
Like, the problem isn't what your beliefs are. The problem is your beliefs are being manipulated. Go outside and stop looking online. Find trusted sources. Manually look them up. Do not let an algorithm lead you. Go outside and build these systems locally. And that's how you do a revolution. You don't need to have violence. You just need to stop engaging with the system. You need, like, I don't know, food? Go around with your neighbors. Gather some funds. Buy a plot of land. Grow fucking food there. Get your friends in a different neighborhood to do the same thing. Grow different food. Form a trade network. You want protection? Calling the police in America is a coin flip if they're gonna kill you or not. Even when you obey, they do often shoot. So, community policing. Get your neighbors in a group chat. Have a PDF with everyone's address in it. Make it so any message in this chat is essentially calling 911. Come to my fucking house. I need help. Join the SRA. Like, the lists are active. Your neighbors will trade you to save themselves. If you think that you are safe, that comfort is a delusion. The SRA is a 501c4 nonprofit prioritizing in self and community defense education. They prioritize in armed defense education and unarmed defense education. They also engage in disaster relief. It is a non-political organization. You are not allowed to talk about politics here. This is about community organizing, and it's about defending yourself. You can face them alone, or you can stand together. Your loved ones need you. There are no second chances. Are you ready? Because you better be.
Preparing the haters to hate, teaching them how to shoot. They're not even trained right, to kill. This is all a preparation for a very insidious...
I'm sorry, they are trained to kill. They're trained exactly the way that they're acting. Their training is not, they're not incompetent. They are acting as they're supposed to be.
A problem that's happening in our world. And for me, I have to speak out that we will not be iced out. This is not going to happen. They can't take us all down. If the whole world showed up on Putin's doorstep or on the Iranians' doorstep or in Washington, it would they'll kill 550 million, however, but the rest of us would survive with a new. This is time for a revolution. It's time for it, and they don't even know that's what they're starting. But we have to be strong enough to know that we can change the world. We have to change it from within. So if I'm spiritually ready and right, and I'm ready to understand other people and to agree to disagree with them and say, okay, let's find the solution together, then that starts to change things. Not by deporting immigrants, not by killing brown and even white people on the street. It's crossing over now, and believe me, this is gonna really spark the nature of so many people who are gonna show up and say, no more. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore. This is time.
You need to understand the situation that you are in right now. Because a lot of people don't. Do you want to know why Alex Preddy died? This is why Alex Preddy died.
That man did not survive because he did not treat the enemy like the enemy. He treated them like rational human beings that just needed an attitude adjustment. That just needed somebody to point out that what they were doing is wrong, and then they would knock it off. He was unable to recognize that he was already in a combat situation and that his life was already in danger. We are past the point of appealing to whatever humanity you assume people who are willing to do this job may still have inside. Because if anything, they're going to display that privately with a certain cylindrical shaped object in their mouth. They're not going to do it in front of their friends at work. Or colleagues. I don't know if you can have friends when you don't have oxytocin receptors that work. There's your standing orders. Assume every single snatch is an attack on your life and respond accordingly.
Literally, you should. Because first of all, you don't know if they're ICE or not. Every time you are like, you should be assuming that this is an assault on your life. You should be assuming that if they take you to a second location, that you are going to be killed. I mean, look at this. This just happened this week. I've seen zero mainstream media reporting on it. MAGA dad shot and killed his daughter because of an argument over Trump. Harrison said he had bought the gun because he wanted security for his family. Instead, he killed his daughter, who was visiting from the United Kingdom. MAGA dad defended hypothetical sexual abuse of his own daughter before killing her. He said Miss Harrison had asked her father, quote, "How would you feel if I was the girl in that situation and I'd been sexually assaulted?" Mr. Harrison had replied that he had 2 other daughters who lived with him, so it would not upset him that much. This is not human behavior. This is demonic behavior. Sorry, this is another one, not necessarily related. My bad, wrong link. The reason that we get like this, how society gets here, is this mentality. So this is the comment that someone put on this man's TikTok. And they're talking about the difference between like men and women here, because again, the right hates women. One of the foundational like core pillars of Nazism is hating women. And another foundational core pillar of Nazism is pedophilia. Again, every Nazi hates women and every Nazi is a pedophile. Every single time. But this is how we get here, and this is how they form this movement. This is how they brainwash children into this movement.
Comment. It really made me sad. Like, what do you mean? You don't want to bother with feelings. What do you mean there are more important things, more interesting things than feelings? What makes something interesting? The feelings of the thing. The way you feel about something, that's what makes it interesting. You, yourself, are what makes you interesting based solely on your feelings and how other people feel about you. Being open about your feelings is the only way you can live a fulfilled life. And then the other
like this belief, this ideology is anti-human. Without empathy, like I'm not religious, I'm not spiritual, I don't believe in a soul. But my idea of a soul is empathy. If you cannot relate and understand to people and things and animals around you in the world, then that is a key part of humanity. You are functionally a zombie at that point. And like, to me, a lot of these people are dead. Like, nobody's born this way. You are programmed to be this way.
Comments also in this video were like tough. Like, you can see men really struggling with expressing themselves, feeling they are not allowed to do so. Feeling.
And you know what? I'm going to stop this here. You know why? Because I have a perfect example of why. This is how they create Nazis. This is how they create these radical terrorists, these ICE agents. So here is just a regular ass dude. And this man right here is talking about how he feels. And I'm sure a lot of you relate to this man. And then I'm going to show you how they react to him.
I don't know how any of you guys are going. I know you gotta be at the same level of mental health as me. Every day it's something new. Between the fucking news and the fucking stupid Biden and stupid Trump. And this country's fucked. Every day we're spending more and more money. None of us are getting ahead. The rich people are the ones that are fucking getting ahead. I'm tired of struggling. I've done everything I can. I'm trying to be a good man.
Almost certainly, by the way, this man is a conservative. Like, he looks like he voted Trump, right? Like, you would think that the people watching this would relate to this man. Like, the right would say something nice to him, right? That's what you would think.
I take care of my daughter. I take care of my wife. The best I can. I can't keep going. Every day it's something new.
Groove, pay attention and stop doing drama. Like, we're talking about important shit here. Get your priorities straight. We're in a fucking war, and they're coming to kill you. Stop fighting each other and fight the correct fucking battle. So they look at this guy, and this is how they respond to him. This is how these zombies respond to him. This right here, if you record yourself crying, the same guy, comment. If you, boo fucking who. If you record yourself crying, put it on the internet, I hope whatever you're going through gets worse. First off, this is certainly a bot, like 70% of these accounts are bots, but also a lot of regular people are like this. This is how they feel. This is how they create more zombies. I need you to understand that, like, if we are gonna get out of this, you guys gotta get comfortable with some shit real fucking quick. Like, we need massive changes now.
We're going to save the world. I'm going to need everybody to get comfortable with a lot of things really quick. The primary thing that we all need to get comfortable with is taking on the role of the transgressor, the most ostracized, alienated, punished, penalized, disappeared, endangered role within our society. Reviving a social contract that prioritizes life means becoming a criminal within a social order that violates life. And we need to collectively agree on a couple things. We need to agree that any act against a system that traffics, unhouses, starves, kidnaps, and violates human life is an act of self-defense. We need to accept collectively that we are living in an immoral society. And so moral outrage in the face of our resistance is a good sign. There has never been a more fitting time for be gay, do crime. Because the fact of the matter is, your safety is defined and brokered by avoiding ideological or literal conflict with authority under this existing oppressive system.
Right now, if you have ever been to a protest, if you have ever watched a leftist streamer, if you've ever donated to a leftist streamer, you're a terrorist to the government. They have openly talked about this. They have a list. Pam Bondi just actually admitted that they have a 4,100 person list of domestic terrorists. That list is one of many. The lists are active. They are coming for you. We have seen ICE terrorists come and openly on camera say, yes, we're going after the political dissidents. That's why for weeks I've been saying if ICE is in your town and you are an activist, an organizer, a protester, like an internet viewer, you need to be ready to leave your house. You need to have a bug out bag. You need to have 3 to 5 days worth of food and water. You need to go and have, like, if you don't have the money to go to, like, a hooker hotel, pay by the hour, no ID, then you need to go out in the fucking woods, the caves, the sewers. They sit in front of activists' house for, like, 3 to 5 days, waiting for them to come back to arrest them. Like, you need to be prepared. They're coming for you now. It's your turn. It's our turn.
Your safety is brokered in obedience and compliance. The fact of the matter is you cannot reform when we are in revolutionary crisis. There is no way to reform systems that manufacture injustice. All that achieves is injustice delayed or injustice dispersed. It's about a consciousness of an unbearable crisis and a willing to risk all as if your life depends on it, because it does, to refuse to bear it. We have to collectively agree that basic needs are going unmet for more and more people every single day. We need to accept that the demands and the expectations of those needs being met are consistently thwarted and bypassed every day. A revolutionary crisis does not mean that everyone is expected to somehow become a freedom fighter overnight, but it does require a collective acknowledgement and understanding that our needs will only and can only be met through revolutionary means. Delivering on that strategy inherently makes you a criminal within our existing system.
Yep, we're all criminals. If you believe people will have the right to eat and have health care and have food, you're a criminal and a terrorist right now. You need to understand that. Like, right now, there is no legal definition of what a domestic terrorist is. They are currently writing that out. That is going to be released in March or April. Do you know what happens when you get declared a foreign terrorist organization? Because we declared 4 groups, 4 Antifa groups, 1 in Germany, 2 in Greece, and 1 in Italy, as foreign terrorist organizations. Do you want to know what immediately happens? Because international law dictates that these people can no longer use the financial system. Gone. Anyone gives you money, they're committing they're committing multiple felonies. Journalists lost access to their bank accounts. If you are, let's say, Antifa in Germany, you're part of that group that was declared a terrorist organization, and you go to a cafe, you buy a coffee. That coffee shop has now committed several felonies, providing material assistance to a terrorist, providing material assistance to a terrorist organization. By the way, they're making all this shit retroactive, so everything you've done in the last 10 years already counts. You have all been already trapped. The trap is set. They just haven't sprung it yet.
We need to get more comfortable taking on and acting on that identity. For Black, undocumented, trans, queer, people of color, immigrant human beings, criminality has been baked into the bread of our identities. But the only way that this is going to work is if everybody signs up to betray together. If everybody risks, and everybody risks losing. And if everyone accepts the responsibility and the reality that being rejected, punished, and alienated from an immoral system is 10 times better than trying to comply with it. So please, I implore you, I don't care if it's pubic hair or non-compliance, break a rule today. We need you.
I need you to see something. This is how Italy is reacting to ICE presence in Milan. ICE went to the Winter Olympics, I guess, to protect American athletes. This is how Italy's responding. Why are Americans acting like such fucking pussies? Started because ICE is in Italy. Understand where you are, y'all. Please. I am begging you. Hold on. We also have this. This came out today. New explosive report. The FBI gathered intel on 1,100 politicians, journalists, and religious organizations without any suspicion of a crime. Investigation methods including physical surveillance, broader than anything J. Edgar Hoover could ever have dreamed of. Do you know that Denmark has already said that, like, America right now is more dangerous than Hitler? Do you know that Germany has put out travel notices saying don't go to the US, it's not safe? Do you know that Canada's indigenous population has put out notices saying, don't go to the US, it's not safe? Laws requiring sterilization of citizens deemed unfit have been passed throughout the 20th century. The first state sterilization law was passed in Indiana in 1907. Yep. You know that slavery is legal in prisons in America already, first and foremost. Like, we could be having politics like this, but this is a choice. The fact that we live like this is a choice. This is an image of the Danish foreign minister who went to Egypt presenting the Egyptian foreign minister with a Lego set of the Great Pyramids of Giza. We could have politics like this. Look how happy this man is. But no, the people in charge are literally demonic and want to hurt you. They enjoy your suffering. It's the same reason that they're eating babies. When you get that rich and powerful, you're at the end of the game. There's nothing left for you to do. Like, you've beat the game. There's no content left, so you start doing crazy shit. That's what it is. They've lost their mind because there's nothing to work for. By the way, Discord, starting next month, is going to require you to send face scans or IDs, right? Guess who is going to be receiving your face scans and IDs? Well, it's gonna be Persona. Now, Persona is owned by Palantir. Discord is apparently switching age verification providers to Persona due to the bypass, which means everything they said about client-side and face images not being uploaded is now false. Yup, it is a third-party company owned by Palantir and funded by Peter Thiel. Mark Carney is a neolib piece of shit. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy we don't have Pierre the Orange Sucker, but holy hell. I literally, Lightning McQueen, I know the feeling. With Albanese and Dutton in Australia. The term imbecile was once used by physicians to denote a category of people with moderate to severe intellectual disabilities. Well, I will say that I get really mad when people talk about how dumb and incompetent the administration is, because they're not dumb or incompetent. The people, like the puppets that meant to go on television and like speak to you, they are dumb and incompetent. The people deciding things, how all of this works, they're not. All of this is working exactly to their plan. Like nothing has happened that has ruined their plans, delayed their plans. Like they currently don't need to go with their plan B. Like I know this from insider information. But beyond that, you can see this with your eyes. Like the Ring camera ads at the Super Bowl, which suggests that all of these cameras will now be constantly watching you, just like Flock. Mind you, all of the Flock cameras are now integrated with microphones that are so powerful that they're able to pick up specific conversations in loud city areas. So, no, it's the surveillance state. By the way, now they want to surveil you through the App Store. Alabama just sent HB 161 to the governor with zero opposition. The bill mandates age verification at the App Store level, requires parental consent for minors, forces platforms to share real-time age status with developers. That means ID checks to download apps, persistent child account linking, and new data trails with no clear deletion limits. Remember, the people who are doing this are the people who have been shown to be raping and eating children. Like, it's the people raping and eating children telling you that you need to give them your face and information and your ID so that they can protect children. Meanwhile, like, we all know about Grok, right? Did you know Amazon found child sex abuse material in their AI training data?
Meanwhile, tech companies are racing to get huge amounts of data to train their AI models. New Bloomberg reports Amazon found hundreds of thousands of cases of suspected child sex abuse material in its training data. Now, Amazon removed the content before training its models, but would not provide the sources to authorities. So I'm going to bring in Riley Griffin, a Bloomberg tech reporter who broke this incredible story. Riley, let's start with how...
We don't need to keep going. I love the Big Brother is always watching dystopian hell. Well, like I've said, we have two dystopias. There's the East, which is living the Orwellian dystopia, or sorry, the Huxleyan dystopia. And then there's the, the West is the Huxleyan dystopia. The East is the Orwellian dystopia. Look at this. Dayton Daily News. Homeland Security is now conducting checks at schools. Hold on, sorry. I wasn't sure if it was going to pop up with like an email thing. Yeah. Homeland Security responds to statement after terrorists visit Pontes High School. They're going to schools to demand voter rolls. That's what they're going for. According to Lawrence, the agent said graduated Pontes students said that they'd been told who to vote for when filling out voter registration forms. They're going for all of the voter data. They're demanding it. You are never having a vote election again. Steve Bannon said last week that they're going to put ICE terrorists at all the polling stations. You're going to have to vote with a masked terrorist standing behind you. By the way, did you know that mass shootings have gone down dramatically this year? It's almost like the mass shooters have a job now.
For months now, the Trump administration...
That's why you get a lawyer provided by the state? No, you don't. You don't get due process. I have literally on my YouTube have an interview with a Harvard JD in constitutional law telling you why the law will not save you. Go check out that video. A JD in constitutional law. Like he's a constitutional scholar is what she is. And yeah, no, they're coming for you. You get no chance. You get nothing. You get nothing. No due process. Into the camps you go. Every single time. Have you seen what the camps are like? Because we have this. Here's from ProPublica. You know what? I don't care about the voter rolls. That's not important to me. Here are some letters. Shout out to Buncory. This is a letter from the Dilley concentration camp in Texas. Now, first off, I need you to understand before we look at these letters, how these letters have reached the public, right? I'm going to show you all of this in a second. They have to throw these into, whatchamacallit? Yeah, so New Public share 8 handwritten letters from children being held. This is from 5-year-old Liam Conejo Ramos. These are children's letters. Never mind. There's more letters coming out of concentration camps, and I confuse them because there's so many. There's ones that are being wrapped into lotion bottles and have to get chucked over so people can read them. But here's one. This is from a 9-year-old. Hello, my name is Sujes. I am 9-year-old. I'm from Venezuela. I've been 50 days in Dilley Immigration Processing Center, and I want to go to my country, but I miss my school and my friends. I feel bad since when I came to this place because I've been here too long. I've been 2 years and 6 months in the United States. I was happy with my friends in the school, but now I need to leave. I miss my family and my country, so now I want to go to Venezuela, but my mom did not want me to leave because she wants a better future for me. See, now people like me, immigrants are treated, changes my perspective about the U.S. My mom and I came to the U.S. looking for a good and safe place to live, and my mom was looking for a good job. This is a 9-year-old!
Hello, my name is Ariana V. I'm 14 years old.
Sorry, hold on. I forgot I have to do this so that you can hear it without the echo.
Hello, my name is Ariana V. I'm 14 years old and I'm from Honduras. I've been detained for 45 days and I have never felt so much fear to go to a place as I feel here. Every time I remind myself that once I go back to Honduras, a lot of dangerous things could happen to my mom and I. My younger siblings haven't been able to see their mom in more than a month. They're very young and you need both of your parents when you're growing up. Since I got to this center, all you will feel is sadness and mostly depression. When people have their courts, the longest they will last is 15 minutes. Our rights are not being provided. Arrests are happening when people don't even have any type of arrest order. Arrests are happening illegally. It's sad.
Do you understand that these are fucking children? Do you? We are in the Anne Frank stage. Inside the homes where Americans hide from ICE. How about this one? How about, exclusive, 2-year-old girl arrested in ICE raid, held for 72 hours. Oh, by the way, this happened recently. No, don't give up. Why the fuck would you give up? That's exactly what they want you to do. Geez, balance your volume levels, don't yell. I'm sorry, sometimes I get fucking angry when we're talking about children being abused and sex trafficked. Federal employee worked with ICE was arrested in Minnesota in a sex trafficking sting. Reportedly held a high-level security clearance. This was the person who was vetting people.
Out of Maple Grove. This is the most disturbing arrest that we've had here. He is a backgrounder for ICE, Homeland Security, and federal agencies. So when you're getting your security clearance, this is one of the guys that does your backgrounds.
The guy who does the background checks was arrested for child sex trafficking.
Which is kind of scary. So we locked him up.
Yeah, a little bit, huh?
But I think if you're going to be, these people get access, they get a high security clearance, right? Because again, for all the ICE agents, Homeland Security.
I mean, look, even under authoritarian, rule, there are countries that actually do a thing when something happens. This happened in Turkey this week. So Erdogan is a dictator. He's been in charge of Turkey for decades. What happened recently is they replaced a minister. Like Reuters wrote this whole thing about it. They're trying to destroy the opposition party. They arrested the opposition leader, all of that, and they went a little bit too far. This is inside of Parliament. The only way that I would give a shit about any Democrat is if they did something like this. Anything less than this from the Democrats is not just complacency. It is, they are working with them. They are the same thing. They're collaborating. Even under a dictatorship, Erdogan has disappeared hundreds of thousands. He arrested tens of thousands of doctors, teachers, lawyers, military officials. He's been in charge for years. This is what's happening in their parliament. After Erdogan names prosecutor who led the opposition crackdown as the justice minister. He replaced the justice minister from the opposition party with his own parties. Imagine Chuck Schumer trying to do this. It's impossible. And I have a fantastic imagination. Yeah. And anything less than that in this context is insane. Here's a whistleblower. Here's a former ICE terrorist talking about what he saw in the concentration camps.
I saw people laying in feces, people throwing up, people laying in urine.
At the time, an ICE spokesperson blamed the overcrowding on widespread flight cancellations and severe weather conditions that made it nearly impossible for ICE to safely transfer detainees to long-term detention facilities. In a new statement this week, WUSA 9 ICE went further, adding flatly, overcrowding does not happen.
Did you witness
So they're lying.
overcrowding that was worse than what we saw in that video?
Yes. Yes, I did.
But this former worker provided WUSA 9 with what they claim are internal headcount sheets from December, showing conditions worse than in that viral video. 47, 50, and 56 detainees in that same cell, more than the worker counted in the video itself, and as many as 50 detainees in Delaney toured the facility.
You know what? Here's a better one. Here's more about what the inside of these camps are like.
Nightmares, worms in food, and psychological torment. That's how one recently released detainee says life is like inside the Dilley Family Detention Center.
We have reports of people asking for medication and ICE crushing their testicles.
The same facility where Liam Ramos, the 5-year-old from Minneapolis, was held before a judge ordered his release.
Entonces usted sí lo vio. She says that she saw with her own eyes that there were worms on broccoli.
She wants to go by Maria because she fears using her real name will lead to retaliation. She says she was arrested with her toddler during an ICE appointment last November. They were held for about 2 months and were recently released. Her story helps us illustrate that the Trump administration has been quietly releasing migrant families who were arrested in the interior of the country and recent border crossers into Laredo, Texas, even though the Trump
ICE is a terrorist organization. This is the Patriot Act on steroids. Go read the shock doctrine. By the way, white people are not safe. They're coming for the Irish now, too. Irish ain't white enough, apparently, anymore.
Be back, but apparently Irish need not have rights, according to the United States government, because if you don't know who Seamus Coulson is, you better. Because Seamus Coulson is an Irish national, and he came to the United States the right way, had a valid work visa, everything. And you know what happened to him? He's been locked like a fucking animal in a concentration camp for months. And when talking over the phone to press, because, it's a foreign national that we fucking detained and we're locking them up, we're shackling them, okay? When he's talking to the foreign press in Europe, you know what he says? He says, oh, the guards have killed people here. He says it's inhumane. I fear for my life all the time. I know that a lot of people, they don't have the courage to just say that the reason that they're not concerned is because they're white. But I want you to know something because it's important for you in the rest of your life. The way this is going to work is they are going to do this with the definition of who is acceptable.
You are now all Palestinian. Because the people in charge are the people who built their systems on killing Palestinians. You are all Palestinian, and we're all Palestinian. By the way, here is Seamus Colton. Like, let's hear from himself. I don't need to put someone else's words. Let's hear from the man himself.
I describe it as probably like a modern-day concentration camp. It's a bunch of temporary tents. There's probably room for 1,000 detainees in each tent. I believe there's like 5 tents. I've been locked in the same room now for 4.5 months. I've had barely any outside time, no fresh air, no sunshine. I could probably count on both hands the amount of times I've been outside. So just locked in this room all day, every day. We've got...
They had, like, these... The people in charge. Look, there's a reason I have a bestiary. Because these were all human beings once. But they have been degraded over time. The general public are zombies. There's a reason why historically zombies are an allegory for fascism. They are a horde, a mindless horde that doesn't think, that consumes and destroys everything in front of them. One step up from that, we have ghouls. The ghouls are the ICE terrorists, the enforcers, the ones who do the violence. One step above that, we have the liches. The liches like Pam Bondi. Actually, no, I would consider that one a demon. But the liches are the media. You know, Tim Pool is a lich. Matt Walsh is a lich. Everyone on Fox News, all of these right-wing grifters, Erica Kirk, like, these are liches. And then we have the demons. And these are literally demonic. They want to kill you. They want to hurt you. They enjoy suffering and cruelty for the sake of it. And because of their behavior, because of what they say, this is the mentality that develops in the zombies. MAGA mom tells her daughter's friend to never talk to her again or she will call ICE to deport her. The girl says, I'm a US citizen. The mom replies, I don't care. I'm white. I'll make shit happen.
If you guys step foot.
This cunt feels like this because this was programmed into her. She was not born this way. This is brainwashing. We've been doing this since the 70s. Read the shock doctrine.
If you guys step foot anywhere near my house again, you'll all be deported. Okay, I'm a citizen. Okay, I don't care. Okay. I'm white. I'll make shit happen. I'm just saying, don't fucking ever come to my house again. Don't talk to my daughter. Whatever you gotta do. If you guys step foot.
They're insane. And then mind you, then you look at the ghouls. How are they acting? Remember Marimar Martinez, the woman that ICE shot 5 times? The Stanford prison experiment was done improperly. There's it made a lot of important things, but like the entire setup was incorrect. Like they didn't do that properly. Read the shock doctrine. We did far worse than that. Here is the body cam footage of Marimar Martinez's shooting, the teacher that I shot 5 times.
This is newly released body camera video. A team of 3 Border Patrol agents is driving through a Southside Chicago neighborhood. 2 have guns drawn. Marimar Martinez, an American citizen and school teacher, is driving next to them, honking her horn, warning people to the presence
Good, Groove
of
Dragon,
federal
I'm proud of
immigration
you.
enforcement. Another vehicle is behind the agents, also honking the horn.
All right, it's time to get aggressive and get the out because they're trying to box us in.
It all happens in seconds.
Earthbag humans, ignore everything that comes out of the CDC. Literally every other country in the world has decided that any of our institutions, our academic institutions, our health institutions are just misinformation. They're just wrong. They don't, no one gives a shit what the CDC has to say anymore. It's run by a guy who just said that he does cocaine off of toilet seats.
All right, you're fine now. All right, out of the car. Be advised, we've been struck. Get out.
Martinez was shot 5 times and survived. In this surveillance video, you can see the front of the agent's SUV come to a stop. 4 seconds later, Martinez's silver Nissan drives off, she says, fearing for her life. The Department of Homeland Security was quick to accuse her of attacking federal law enforcement, saying Border Patrol agents were, quote, ambushed by domestic terrorists that rammed federal agents with their vehicles.
I have shown the internal memo that tells ICE terrorists to put themselves in front of vehicles so that they have the ability to claim that they were in danger. Everyone is a terrorist. Read NSPM 7. Yeah, no, they're coming for you.
FBI Director Kash Patel posted on social media about the incident, quote, attack our law enforcement and this FBI will find you and bring you to justice.
They purposefully hit your car with their car and then they arrest you for it. Or shoot you 5 times, like in Martinez's case.
Ramming, but it had no connection to Martinez's case. And the body camera video tells a different story. In the lead up to the collision, you hear agents say they are going to collide with Martinez.
We're going to make contact and we're boxed in.
And just before the moment of impact, it's Agent Charles Exum who sharply turns his steering wheel.
Wild to see actual reporting from CNN, mind you.
In the direction of Martinez. Proof, according to her attorney, that they hit her vehicle, not the other way around. And as for the claim of being boxed in, this surveillance video calls that comment into question, with nothing in the path ahead of the border agent's vehicle.
You know why? Because that's not the point. That's not the point. Here's the point. This is the real point. Get out, I'm gonna pull you out. Why am I getting up with that? Put your hands up. Bro, what? I will fucking kill you. You understand me? What the fuck? Kill me if I. Just, I'm gonna kill you. That's what they're saying. Kill you. You understand me? What the fuck? Bro, what? I will fucking kill you. You understand me? What the fuck? Kill me if I. Literally, just get the audiobook, yo. Get the audiobook. I hate Spotify. Don't use Spotify. Listen to it if you can't read it. Because you know where you're going? You're going here.
After months of setbacks, a new immigration detention facility in Texas is set to open this week. Like the so-called Alligator Alcatraz camp in Florida, the Fort Bliss facility will include temporary structures, including soft-sided tents with capacity to hold about 1,000 people. Immigration officials say the facility is needed to meet capacity as a nationwide push to detain undocumented immigrants continues. Joining us now, NBC News senior...
There is nothing about undocumented immigrants for this. This is for you. Extreme and unlawful use of force is also prominent in Fort Bliss. Several individuals have described violent assaults by officers, including sexual abuse. Ignacio Samuel and others report officers crushing their testicles during beating, a tactic used while people were already restrained or after they refused coerced removal to Mexico. Abel, Benjamin, and Eduardo also reported being slammed, stomped on, beat when they expressed fear of being sent to Mexico or simply requested their medication. These are not isolated incidents. They reflect a pattern of brutality. They kidnap fucking families from hospitals. Italians are calling ICE the squadristi. Do you know how bad it has to be for Italy, the country currently run by Giorgia Meloni, who is a member of Mussolini's party? Like Mussolini's party, the people who coined the term fascism, are the people in charge of Italy. And they are looking at America and calling ICE the squadristi. Yeah, no, the 2008, I believe, is when the shock doctrine came out. Again, like, literally, it will explain everything that they're doing. None of this is new. The only new part of this is the fact that they're openly raping children now. Like, they're not hiding it, they're proud of it. That's the only fucking new part.
DHS have carried out a secret campaign to expand their physical presence across the U.S., federal records obtained by Wired show. The documents reveal more than 150 leases and office expansions, placing facilities in nearly every state, many of them in or just outside of the country's largest metropolitan areas. In many cases, these facilities, which are to be used by street-level agents and ICE attorneys, are located near elementary schools, medical offices, places of worship, and other sensitive.
These zombies, these ghouls, it's not just ICE, they're everywhere. Because all of this comes from these glowing manipulation boxes. They create your brain. The algorithm that you engage with is priming you. And it's priming you to become people like this. By the way, Ohio State University suspended this person. Not fucking fired them. Ohio Rooster says the assistant professor at Ohio State has been suspended for attacking this journalist who was there to ask about Lex Wexner's ties to Epstein. Let's have a look at how this professor decides to act.
Just one more. No.
No.
Whoa.
Whoa!
Oh, God! I told you not to put that in my face. I didn't.
Dude, you can't do
yes,
that.
Yes, you did. No,
Dude.
I'm not going to ask you again. Don't touch that! Don't touch me, motherfucker! Who the fuck put your hands on me, sir? You put your
Like, you need to they have snipers, right, Visora? I mean, like, yeah, everywhere. Like, it's pretty crazy. Like, here, look at this. Also, they're all, like, their beliefs are incoherent. Everything that the fascist believes is made up in fantasy. It is like calling back to an ancient time that did not exist, a hypothetical perfect scenario that they want that's not real, and all of it builds around grievance. Without grievance, this movement doesn't work. They are mad about things, and to stay mad about things is what is required for them to be in power. They will fix nothing, they will make everything worse, because that's how they stay in power. Here's a Trump-nominated white nationalist to a top post at the State Department, answering a question.
Tell me how you define white identity and what you think is
also no logo is
white
good.
Identity.
Certain types of Anglo-derived culture that comes from our history.
Like what?
Let me think about this. Senator, I would say if you were to look at the book by one of your former Senate colleagues, Born Fighting, about the sort of Scotch-Irish military culture and certain, pride that went with that, that would be one example. Obviously, you could have sub-elements of that culture. You could have Italians, you could have Irish, and those are in many ways more
None of this is making sense, and we just saw them putting Irish people in the camps.
Worried about white culture. You're not worried about, you're now retreating to ethnic identity. You don't speak about ethnic identity. You speak about white identity. So tell me the values that stitch together white identity and that make it different than black identity.
I would say that the white church is very different than the black church in terms of its tone and style on average. Foodways could often be different.
And those
music could be different.
Yeah, look, fuck these people. Fuck their framing. You know what you should do? You know what actually breaks this system? This. This is how you actually fight back. This is literally the best method to fight back.
Hi, my name is Dylan from Modern Times Cafe in Minneapolis. Starting today, January 26th, and until the occupation of Minneapolis is over, we are a free restaurant, post-modern times. We're relying on donations across the country, across the world, and we are offering free food for anyone in the city besides ICE. Come and join us. Hi.
Go support that restaurant. If you live in Minneapolis, go support that restaurant. If you don't, support that restaurant anyway. Send them some fucking money. It's the same concept with this. I don't run ads. I don't take sponsors. I function off of you. If you pay me, I get to keep doing this. That restaurant is doing the same thing. You are building the systems that exist outside of the system within the scope of it. If you need things, you need an electrician, find one in your town. Trade for them. Make a community that is based on cooperative engagement. Because if something benefits the community that also benefits the individual, then people cooperate. If you work together in a way that everyone benefits, then that works. Also, like, okay, this is not legal advice. What was the name of that restaurant? Modern Times Cafe, Minneapolis. Here, I will actually link the video to you so that you can see it yourself. Okay, so this, not legal advice. I don't know if you can do this. It depends on the state, but in some states, you are allowed to do this, and I find this very funny. And, I think we just need a little bit of levity for a second.
Free ass whoopings for ICE and ICE supporters. Yes, ma'am. You can sign up right here or sign up your husband's name if he is an ICE supporter. We will gladly whoop his ass.
Again,
yes,
depends
sir.
on your
Can you
state.
read well, I'll read it to you.
You want to kick my ass because I support ICE?
If you sign your name right here, I will gladly whoop your ass.
Get lost.
Okay. Free ass.
Like, look, I don't think you can vote your way out of this, but I need you to understand something about how elections work in the modern world, because this guy lays it out perfectly.
Vote schizos into office. This is the secret war that's been going on since the dawn of time. Now, most of the world is made up of normies. Now, these people are taken advantage of very easily by psychos. They prey on these people, they manipulate these people, they trick these people. Normies, unfortunately, cannot see psychos, but you know who can? Schizos, the heroes of our story. Schizos are the natural predator of psychos. We have pattern recognition abilities that are inexplicable. Now, schizos were once upon a time revered as the kind of wise people of their collective groups. Unfortunately, since psychos run the world, they've convinced all the normies to be afraid of the schizos. I make videos sometimes online and my wife tells me, look at my Oura ring. My heart rate increased to a very stressful state watching your video, and then it went back down. Sorry, babe. Psychos benefit from their lack of empathy and their attraction to cruelty, it seems, and that allows them to accrue out of power. That power allows them to manipulate the normies to fear the schizo, to ostracize the schizo, to deny the schizo. It never feels very good to say I told you so when you're a schizo, and the I told you so's you're seeing are about like pedo elites running the world and stuff like that.
I've been saying this for 10 years. I was at the site of the infection at the time of the infection. All of this, every problem in the world. Jeffrey Epstein is the reason there's fucking microtransactions in your games. Jeffrey Epstein is the reason why it says CP on the Call of Duty microtransaction like points, because he thought it was funny. Like, genuinely, you are living in a world that is made up. I have been screaming this. Jeffrey Epstein met with Christopher Poole 3 days before /Poll opened on 4chan. Just before that, he met with Steve Bannon and Peter Thiel. And then Poll opened, and then QAnon started, run by Steve Bannon and Michael Flynn, operated by the Russians. All of this is documented. But they have made it so every accusation is a confession, is true. But for the normie, it's difficult to accept that. It feels the opposite. It's hard for someone to understand every accusation is a confession. Epstein isn't Q, he created Q. Michael Flynn and Steve Bannon were Q. Primarily Flynn, because Bannon went to jail. And so did Flynn, to be honest, but...
That feels bad when you go, well, I told you so. But schizos, wish we'd listened to you sooner. But that's my point. We need to stop fearing and ostracizing.
I don't think that they're talking about schizos in the form of schizophrenic. I think this is more the colloquial term of schizo, as in you are a weird person, like someone who has autism and ADHD. You're weird, your mind goes a million miles an hour, you connect millions of dots. That's what they're doing. They did have to take turns, yeah.
The schizo. and start opening our ears and hearts to hear the truth that they're telling us. Because the conspiracy theorist schizo is almost always right. Now, yes, they'll get some of the details around the edges a little wrong. It sounds a little literal. You need to understand it as poetry and metaphor. I'll give you an example. Birds aren't real. That's a fun.
They are literally eating children. That is literally what they are doing. Every single thing is real, but it's reversed. Every accusation is a confession. Every time the right has made an accusation, the pedophile cabal of billionaires that are eating children and running the world, that's them. They claimed it was Hillary Clinton. Now she's part of it. The Clintons were part of it. Bill Clinton has a fucking suicide vest on saying, like, I'm gonna come to Congress and tell everybody. But they flipped it so that you don't believe it when the reality of it comes out, because you've already been set with the opposite narrative. In fact, we already know statistically that people believe the first narrative that they're told. Even when that narrative is corrected later, even when they're shown evidence later, the person consistently tends to stick with the initial belief.
Conspiracy theory that they're just little listening device robots that exist. Now, there are real birds. We know that to be true. But are there also listening devices and surveillance devices everywhere, hidden in the natural world, it seems?
I've talked about how Germany has a program right now to defend themselves from Russia, where they're engineering cybernetic cockroaches that can be piloted like drones. Like, they have cameras and microphones, and they have cyberware that makes their brain empty so they can get piloted by a human being. And you can have swarms of cockroaches or we're doing that. So, we're here.
We don't even know what the natural world is anymore.
Hell, go watch my video on them during Neuralink testing on ICE detainees in Hawaii's concentration camp.
Can't even trust if the world is natural or not anymore. They're doing things without telling us. They're observing us constantly. Yes. There are things in the sky that are alien to us flying around. That could just be drones. That's all true.
Every time you go to a protest, there are drones. They're flying around, they're grabbing everything off your phone, they're taking pictures of your face, your tattoos, how you walk, whether you step forward with your right foot or your left foot,
One thing I've noticed, there aren't any schizo politicians I can think of. Lots of normies, plenty of psychos. They seem to make up our entire government. What we need to do, start supporting the schizos. We need to vote schizos into office as soon as we can. Let's use voting.
What I would consider Zoran Mamdani a schizo in this case. I know for a fact that Mamdani never thought he was going to win. From the beginning, he did not think he was going to win, but he just put that to the side and just acted as if he was. And then he did. That's schizo mentality. Everything, normies have it's called gate recognition software, you're right. Nietzsche is a philosopher that's often misunderstood because Nietzsche himself misunderstood his own writing. But everyone that's a normie, all of the psychos, all of the normies, all of the zombies, they live with slave mentality. The schizos live with the master mentality. I get to decide my life. Fuck the rules. Personally, I don't give a shit about the law as long, up to the point of I don't want to get beat over the head with it. That's the extent to which I care about the law. I care about humans. I care about life. I care about change. I don't care about any of the other shit. Fuck them. Now, I know about it. I know about it enough to protect myself from it. I care about that. But I don't care to abide by it. They are demons. Why the fuck would I not fight them? Listen, if there is any reason that is a good reason to die, is saving the fucking world? These people are a death cult and want to destroy the planet. We're literally, talking about vault tech shit here. They want to burn the world down and rule over the ashes. And by the way, we are doing it to every other country. In Australia, we have funding coming from the Atlas Network, from CPAC. We have Gina Reinhardt, our billionaire, flying our Elmo Hitler to go meet Trump at Mar-a-Lago with One Nation. The U.S. supporting far-right in the UK with reform, like spending a ton of money. We are a terrorist, like our country, America as a country, is a terrorist country. We are essentially Russia. America is a big sandbox in which we all get to play with no regard for others. Basically, yeah. Did you know that Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon and Nigel Farage cooed the British government? Because they did.
According to the Epstein files, a coup was carried out against the British government, the British Prime Minister, and it was coordinated with Epstein, Steve Bannon, Nigel Farage, Michael Gove, maybe Jacob Rees-Mogg, and of course, Nigel Farage. The media have reported on some of these texts, but I have spent 12 hours a day since the files came out in the files, and I've constructed an entire timeline, which would show, if you were to believe these texts, that a coup was carried out against a British Prime Minister and the British government, and it was arranged with these people. Steve Bannon is already in London at this point. He's meeting all these people, all these far-right leaders, hard-right leaders from around Europe. They're all gathering in the UK, and at the same time he is texting Jeffrey Epstein all of everything that he's doing. And on the 9th of July, Boris Johnson and David Davis resign from the government. A few days later, on the 13th of July, Bannon texts Jeffrey Epstein saying that we are overthrowing the government right now, and then Epstein texts somebody else. This person is unknown, they are redacted, but this is Epstein saying, Steve Bannon and I are just laughing all day, trying to overthrow the English government next. Would you like to go for breakfast next week? I have looked at years of conversations between Bannon and Epstein, and most of their conversations were off the phone, so these text messages are just...
No matter what government you're in, look into these. Germany has started an investigation into the Epstein files. Norway, there's like 8, 9, 10, growing number of countries that are now investigating people. Like Norway just charged their former prime minister. America has been a meme gang, I'm sorry to inform you this. Yeah, no. All we export from America is terrorism, memes, and surveillance technology. And grift. That's it.
But on the 14th of July, Bannon gives an interview to The Telegraph saying that now is the moment for Boris Johnson to challenge Theresa May. Next day, Steve Bannon appears on the LBC show, hosted by Nigel Farage. They were on the show for 90 minutes. And guess who was watching? Jeffrey Epstein, because he texted him after the show saying, good work on LBC.
So these people overthrew the British government. Oh, guess what? They're all connected. All of them. All of them. From Jeffrey Epstein to Michael Wolff. Yes, Hannity seemed jet lagged. He had a bit of air desperation. Redacted. I saw SB in London yesterday. He seemed especially paranoid about any reporters seeing me with him. My guess is that he's working hard with his relationship on Trump, who is newly ascended. Being seen with me might queer that. He went on Hannity last night. Piers Morgan tomorrow. It seems that with an eye towards an audience of one. He was having a meeting yesterday with the French right-wingers, the National Rally, including Le Pen, whose husband, about refinancing the National Front Party, because apparently a good part of their money comes from Russia, just like reform. Two thoughts here. These guys seem like idiots, pure Ruritania, and Bannon surrounded by his own thuggish-looking security people and wacky blogger advisors thrives precisely because the world of populism is so unprofessional, if not farcical. Like, it's all of them, everywhere. It's all of them. It's all of them. Here's more on fucking Europe. Hold on, I have one more. Let me show you why Nigel Farage is a literal Russian agent and going to take down, like, England's gonna fall because of this. I cannot be bullied. I cannot be bought. I've stood for the same principles for many decades. Nigel Farage made £500,000 from his pro-Russia ranting on RT, the official Putin channel. Kept it offshore so no taxes paid like the pretend patriot he is. Nigel Farage, not a Russian asset at all, just Marina Zakharova from the Kremlin endorsing Farage in Clacton. She's the director of the Department of Information and Press at the Russian Military of Foreign Affairs. Nah, he can't be a Russian agent. Like, it's been known he eats people. They all do. They all do. They all fucking do.
Literally, they have dinner tables with pregnant women getting on the table with plates as the woman delivers the baby. onto a plate for the individuals at these dinner tables. They're feasting.
Ministry, not military. Thank you, I'm dyslexic.
If that's not disturbing enough, there's so much more deep stuff that they haven't found yet. There's 3 million pages. And trust me, we the people who are working on it, we're all working on it. We're all looking. This is going to have ties to every government official, cop, politicians, all the people at the Grammys. I mean, everybody. There's going to be so many people. It's going to get sickening. And this is 100,000 times worse than the dark web.
It's bad. And by the way, your conspiracy is not a conspiracy. Nigel Farage is Pepe the Frog. Oh, by the way, did you know that DARPA was working with Epstein too? DARPA, the, fucking research organization that makes weapons. The fucking people who are working with Neuralink. Go watch my video with another wonderful contributor from this space, The Devil's Advocate, where we talk about why they're doing illegal medical experiments on ICE detainees in in Hawaii's Federal Detention Center. Go look at that. It's like, we are here. We are already worse than anything the Nazis could have done. The Nazis would be drooling looking at this. Like, you need to understand the mentality of these people too, because this is how they think. They literally think like this. Here.
He knew everybody that was very powerful. So, like, if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like, to be honest, like, if you're not in those files, it would be an insult, because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
Right.
If you didn't rape and eat children, you're a loser. That's what these fucks believe. Please, stop engaging with their framing. Stop giving a shit. To me, if the US government makes a claim, until it is proven true, I just automatically consider it a lie. Instantly. Go watch my last stream to learn about them eating people. I can't do that again. That is, it hurts. It hurts a lot. Because none of this is new. Because you need to understand that this is literally Christian behavior. This is what Jesus was fighting against. These people are a death cult. This goes back thousands of years. Literally the word for the fucking, like, coating that a newborn is born with, that doctors recommend to not wash off for like 12 to 24 hours. It's called vernix caseosa, which means cheesy garnish, and there are files of them talking about how babies taste like cream cheese, because the dead baby's lactic acid mixes with the vernix, and like, we're here. Get the fuck up. Stop arguing with each other. Pay the fuck attention. Join the SRA. Get armed. Get ready. Go build a bug out bag. Build a med kit. They're coming for you. If you're watching me, they're coming for you. I will see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget, tomorrow we are running a marathon stream on this space, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hold on, let me put this up. There we go. So tomorrow we will be starting at 6 p.m. Eastern with an all-in with hosts on this space cycling in and out. We're going to have games. We're going to have movies. It'll be fun. It'll be fantastic. And we won't have to talk about babies getting eaten. I need a bath and a drink, but I'm freshly tattooed. Go wrap your tattoo in some, in cling wrap. Like, God, I can't remember the word for cling wrap. Saran wrap. Wrap it up with that tight, and then you can take a bath. Just make sure it's tight. Tape the ends shut too, so that there's no like bubble. I've done that before. It works. Please join the SRA. Please support like independent media, and I will see you guys next time. Bye bye.